was called one big pond, one small lake, something like that in the side chat about the second law of thermodynamics as well, and entropy, and you get a chance to read it. Oh, it's the same. It's what we've been through.
So then infinity is not a thing?
Nah, it's a thing.
You believe in infinity then?
Yeah, I believe in infinity.
Why the fuck is Pads calling me out again? Pads, do you not get it, dude? I don't play around with lying pieces of shit, dude. Yeah? If these guys want to humour you and your lies, that's completely up to you.
Who's
Just stick
saying this,
around.
bro?
I'm going to keep posting the truth, dude, whether you like it or not. Stop calling me out, dude. I'm happy to come in and tell you that you're a piece of shit.
No, I was referring to something.
Yeah? I've got nothing to say to you, dude. Until you're fucking honest with yourself, don't fucking call me out again.
He was talking about entropy, and I just referenced you, bro, saying you just posted something about entropy, and I just opened it up and read it. That was it. It followed naturally on from the conversation. I thought you actually complimented what he was saying personally, but okay, sure. Got what we're on about now.
I don't know. I was trying to make head or tail. So, yeah, my question to you was,
infinity.
If you subscribe to infinity, then where, in what way, in what fashion?
Limitless. Like something can be limitless or increasing or decreasing. Like what's radiation?
Right.
Was like, does radiation ever fully go? Someone said it like just gets half and half and half and half. And is that infinite? If something only ever like, or is that something else like a half-life or? Is that?
That's a concept. That's a concept that's completely unverifiable. In long spans, because nobody's ever going to be alive to even check the half-life. That's a mathematical supposition.
We'll scratch that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if you claim to subscribe to infinity being essentially, in what way? So we've defined infinity, but in what way is infinity dual?
In what way is it? What dual?
In what way is infinity actual?
Oh, actual? I don't know, bro. Because I don't know, because even saying it, I think it contradicts how could something come from nothing, but yet still
it's
have
a
an
mathematical
infinite?
construct.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you've got a change in state, haven't you? Like something to nothing. So that wasn't continuous. That was a change.
So
and that wasn't infinite. Oh no, bro.
Okay, so then you don't know. So there is no infinity.
Thinking it through. It seems, how could there not be infinity? I can't explain it, but for whatever reason, it seems like infinity just seems like a natural state.
Well, I'm curious why you would say that, because your entire life is a demonstration of how there is not a demonstration of infinity, because you grow in your mother's womb, you're born, you grow, you mature, and then you get old and you die.
What about
and
ages though, bro? Like just like I've also heard, again, it might be bullshit, that energy doesn't really dissipate. It just gets transferred from like kinetic to thermal to fucking something else to something else. Is energy not infinite? Like, I
If
don't.
it's changing, no.
It's not changing, but it is.
You just said
consistent.
it was.
No, it is changing. Sorry, yeah, you are right. But is that change? That
How about we try this
persistence in
another
change,
way?
not infinite? Like,
Name something that's infinite in nature.
I'm trying to work out if energy is.
That you can verify.
I mean, press a spring. You can verify that shit. What do you mean?
What?
Is that not energy? That's what I'm thinking. Like when I say energy.
You already said it changes from thermal, kinetic.
Well, it can do, can't it? Yeah, it might not with a spring. I was just thought it was to measure energy or some shit. I don't know.
Springs lose tension.
This is true.
Infinity is just a mathematical construct, nothing more.
Okay.
Just another word to entertain the masses. Sorry to bring a downer on it.
Like I say, it just says limitless or endless in space, extent or size, impossible to measure or calculate.
So, how can they know what it is if it's impossible to measure or calculate?
I kind of get what you're saying, but they fucking define the words. They know exactly. they define the words. I kind of get what you're saying. I kind of get what you're saying, but the argument's silly, innit? Like they definitely. I get what you're saying though. In some ways, that could be considered a fair point. In some other ways, that could be considered like just. But I'm trying to think of what else could be actually infinite. Think of like the passing of time or energy, like we say.
Well, it's been good talking to you, mate. I'm gonna hop off the mic here.
Mm-hmm.
Take care, though. Everybody have a good night.
Good.
Catch you, man.
All right.
What do you reckon, T-Dub? He's a weasel?
I think he genuinely, believes what he believes. I think. I think he's intentionally trying to be a weasel, or maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know.
Every now and then, you listen to some of his stuff, and it's like, yep, you just sound like you've walked straight into the wall of Cogdiz. and other times it's like he's sidestepping stuff deliberately. And it's like, just answer the question honestly, for fuck's sake. You're doing me head in.
Yeah, he sidestepping.
But anyways, who we have there? Mutt. Welcome to the channel, mate. Or don't talk.
I was cooking and I burned the bacon. Damn.
Hey, camera off,
Or what?
or just DCU. That's it. We don't do
You'll
cameras in here.
Oh, is that an
be
actual rule? Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah,
DC,
Definitely.
like Superman, like
How to get
Batman.
unbanned?
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
That's why I banned him in the first place. Why did he get unbanned?
is it another account?
It auto unbans you after 3 days now.
He may come back. He may have come back on a different account. Okay.
So who won that game of chicken?
Me.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's a different account. Look at it's. Oh no, this is the same account. There's somebody.
Van Hammer. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, look. Yeah, because it's Mage, and then Mage. So maybe someone moved him in here. I guess. 'Cause there's no log that he was unbanned by anyone. He was banned at just an hour and a half ago.
That's weird. He's got someone pulling strings at the top.
Yeah, someone moved him in. Like one of the mods moved him in here. Doing that with like Castle King and stuff too. You know, it's really amazing how like the globalists can't figure out, like when you tell them you shouldn't be able to see Venus at night, and they're like, "Why? Why can't you? Why won't you be able to see Venus at night?" Well, what order are your planets in? They're like, "Yeah, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, right?" Yeah, and you can't figure out how that Venus would only be visible during the daytime. Nope. I don't know. I can see Venus, so it's nighttime. So I can see Venus at night, and it's obviously heliocentric, so duh. Can you see your front yard from your backyard? No. If you're looking away from the sun, could you see something that's towards the sun? Yeah. Why? Well, I can see it. I can see Venus in the sky. I'm like, holy shit, dude. Like, you're just not grasping this concept, are you? You just can't figure it out, can you? Like, okay, you're looking down the street. There's a stop sign and then the store you want to go to. Could you see the stop sign behind you? The same one, the same stop sign. So you're looking at the store and you don't see the stop sign because the stop sign is actually behind you.
Yo, Pure Rigger. I'm conservative, bro. So I don't know why you're calling me a libtard, bro. And I'm not new wave.
Society-wise, should be libertarian. That's not conservative.
Yeah. You don't think? Don't forget, UK conservatism and American conservatism are wildly different, bro. So libertarian is essentially reaching only sparingly into the lives of the citizens. But what I meant is there's two ways to go about it. You can do that, and essentially leave the citizens do basic amenities, hospital, gas, electric, supplies.
Doesn't work.
Infrastructure.
It's unrealistic. But okay.
It is. It is unrealistic because most of them get overrun by corruption and corporations and shit like that.
Right. So once you push your topic, right? Once you push the libertarian topic, right? And you just you look at all your views, write them all down, line them all up. You realize the only realistic government you can have and maintain them views and them policies is National Socialist.
Okay.
Prove me wrong.
Well, nah. You started off in the side chat asking me. I'd not even finished explaining mine, and now you're asking me to prove you wrong. Nah.
Nah, I know. I'm just being a dick. I reversed.
Yeah, I know. I figured, where's he going with this? But yeah, no, bro. Libertarianism, but with a very, very iron fist. If you fuck with the skills, don't fuck with the skills, the hospitals, the network, the army, everything else. Leave citizens alone and let them do what the fuck they want. A laissez-faire economy, to some degree. Again, only where it's due to food or health should the government intervene. Everything else, some subsidising small businesses and shit like that.
So how do you have the libertarian views? You need that iron rule.
I'm not saying liberalism. I'm not saying liberal. I
know libertarian. You're for the people, right? You want the people
to a degree.
Yeah. So you want that socialist policies, right?
No, you have to change your value.
No, I don't want socialism, bro. No. Libertarian. Again, bro, I know the center line in America is more to the it's more to the right anyway.
I'm not sure what you mean by libertarian.
You have to change the value system, how people interact with each other. You don't, for libertarians, you don't need the violence of the state. People with contract of their own free will.
Domestically.
That's the thing. That's the part you're missing. Where people right now are forced to contract with the state so that people don't see any other option or way of dealing with the state other than that they have the biggest gun and you have to comply.
He was asking me ideal, not current. Yeah, where we are now with corruption and everything is a totally different state of affairs, 100%. But Pure Rigger was asking me ideal.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, so I don't know what you mean by libertarian. I think that's the problem.
Reach of basically small reach of the government domestically. Internationally, that's a totally different game. You can still have a mass army and orientate your society domestically to libertarian views. The one's about protecting your homeland, the other one's about
So how do you enforce that?
With an iron will. That would be my absolute dream. An iron will on very specific things like healthcare.
All right, so food, if it's an iron will by the government, how is it not a socialist?
Because it's people's choice.
That's not social. That's not socialism, bro. What iron will? Well, I mean, I wouldn't say
right. You're enforcing it.
I could.
Oh, it's enforced by the will.
What authoritarianism?
It's enforced by the will of the people. Everyone. That's what people want.
If they don't that's want the government. The government's the overseeing body. Right, so that's the authority.
No, there wouldn't.
Yeah, no, you are right.
So if the government enforces it, it becomes a socialist policy, right? And if you're doing it,
it's more authoritarian. To be fair, bro.
What's that?
I would see it as not authoritarian, but edging more in that direction as opposed to socialism.
Right, but by default, it's socialism, right? Because once you give the authority to the government. Therefore,
no.
The opposite.
All right, so it's for the people.
Yeah, exactly.
The people elect the government. The government represents the people.
In an ideal democracy, yes. In an ideal democracy, sure. But we're talking ideals. So,
But it's got to be a realistic ideal. You know what I mean?
well,
Like,
no,
it's gotta be
ideals are
something
ideals, bro.
realistic.
They're never ideals are never fucking realistic, bro. I promise you.
Well,
Not
what you're
kind of where I was.
What you're
Not
doing is
bothered.
you're basically arguing against any sort of revolution. Like when they're
No,
when
not at
America
all.
was when America was founded, there wasn't any democracy. That was a brand new idea. They're like, well, how the fuck would a democracy work? It can
What, a
only
republic?
work with a king.
A republic
That's
was
the
not a new idea. What do you mean?
Yeah, that was a brand new. That was brand new. Self-governance was brand new. The idea, like the ancient Greeks have floated the idea about possible philosopher kings and whatnot.
A few had, to be fair, yeah. The Treaty of Westphalia and shit in like the 1600s about like designating like nation states as independence and stuff and recognizable to each other. And then France had a big whole revolution. You guys kind of nicked from everywhere. Compiling it into a codified document was unique, sure. Into one hard codified document you can refer back to was unique, but a lot of Europe is lacking that. Obviously, we have a string of documents, but barring that, you just took a lot from the world. Again, like what America does, takes a lot from the world and kind of runs with it and perfects it almost.
Yeah, so the same thing could happen again. There could be another revolution that replaces violence with some sort of logic and reason-based argument that compel people or convince them, yeah, that's what I want. And then I contract with the people, the government, of my own free will. No enforcement needed. Good ideas don't need to be enforced. You'll need it. Like, if it's a good idea, someone's going to be like, damn, that's a good idea. Let's do it.
No, some
yeah, but that's a shopping cart. That's the shopping cart experiment, right? What's the ideal thing when you go shopping? You just put your cart in the rack, right? But then you have the assholes in society that will leave it behind your car. Like, so there needs to be some type of accountability somewhere.
Some sort of revolution, just like the American and French Revolution. A change where people value something different than just being the biggest asshole.
Right, but you still, once you get to that point, right, the revolution, something's going to have to take over, and you're going to have to, the collective bodies are going to come together. They're going to agree on what's what, right? And then somebody's going to have to enforce it.
I don't think there's ever been like a global revolution. It's more like the fall of an empire. It's not like the people rise up. Like, if anything with the current like paradigm at the minute, it would be the fall of Pax Americana, like peace under America, wouldn't it? But like, it used to be Pax Britannica and shit. It's not the rise up of the people, it's the fall of the empire and people taking opportunity at that moment. Do you know what I mean? It's not
fair enough.
Not globally. We ain't organized we ain't going to communicate with billions of Chinese to help all over.
Yeah, no, I don't think globally.
Like,
that's
what I mean. Like,
that's why I think the strongest form of government was proven by Germany. Socialist policies for a nation.
A lot of Europe's not looking socialist friendly right now, bro. These days. Yeah.
But it's so frowned upon, just the word, the connotation to it. Yeah, National Socialism. Nazi. You know what I mean? Like, literally Nazi.
It's starting to get that way. But that was like a third way, weren't it? That was like kind of.
But if you look at all the policies and how it actually benefits the state, it's so hard to make an argument against it.
Where are you from with your accent, bro? Are you like from New York or something?
Massachusetts.
Oh shit, you got a cool accent, bro. I keep thinking you're from New York. I don't know why. Hey, Toby. But yeah, wild. Are you a Trump fan? Can we say that word in here? Are we allowed to say
fan? I don't know.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I don't champion politicians. They're all full of shit. Every last one of them. They're all corrupt. Rich people in our country don't get rich by accident. You know what I mean? Like,
very
honest working people don't become billionaires or 100 millionaires.
Yeah, it's very fair. You got to be doing some sketchy shit.
Like,
say, but yeah.
I'd say the best you could do as an honest businessman is become like a 100,000 But even then, that's kind of pushing it.
Nah, these days, surely you can get up to the millions, being honest. Millions, not as much as what it used to be, is it?
Maybe. I haven't seen it. You know,
Nah, good construction companies and stuff without screwing. You might have to do. Saying that you do.
without screwing over their labor.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me they're not screwing over the labor.
Not even
and
the labor,
underpaying
it's
them
like
and
some-
hiring illegals. Go ahead.
At
Tell
some
me.
point, you're probably like screwed over, like renting out the skip hiring, or you've probably fucked somebody on supplies, or
You fuck
like,
vendors
you
non-stop.
fuck vendors. Yeah, you've probably done something, haven't you? If you're a construction company, true.
Yeah, that's how they
little
go.
backhanders off the government to get permits and shit. And
Get prevailing wage jobs. Don't tell you guys about it.
do you guys have minimum wage with like OSHA shit? Not OSHA, but like whatever union it is for like contractors. Do you have like minimum wage for like bricklayers and shit?
What do you
unions?
mean? Like a union?
Yeah, it's like bricklayers.
A union
and
has pay
plumbers and
scales.
stuff. Do they all have like tradespeople? Do they all have like their own union or something in America?
Like you can be a bricklayer or a mason, whatever you want to call it, and not be in the union. You could work for the private sector, right? Or you could work for the union.
Yeah, and when
But if you
work
get
for the
on a-
union, are you guaranteed like a minimum wage or anything?
If you get on a government contract, right, whether you're private or union, you have prevailing wage, which is like a set minimum that they can pay you. But the company, if they don't tell you, you don't know. You know, like a lot of people, they don't realize they're on a government job. You know, they don't realize they build.
bro.
What's that?
You could be on double the money. The boss is fucking raking it in.
Yeah, easily. Happened to me when I was a kid.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I see a young guy coming in like, yeah, we're gonna fucking scam this guy.
So,
Yeah, they start.
So the contract is paying bidded at prevailing wage, but then the guy who got the contract is paying you less than prevailing wage.
Yeah, because
So
we
I
just
did this.
don't have unions
Holy
like
shit.
that. That's all. Yeah, that's wild. Our unions just do not work like that at all.
So I wanted to get into a big mason company, right? And my brother's married into a family that like multi-million-dollar company, right? And I'm thinking, oh shit, it's like kind of
nice.
proxy family, right?
Let's go.
So I want to get in. I start off, I'm like 22 years old, right? And I'm like, oh, I'll learn the trade, right? Long story short, they stopped me at like $13 an hour, put me in the private sector. And I'm doing that for like 6 months, trying to prove myself, get a little raise here and there, right? They're like, oh, you're doing great. Yeah. Then they put me on a prevailing wage job. I don't know it. The only reason I found out is because I made a bunch of friends on the job site. And the Board of Labor came in, their little investigator, was asking a couple people. And one of the people he asked, like, what are you getting paid? He said, no, I'm fine. I'm getting paid, prevailing wage. He said, but you might want to go ask those guys. It turned into 20-something people on the job site were getting paid just an hourly rate when they should have been. Dude, I got a check for like $8,000.
Nice, no way, dirty bastards.
Now multiply that by like 20 people. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is like, my brother's married into that family. Those are millionaires.
Did he know? Your brother?
Yeah.
Your brother, bro.
What the fuck's he gonna say? He doesn't.
Oh,
really.
there's not what you can do, obviously. Yeah,
Right.
there's not what you can do.
What's he gonna do? He's gonna piss on that fucking, handout
Yeah, exactly.
during Christmas time. His kids don't get all,
Yeah, start punching people instead around the Christmas table. How dare you?
Nah, I just walk away from it.
Yeah, it is what it is, isn't it?
But I mean, that's what I see, and then I see guys that are kind of honest, right? A guy I do business with every once in a while, right? He's $100,000 there. He's content with it, and he pays me a fair rate on every project I work on. But
What
then
is
again,
what is it you actually do? Sorry, what is it?
I just build shit mostly with
Shit. What do you mean?
yeah. Like I work mostly with steel, right? So I can do pipe,
fabrication and stuff.
What's that?
Fabrication, steel fab.
Yeah, weld fabrication,
Yeah.
alloys and metal. I can build it.
All right, nice. Let's go.
I do
used
some
to do
design.
fucking ducting units for like kebab houses and takeaways and fucking. Oh, it was so shit. Oh shit. Yeah, so good trade.
Sometimes, I mean, it has its moment.
Yeah, when you're not getting scammed.
I mean, it's
No,
great because you
middle
can
of-
travel.
Middle of summer, no one wants to be your friend.
What do you do, Ban, if you don't mind me asking, bro? What's an Aussie up to these days, mate?
What do I do, or what am I qualified to do?
I suspect we're all overqualified for a lot of jobs in here, mate. But yeah, now
Boilermaker
what?
by trade, fabrication engineer. Currently, I'm the maintenance officer at one of the local homesteads, or nursing homes is a
Oh yeah.
word they don't like used, but because they're all with this woke wording, it's their homesteads.
Yeah. I remember saying the other day, in fact. I seen you said it. Well, that was you.
Is that laid back? Is that like a skate job?
A lot of paperwork, a lot of unnecessary red tape, but once I get all that shit sorted out, it'll be pretty good. So
Yeah, I've done a couple maintenance gigs, and it's always chill.
some of them are good, some of them are just shit house. It all depends how the last person leaves it for you. If they're doing a really good job and they've left because of something sensible and they set you up nicely, then yeah, you can walk into a very cruisy job. But if they've done nothing for the last 3 weeks and there was 2 weeks gap between you starting, him leaving and you starting, then it can be a shitstorm. But no, it's pretty good so far. But yeah, once I get a few of these computer glitches worked out, she's gonna be pretty tidy.
Oh, I need to get going. I'm not. Fuck. I need to stop sitting here on Discord.
You haven't learned anything, have you?
I've learned too much, mate. That's why I've been sat here for so long.
All right. What is a necessary antecedent to gas pressure?
A container.
Hey, we're making progress. Let's get it.
There we go.
There we go. Mate, it's not that I didn't know the answer the first times, it's just I didn't even understand your question. If you'd have asked like in layman's terms, I would have got it, but I'm actually understanding the lingo. I still don't know what it means. What did you say? What is the necessary what?
Remember when I said to you earlier, if P then Q?
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah.
That's exactly it, right? If you're going to claim that something exists, we need to have the foundation for it in order for the claim to exist.
You called it something, you said the necessary...
Antecedent, yeah.
Antecedent. Okay.
So if you observe, like if you can measure something, that substantiates the requirement for the thing to exist in order for you to observe that measurement. So if I measure a pressure, I have to be able to observe, or I have to know that there's a container in order for that pressure to exist. Right? It's almost like saying evidence demands an explanation. Well, the evidence of a measurement demands an explanation for it to exist. Necessary antecedent.
Yes. See? I learned a lot. There you go. Ah, fuck. But no, I need to go. My battery's down on my fucking motorbike. I've got no tools at the house where I am at the minute. I'm just going to go buy a full fucking motorbike set. Tools. Fuck. Anyone who has to jumpstart a battery on a motorbike? Bunch of science nerds in here. How the fuck? How do we do this?
Use another battery.
I need to get a charger. No, not a charger. A starter. Apparently. Starter. Fire it up. Leave it ticking over. 10-15 minutes.
Why does it keep going flat in the first place?
It's a new bike. I think I left some on last night.
Interesting.
He said flat.
Got it. You got it.
It's like there's levels to this. Sorry, go ahead. levels and flat.
Yeah. That sounded like the Crystal Maze fucking laugh or something. What was that? What was that? That was wild.
That's what starts to happen after you start to believe their lies and you break through and you start to realize the truth. You think you're in a madhouse.
Fucking hope not. Well, yeah.
You will, because you're looking at all the other nutters and you look at them and just go, how the fuck are you even thinking that?
No, I'm going to go to the fucking actual sea. I actually want to go to the sea. Do my own thingy. I can actually get it done. I live about an hour away from the... It's UK, isn't it? We're so close to the sea no matter where you are. Why?
That's what we ask you in this room. It's like, okay, you believe that it's a ball. Who told you that? Who touched you in your no-no spot and told you and convinced you that it's in fact a ball? We want to know.
Same guy who touched you, bro. Same guy who touched all of us, man. Do you know?
Nah, bro. There ain't no man touching me. I'll be real with you in terms of what we believe it to be.
It might be one man, many men. Who knows? Who knows? We're all a little bit touched, mate.
No!
Yeah, one big point in the side chat. Like I said, do many Globers actually still believe the moon exists? But many Globers I speak to, bro, they don't seem to fucking. Everyone seems to look at just straight up look at videos and go, nah, it's clearly
Do
fake.
they believe the moon exists, or do they believe in the moon landing?
I don't know. I'm just. When I say Globers, I'm on about like my actual brothers and like my mates.
Anyone
like, real
who
life people,
says, and it doesn't matter what they think of the shape of the ground, anyone that says the moon does not exist is a fucking clown.
Yeah, no, nobody's saying that. I'm just talking about people that, like me, my brothers, my mates, anyone that I'll speak to about anything. Most people that I know generally don't really consider the moon landing as being real. Like America, like I think that's pretty much just gone. I don't know how they've got away with it, but
yeah. Pads, moon landing and moon existing, two different things.
I don't know if I said existing. If it did, I slipped up.
Yeah, you said existing at the start.
Oh,
that's
sorry,
why I said that.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, moon landing. Yes, I know people on both sides of the fence that reckon it's just bullshit.
Yeah.
Flat earthers.
I don't know how America's got away with it.
All of them say it's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't. But like, I don't know how they've got away with it. It's so obvious of a thing. Everyone's just kind of brushing it under, and nobody's. It's kind of just a given now. Like, yeah, it was fake. I don't know how they've got away with it.
And Paz, this comes back to what I was asking you about an hour and maybe 20 minutes ago about land in the sky, right? In order for you to believe that there's a vehicle that exists, they were able to fly up to the land, claim to be the moon, and land this vehicle upon land in the sky is it's a claim, and we want to investigate it and figure out further.
I want him to do it again, bro. I want him to. There's no fucking reason. If they got all this tech that they can't be getting this shit done. So I think India or somebody else has said they're getting it done. So fuck yeah, let us see. They better get it done, and it better fucking be convincing as well.
Brother, they destroyed it, and it's very, very difficult to get that evidence back.
No,
sorry about the noise.
Like they're launching new missions. No, I think India said in recent years they want to go to the moon. I'd have to double check it.
I thought Don Pettit said they destroyed it.
What do you mean destroyed it? The moon?
No, the ability to get back to the moon.
Oh. Yeah, but we've established most of the NASA shit is bullshit. That's just them being unable to keep a consistent lie going. Just fucking disregard it all. But like, if other countries are saying like they're actively going back, like it is an interesting time, isn't it, to see what they actually fucking come back with. Just one photo, non-fisheye, no bullshit, just. Surely it's got to be done. Surely we can do this shit with the technology we've got if it's true. Some of the tech we've got, man, holy shit. Surely, like, look at the zoom you can get on your fucking £600 phone. Imagine the zoom capabilities for a telescope that costs billions. Surely we can take a picture of the Earth.
Does it cost billions, or is it like any other government thing? It's worth $39.95 and let's tax the fuck out of
No, but you know what I mean, though. Imagine, like, smartphones these days, bro. Look at the zoom they've got. You imagine the zoom capabilities the military has got. Fuck. Oh, is it that time again? Is it crit?
What do you mean? Is it time for your daily flogging or something?
Daily figure. No, crit does crit. Is crit here?
Oh, the news clip.
Newsletter.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Just got 2 messages. Whenever I see 2 messages off crit, I'm like, yep. I know exactly what that is. Shit, right, I do have to go. Let's go get some tools. Right, boys and girls, I'll catch you later. Sweet.
Catch
See you
up.
in a bit. Later.
Yeah, I got some catching up to do on that actually. 34. Oh, sorry, Crit. I haven't been looking at it. But like, yeah, then I'll like go, oh shit, yeah, I've got some messages there from Crit. I have a look and then like I just like sit there and like read them all and just have a laugh and that. Oh, like
Good value, some of them.
yeah, because if one really piques my interest, I'll like go to like I'll Google it and like see what I can find on it or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, read the whole thing.
I was just looking at the evolution of spacesuits. The Big Pond has chucked in the text chat there. I've seen what happens when they put those chocolate-coated marshmallows in mini vacuum chambers. That's exactly what would happen to them. If the vacuum is the extremes, as what they claim.
Oh, they just need to figure out a gravity suit, and they don't even they need one. Just like Or the air will just like, you'll have your own little atmosphere, you know?
Well, since it's past 10 o'clock, I am going to bail out. Catch you all later on, ladies and gentlemen. Peace.
Be blessed, brother.
No worries, mate. See you, mate.
Brothers, as well, I'm out. Y'all have a blessed day. Shalom to you.
Catch you, Killian. Good to see you again, mate.
Many returns, brother. Thank you for that. Peace.
No, we wait.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
How's it going, guys?
Just looking at eggshells talking in chat.
Googie Eggs, what are you doing? What's up, Googie?
I haven't heard that expression in yonks. Googie eggs.
That's because you're not old enough, eggshells.
This isn't eggshells.
Sorry, mate.
I knew a guy called Googsy, but I remember, Googie Eggs when you were a kid. You have the little egg in the egg cup. Googie Eggs.
Yeah. My grandfather used to say, "I'm full as a goog." I don't know why.
What's a goog?
Full as a goog. Yeah, I don't know what a goog is. No idea. Or full as a tick. Yeah, I used to love that. And you get your little slivers of toast. Yeah. Dip in your runny egg. There seemed to be an art to
Eggshells is typing, boys.
Cutting the top off.
Get ready for the genius.
What's he doing?
How does eggs get in the chat, but he's not in the VC?
He's probably listening on YouTube.
Yeah, I think yeah. We're cutting him some slack today. Usually I'd say get in here, but apparently he's on a plane or something. I don't know.
But he's in the chat. Like, I don't even know how to get to the 24/7 chat unless I'm in the VC.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
he
you
might
can.
be on his computer, or
You
you can do it on the phone. It's not hard.
Yeah,
How do you do it on the phone?
You click on the channel, and before you click join, there's like a little chat bubble to the right of it.
Oh, okay, all right.
Or if you're on the app, you just hold down on the channel without joining. It'll bring up a menu.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thanks for that. You always learn something, don't you?
Yeah. Or you can just tap on it, and it'll say if you're on the app, it'll have your microphone. It'll have the people in it, and then it'll have the microphone at the bottom. Join voice, and then to the right is your speech bubble thing. You just click on the speech bubble. Take you
Okay, that's how they do it. This Discord, mate, I tell you. It's such a different platform.
I don't like the way it is now. I used to like the old format, the way they had it.
Yeah, the old format was much better. Like sometimes, when you got the trolls in the channel, if there's too many people in there, you've got to like scroll all the way down, and then you got to press on their name, and because you don't know really who's talking, especially if you're on a phone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't use that overlay thing where you can leave. You can be joined, listening. Close your just go to another window, and you're still listening. And if you choose the option to have it overlaid or whatever, you'll have the people's speech bubbles, like their avatar, whatever, pop up when they speak.
That's what I've got. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes I'm in the general, the mod chat, and just listening to who's speaking. But then you'll get some clown come on, and you got to quickly press that button and scroll down, and half the time they leave before you get a chance to do anything.
Exactly. Whereas in the old one, you could just look at the list, and it'd be showing who's lighting up, and then you just hold down on their fucking name.
That's it. Yeah.
And then just
Do you to turn around and give them a two-day ban? Do you have to go to? Let's just have a look. Do you have to go to the guest mods chat, or can you do it in the chat itself?
You can do it in the side chat.
Did they just bring that feature in, a few months back?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know if it was always in effect or if they. Yeah, but I didn't realize you could do that, and then I saw someone do it, and I was like, "Oh, you can do that." So
you never could. You never could do it before.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it must be relatively recently then that they've introduced that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe a few months. Yeah. And you can also you can use their username. You don't have to use their ID.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Ah, right.
It's buggy. I'm telling you, it's so buggy. Sometimes I get a message, saying someone's posted in the in our general mod chat, and you click it, and it takes you to the mod chat, and then it's frozen. You have to close Discord down and reopen it again.
Yeah, I get a bunch of fucking problems. And if I've had the app open too long, it starts acting buggy, and things won't scroll for me. And next minute, I'm I'm tapping things, trying to get it to work, and, and then I'm in some server that I haven't been in for ages or whatever. I'm like, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm all over the place. Yeah, plays up.
Oh, look, sometimes I've joined some of the other servers accidentally. Oh my God, what a mess. They are just 10 people talking at once. And then people have the nerve to come into our server and turn around and say, "Oh, you're always muting people. You bloody want to overtalk whoever's speaking." It's just ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. We're stuck behind one of those big concrete girders. And I don't know. Are they letting us go through? Yeah. There we go. That's better. So don't ever turn around and say you never hear Batman speak.
There was somebody came in here, I don't know, a few weeks back, and they were asking about you. I don't know why, but they were.
There's another Batman. There's another Batman that joins a lot of the Christian chats, and he's apparently a real spastic.
He is, dude. He's actually a pastor, and if you talk to him, he's a very angry man.
Yeah, that's correct. And everybody confuses me with him. And I have to turn around and explain to them that I was the first one to have that particular logo. That logo was created by, and you'll remember this guy, Latter-day Saints.
Oh yeah.
He made
cool.
my logo for me, and I just thought, oh, yeah, this one's cool. I'll keep that. And then he's gone and pinched it. So people see me in this chat just sitting around, just waiting to ban someone or mute someone, and they think we're the same person.
Right, that's what it probably was then. Yeah.
I tell them, look, I'm the nice Batman, mate. You can have a nice discussion with me if you want. And they go, oh no, we don't want you. We want that Christian guy. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Go. Leave me alone. Now, I've got one for you, fellas, all right? Nobody ever talks about this one. But when a plane takes off, okay, and the plane climbs, you've been in many planes, I take it, and it's a pretty steep climb to get to the cruising altitude, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Now, think about this. If the Earth is dropping away, a pilot would only have to increase its speed and the plane should automatically raise in altitude. Okay? Am I right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, over time, okay. Yep.
Therefore, if there was an airport that was directly just above sea level, all they would have to do was take off, get to 100 metres above sea level, flatten the plane out, and just increase its speed. Now, there just so happens to be one of these airports in Australia. It's on Hamilton Island. All right? It's just above sea level, yet the plane takes off and climbs in altitude just like it does over land. Now, do you know how much extra fuel would be wasted by doing that? And the airline companies, they want to save fuel any way they can and take stresses away from the aeroplanes. Yet nobody ever talks about it.
Yeah, no, that's true. Because, what do you got? Say after a mile, you'd be 8 inches increased, right?
But remember,
10 miles, you'd be 66 feet increased.
They're travelling at what? 300 miles per hour?
300 to 500, yeah, right.
Yeah. So what's that?
Wouldn't
300 divided by 60, all right? And that's 8 inches every minute, right? And that's exponential, right? They wouldn't need to climb the way they do.
Squared, yep.
So we wouldn't have to put our seatbelts on.
That's what Demo keeps saying, right? Show me you going horizontal and gaining altitude. It is a point to be made. I mean, go horizontal with your altimeter and show us it changing in altitude.
Yeah. Well, no, all you've got to do is increase speed, and it should automatically turn around and raise in altitude, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, if you're going in,
but they don't.
Tangential. Yep.
Yeah, they don't. They always climb at a really steep angle. Right? Look, honestly, this globe is ridiculous in the claims it makes. To think that they say that the atmosphere spins at the same speed as we're spinning is ridiculous. We can't even get a fluid in a torque converter to spin at the same speed as a flywheel, as one part of the torque converter. Yet they reckon the air can do it. And they'll sit there adamantly argue with you over that fact.
Yeah, it's all just cruising along, nice and cozy, hugging the ground.
We never see those effects at all. You know? And look, you have a comet. You have a comet that's supposedly flying through the galaxy, and you see a tail. Where's the Earth's tail? Where's the sun's tail? Shouldn't the sun have a tail? Instead of looking completely round when you look at it through a filter, right? It should have a tail. It's travelling at enormous speeds through the galaxy.
Yeah, what is it? What is it? Wait a sec. 1,000 miles a quarter.
We're spinning at
500,000 miles an hour. 500,000 miles an hour.
It's fine. And no tail. No tail. Yet I guarantee you the comet's not flying at 500,000 miles per hour, is it? It's got a tail. It doesn't even have flames. It's just got hot because it's travelling, a little bit fast. That's just ridiculous claims, and they come in and they turn around and they think that we're nutty. I don't have the nerve to argue with them. It's stupidity. Just stupidity.
Yeah. Yeah, they say a comet's a chunk of ice. Yeah. Or,
it's not melting. It's not melting, turning into a vapor, right? In the middle of a vacuum. Yeah. I'm actually trying to. I want to see if I can get Indio to debate Robert v. Utah. Remember Robert v. Utah that's been banned?
Yeah.
He keeps DMing me with all these different usernames.
Trust me, you do not want to debate that guy.
Yeah, well, I want him to debate Indio because he thinks he's so smart as a physicist, which I don't reckon he is. He reckons that we are nuts because we've got no leg to stand on. He won't listen to a single claim. He's got no rebuttal to anything that we say except refraction.
He said he knows that gravity is real and the Earth is rotating because he said he's actually done Foucault's pendulum and Cavendish himself.
Big deal. Big deal. I say to people, okay, so you say that gravity is real. Okay, so the globe model says that things fall towards the center of the Earth, and we can turn around and say that things fall straight down. Big deal. There's gravity. Good. See you later. Foucault's pendulum. You can never prove that it's the Earth that's creating the pendulum to turn around and swing, right? And give that certain offset that they reckon they use a calculation and say, there you go, we can turn around and see what latitude we're on. Get lost. Get out of here, right? Such ridiculous claims. For that to be true, we must have curvature. That's it. Okay? So you reckon the pendulum's caused by the Earth spinning? Great. Show us that it's got curvature. There you go. And then I'll believe your Foucault pendulum. That's the first step of their model, and they fail every time.
Yeah, and Robert also says that all his, like, because he says he's got a P900, and all his observations of the horizon, it's always consistently where it should be. And we've asked him
Bullshit.
several times, show us, and he's like, yeah, I will. Like, he never gets around to fucking posting
Yeah, well,
any
I had
images or anything.
before my place burnt down, I had a P1000, and I can tell you 100% undeniable, I could take anybody to a certain spot in Melbourne along the beach and show them that they can see way, way further than the so-called geometric horizon. Way further, right? And that's with my P1000. All right. Now they've brought out a P1100, and I'm going to buy one. And once my house is built, I'm going to buy a P1100, and I'm going to go and take some more observations. I got one on YouTube. It was the only thing that got saved because I uploaded it to YouTube at the time. All right. Half these guys that come and argue against us have never bothered to actually try and substantiate the globe model. Full stop. Oh, it's not half. I reckon it's 95% of them.
Yeah, it's all
right?
appeal
And what
to
they
fucking...
do, the other 5% pick and choose their videos and their pictures. I did one in South Australia with my mate. We went. It was a cloudy day, and we took the P1000, and we saw this ship. It was really far away from what we could tell, and you could only see half of the ship. You know, like people say, the ships go over the horizon, right? Well,
Yeah.
when I got back and I analysed the footage and I found out which ship it was, everything matched perfectly with the bottom of the boat diminishing, and it was just we couldn't see the bottom because of waves and stuff. Right? I've still got that picture on my phone. I saved it. Right? This doesn't happen. This stuff where they say, they reckon they see boats going over the horizon. I've never seen one. I've got a fishing boat. I've been out Port Phillip Bay, right near the heads, and I can tell you, I've never seen half a boat. And there's all these ships that come in to Port Phillip Bay and head towards, Melbourne. They just disappear into like a small dot eventually. These people are nuts, mate. They're nuts. You've got patience arguing with them.
Yeah, then they ignore everything unless it suits theirs. Like, so if they say something about a boat over the horizon, right? We'll ask about sea conditions, air conditions, angular resolution, distance, etc., right? And no, it's not that, right? And then as soon as somebody shows an example where something isn't going over the geometric horizon, and there's no geometric horizon to be seen, right? The horizon's a lot further than would be allowed by the geometry. Then they want to bring in all that other stuff, right? Then they want to talk about confounding variables.
But you know what? They don't even understand the way our optics work. I understand exactly how our optics work, right? And the way that our optics work would mean that things could eventually be shown to disappear bottom up very easily, right? India shows it all the time anyway, with the little speedboats going over the lake, right? It's 100% possible, right? Now, it all depends on the conditions of the day. Now, I don't reckon down here in Melbourne where I am, we don't get those conditions, right? We normally get when the water temperature is 19 degrees, the temperature of the air above it's 21 or 22 degrees. There's not like a huge difference in the air temperature. You know, during summer, you get the water warms up just as the air warms up as well. Road closed. Detour. Oh, wow, we're making us go on the freeway. Let's put another half an hour on my journey home. What a bugger.
I know it's off topic, but are we supposed to be getting the JFK files today, unredacted?
Oh, that's today? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of blacked out parts.
Yeah, it's supposed to be unredacted. Fascinating.
Well, that depends.
80,000 pages, dude. Huh?
Because what if they blacked out some, right, and they just happen to not have the original like unredacted. Right?
Oh yeah, like Apollo moon tapes. Sorry guys, we deleted the original Apollo moon tapes. We only have the enhanced versions. I've got like postcards and stuff, lots of them from Johnson Space Flight Center, mid to late 1970s. I've got like this booklet of original Apollo moon footage from that era. And you can tell that modern digital libraries at NASA have touched up a lot of these images compared to these. I mean, they even tell you that they did.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, they airbrushed a lot of stuff back in the day too. I mean,
really
like
want to hear Batman talk. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, man. I was just continuing on with what Sprague was talking about. You're good, man.
It seems like every time I come in here, I interrupt somebody. So I'm trying to be as patient as I can. Hey, no, I really want to listen to Batman. I've seen him around for like 8 years, man, in 24/7, and I think I've listened to him like maybe 5 or 6 times in this entire time. So I actually enjoy Batman and listen to you, man. So that's the only reason I got in. I wanted to say hello to Batman.
Hello.
Hello, man.
Yeah. Can someone fill me in on what was released unredacted? My Discord went blank.
Nothing so far.
Oh, nothing so far.
Yeah. Yeah, they're supposed to release the JFK files today, 80,000 unredacted pages. I don't know if that's going to happen the way people think or the way they even say, but
well, I think
we've been yanked around for so long, with false hope.
We all know that the mainstream narrative's a complete lie anyway. I'm here in Australia and I know it's a lie.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what they release. They've had enough time to, try to get their story straight. And let's face it, do you think that they would really release something that would be damning against an organisation that was run by the American government? There's no chance.
Yeah, that's right. There's not a single chance that a single person involved in this is around today if they're going to release it. But my guess is you're right. They've had all this time to concoct a good cover story and backstop it. And it's possible that that some of the big reveal, the big national security reveal, will be stuff that's so inconsequential to the average American that they'll be able to say, well, just because the average American doesn't know that this is inconsequential doesn't mean that bad guys out there are going to think the same. Right? Because they're going to be adversaries that are going to know how to exploit this piece of information, and we don't know where they are amongst the general public. So that's why we had to keep this close held. That's why we had to redact everything. Now they can come up with these stories like this to placate the public, and then that's that. It'll be the end of it.
And the public are so gullible. They're just so gullible.
Yep, I'm fully prepared for that. Hey, American public, the reason why we did not release this is not because of the reasons you think, but for reasons you can't even fathom that are of little consequence to you in your daily life.
Can I ask, what do you think a fair and just punishment or adjustment would be to these redacted names? Is there some sort of solution that we're coming for? Is there a conjecture that everybody's going to do the same thing and accept the same thing? Are we living in a world of conformity to this? Or are we just allowing it to happen and ignoring the fact? Because no one's actually jumping up and down. We've got a lot of people online spruiking, this is not happening, this is not happening. What is the solution to it once it happens, if it happens at all?
The collapse of the American government, which will never happen.
Yeah, we need to give it a dollar first before that happens.
Honestly, that is at stake. I mean, with this topic, with many others.
Well, Japan just released a supercomputer that's 1,000 times quicker than the Google search engine that we're using at the moment. So it's a sign of things to come. If America is going to collapse, it looks like we're being accepted to accept what's coming from Eastern culture.
The American government won't collapse. Right? The two parties are playing against each other. People believe either party. Nothing's going to change. People are just too gullible. They do not know what's happening to them because it's all happening to them slowly. Just like boiling that frog, mate.
What do you mean? Wait. My
You're
mic's
breaking up
ass,
or
right?
I'm breaking up.
No, I'm breaking up, I think. My mic's bad. Just let me know if it cuts out again.
Sounds like
but I tried clicking it in and out.
Not enough. The Agent Smith. Sounds like your lead's not in correctly.
Is it still bad?
Sometimes you're okay.
All right, I'll wait then. I'll try to fix this.
That's heaps better, man. Sorry, I may have missed the first part of this redacted conversation. Which redacted statements are we talking about? Just so I'm clear, so I don't cross any boundaries that nobody doesn't want to.
Apparently the JFK files.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking the the other files. But anyway, yeah. Anyway.
What, the 9/11?
No,
That's another one.
Epstein
What about the
files, man.
Titanic? What about the Titanic? We got any redacted files on that
is
one?
that even real there, Fat Man? Is it really?
What's
Sorry,
that?
I called you Fat Man instead of Batman. Sorry, man.
That's all right.
I looked at the F and I'm illiterate, right? Okay. Oh, dyslexic. I sort of throw words in between each other. For some reason, I've never been able to decipher or clear my head up with this vision that I've got, but that's probably why I think the way I do. I refuse
That's
to
all right.
pander.
Some of the smartest people in this world are like you.
Sorry, that's funny. Look, there's plenty of things to come. I must admit, and believe me, all we need is a little bit. I'm sure we've all got our own perceptions of what could be, and how we could all unite and come together and make this world a better place. We don't need war to create peace, for one of them.
No, guarantee you're 100% right on that. It's
Thank you,
absolutely ridiculous, the wars that have gone on around the world. You know, I don't get
They're
it.
supported.
You know,
They're supported. Keep throwing money at the slaves and let them get away with whatever they can, yeah, as long as it's under the guise of the government. And yeah, nothing will ever change. You're exactly right there, Batman.
they believe it. They're going to protect our country. You know, well, and having said that, like for instance, if China was to attack Australia, which is never going to happen, right? What are you going to do? Are you going to fight? This is the thing. They put you in such a situation that sometimes you have no option but to defend yourself. Now, the thing is, if the Chinese people turned around and said, no, we don't want to fight, and the Australian people said, no, we don't want to fight, well, then there's no fight. This could happen all over the world, but you've got to
really
get rid of.
wish it was that easy, Batman. Honestly,
Yeah,
dude,
I
if
know.
it was that easy, we wouldn't be having this
It's the
conversation.
dumb people in this world. They just
Why do so
don't
many
get it.
people comply with the lie, dude? That's the biggest question that I've got to ask.
Because they got no balls. That's the problem, right? They need to be guided by someone other than themselves. They don't know how to make their own decisions.
I can't talk about policing, dude, because I just seem to get booted and kicked out and muted. And yeah, look, I'm best to shut the hell up when it comes to this sort of stuff because nobody wants my opinion. But I'm happily giving it to everybody, especially online where they. Oh, dude, believe me, dude, I'm such an advocate for peace. Although it doesn't seem like it at times, I may come across a little angry. I'm as happy as fuck, 99.9% of the time. It's only the bullshit that I come in here and see, and in other servers, of course, that I'm like, well, you're a fucking moron. Here's my fucking moron to match, yeah. But every other thought is you know, an expression of love. Like if we're not living in love, we're living in hate, yeah. So we really need to get out of that hate. I don't hate anybody, believe me, dude. I don't give a shit what anybody says or does, yeah.
That's exactly what I say to my wife.
Accepted by all, yeah? and
Forget the anger. It doesn't get you anywhere. Just be happy. Live tomorrow as it's going to be your last day. You know what I mean? You gotta enjoy yourself. If things have happened in the past, leave them in the past, right? Releasing the JFK files, yeah, right? If they were going to release the truth, we would know that, you know, there's certain areas of certain governments that are causing grief not only in America but around the world. But you know what? It doesn't change the past and it won't change the future. That's the problem.
But you and I both know whatever they release, it'll be questioned and conspirated and you know, deciphered by a dozen people with a dozen different opinions on it. Yeah, it's just a vicious circle. It's just a clown show for the clowns, to be quite honest. Like,
no, you're right. It's a clown world, right?
Yeah,
we live in a clown world.
It's in the past. It's in the past. We shouldn't even bring it up unless we're actually connecting to this world be for us, or the Tartaria, or whatever it may be. Yeah, this AI, even it may be an AI system that we're really truly living in. It is this Matrix, this video game that seems to be playing on with all these NPCs walking around zombified and whatever.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. You know what?
I love it, man.
There is
I
only.
love life, but it's the parasites that live in it that disappoint. And I'm sure we all feel the same. Feel like we're being raped in a way from society's ways. Yeah.
That's why I live in the country.
Oh, dude, I know you're. I was over Bacchus Martin. You said you were coming up and down that highway all the time from Ballarat, and you said you were living up the road. Turn left. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't want to give away your location, but beautiful area. I used to do demolition derbies up near Dalesford, man, and I absolutely love that area. I know you're around that area as well, on the left hand side of the highway, not the right hand side, but. Yeah, man, I have followed you for a little while there, man, and appreciated what you said. I've never heard you lying, man, and that's kudos to you, man. So good for you, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's all right, then. Hey, I call out lies.
You know, there's only one thing, and one thing only that will change this world, and that's for the truth to come out about the Earth being flat. If that came out and it became mainstream, and they admitted to the fact that they've been lying all this time, everything would change. Everything would change. People think that nothing would change.
Yeah.
Everything would change. Governments would collapse around the world, right? Because of all the lies that they've, been telling their people all the years. Some people might even wake up out of their delusion.
Mark Sargent actually put it quite well back in 2017, 2018 with his 200 proofs. And he's saying, yeah, it would affect absolutely everything in the world, religion, all that sort of stuff. So I agree with you 100%. I actually forgot what I was going to say, but you did make a very good point. So kudos to you, man. Right. I'm going to piss off. I've said enough. Thank you very much, Batman, for talking with me, man. It's a pleasure, man. Thank you.
It's a pleasure talking to you as well. Have a good night.
Dude. Hey, dude. No, I'm not going anywhere, man. I'm up for a few hours yet. It's only 10 o'clock here. So I've had my afternoon nap, so I'm a little lively. So I'll be around annoying the crap out of people who can't speak.
Is it better now, my microphone?
Perfect, Agent Smith. Go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, my question was just why do you believe the Earth is flat? It blows my mind a little bit.
Are you talking to me why I believe the Earth is flat? I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know it's flat. I've proven it's flat. And if you want to come to the city where I live in, I'll happily take you to a place and prove to you that the Earth is flat.
How would you do that? Or how have you done that?
Very easy. Just go to my YouTube channel, look up the Middle Park Beach observations, and then be prepared to blow your mind.
So looking at a beach, I'll know the Earth is flat.
Yep, you sure will.
I don't buy it.
Why don't you buy it?
I think you need more than that.
No, you don't.
Well, I think so.
No, you don't. You're thinking wrong. All right? The Globe makes some claims. Those claims are easily debunked just by going to a beach with a high-powered camera. That's it. Simple as that. End of story.
Maybe for you, and that's good.
You're just not prepared to accept the fact that you can see way further than you're supposed to. Not a little bit further, way further.
I mean, even if that was true, I'm not saying it is. I'm just not denying it outright.
Why not? Are you afraid to deny it outright?
There are two things that comes to mind. First of all, it wouldn't really change my life at all. And second of all, the pictures from space are the most clear indication that we can get, right? Those are cameras that we flew out far, far away. And we can see
You say
that it's...
You say
Yeah, and
that. Now, hang on. Just hang on a minute, right? Hang on a minute, right?
I'm hanging.
I might be cutting in and out. I'm going through some valleys, right? Just think about this. Have you ever heard of photorealistic paintings?
Your mic is cutting out for me now. So can you repeat that?
Okay. Did you ever hear about photorealistic paintings?
Yes.
Right. Now, tell me something. Why can NASA release high definition images of Mars 250 million miles away, yet I can be in a stadium in Melton and I get absolutely zero service?
Well, do you think they're linked somehow? I'm not understanding.
No, I think someone's bullshitting.
I mean, you don't...
And you're not prepared to accept the fact that we have the technology these days to turn around and boogie up some photos, which have been proven many times they're false. You can't go to space. No, just stop a minute.
Well, I mean,
Man
we're
has
talking
gone
about
in the
it,
last
right?
50 years. Yeah, we're talking
And
about
I've told you outright that it would really not change my life whatsoever. So it's not that I'm not prepared for it. It's just I don't buy it.
Yeah. Look, we understand that it's not going to change your life, the
It
individual
will change the
person.
life of some people. Absolutely. Absolutely it will. But I'm telling you that for me, I really don't care.
No. Look, most people, when they discover that we've been lied to, it's not going to change their life. It'll probably open their mind to other things. What I said before was if it came out in the mainstream and the governments actually admitted that they've been lying, then it would change everything, not the individual person. My life is no different to what it was 10 years ago.
The most it would change probably is that people would be highly skeptical of the governments that were at fault or at play. And that in turn would mean that we would have a new government form.
Look, you could be right, but don't you think it would open the minds of the people to other lies that could have been told by these governments?
Yes, so anytime somebody's caught in a lie, that calls to question everything else they've said. I agree with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But that goes for anything. That goes for COVID, it goes for 9/11, it goes for weapons of mass destruction, it goes for Israel, it goes for chemtrails, it goes for Area 51. I mean,
okay, there you go.
List goes on.
I'm glad we agree.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, I don't disagree that there is a possibility that people lie or that they can lie or they can trick people. And I don't disagree that if it comes out that they have been doing that people will change their mind on those people, right? I agree with that. But I'm saying, like, when it comes to flat Earth, I haven't seen anything that I would think, well, they lied to me or they have been lying. Or that they
When
are
you
lying.
haven't, look, you know what? When I first heard about this, I was like you and everybody else. This can't be true. This can't be true. But there was something that was really bugging me, and what it was the fact that all I observe when I'm driving around, when I'm at the beach, is a flat and stationary Earth. That's all I observe. And I thought,
and for thousands of years, that's what people believed, right? But then experiments were made that went further than what you can just see with your eyes, right?
no, Agent Smith, there's no experiments.
Man, people used to be burned at the stake because they said that the Earth was not the center of the universe. That's a real thing that happened. People were killed for saying that.
Okay, and?
And so it was a very fundamental belief that it was the case, that it was flat. And then people that were much smarter than you and I sat down and thought, well, how come something looks flat but is not? How does that happen? And then gradually we found out through mathematics, through astrophysics, through science, even flying rockets into space, that it's not flat. And now that we have all these evidence approaches on the matter, we can calmly say, well, it's not flat. We were wrong on that, right? And
Okay, so you've made a couple of claims there, and one of the claims is science. We have science. Would you like to elaborate on the science part?
yes, that would just be anything regarding the scientific method.
Well, can you show me how the scientific method has proved that we live on a spinning globe?
Well, yeah, there are tons of scientific ways
Just give me
doing that.
one. Just give me one.
Well, one is sending a rocket out in space. Not only does the science of a rocket matter, but the science of gravity is also
Oh my
at play, right?
goodness, Agent Smith, just chill for a second and listen here, right? So back in 1969, we sent some rockets, some very huge firecrackers to the moon, right? I think we did it 6 or 7 times between 69 and 74, all right, without a mishap. Now, as we've been told, the moon is 258,000 miles away, yet in the last 50 odd years, the furthest we've been able to go is 250 to 300 miles. Okay? Now, why is it that we can go, and that's if we've been 250 miles up in the sky? I don't know. I couldn't care less whether we have or not. But think about the difference between 250 miles and 258,000 miles. This is not a little bit of difference. That's like saying I drove 100 kilometres in my car with a full tank and came back, or I drove 100,000 miles in my car with double the fuel that I had to do the 100 miles. It's just not possible. You're delusional. Anyone that thinks you can go into space and take these photos, you're delusional. You're not thinking about what's really happened, the distances, the technology, the size of the rockets, right? How people could breathe for so long. Where would they store their excrement? You know, my mother was on deathbed with an oxygen bottle. The oxygen bottle lasted 1 day. Do you know how heavy that oxygen bottle was? If they
The
had the
container is
technology,
pretty heavy, yeah. Well, I imagine they
had the
have like a
technology-
recycling air system on the spacecraft or something like
well,
that.
why don't we had? My mother also had what they called an oxygen purifier that ran with electricity. Guess what? Where is this electricity? Where are these batteries that last so long?
Well, they probably don't
then-
have enough that any single person that requires oxygen on a hospital gets to get one, right? I mean, there are people that are in comas for decades and they get oxygen. So there are plenty of
they're
people
delivered-
yeah,
they're
they don't.
delivered in big tanks on a daily basis, right?
Yeah, and a rocket is just one big tank.
No, it's not. The rocket is fuel that is all expelled to get them off the ground. It's very, very heavy. They actually use the fuel itself to try to get them off the ground. You know, a density thing, something that's really heavy, wants to stay on the ground. You need a lot of fuel to get it to go up. Guess what? That
What?
fuel doesn't last very long. That's why they've only been able to get to apparently 250 miles.
Didn't they just land again on the moon? NASA and SpaceX?
Oh, the images are fantastic, aren't they? Again, fantastic high definition images, yet we get really high definition images from a 250 million mile planet called Mars, but we don't get the high definition images from the moon. Wouldn't it be nice for one of these spacecrafts to fly over the buggy that was left behind? It'd be nice, wouldn't it? We never get to see it, do we? Because
Wait, so
the
to be clear,
intellects,
your problem with the moon landing is that we haven't seen the buggy again?
no, I never said that, but it would be easy to prove that they went there.
And then you would come up with another excuse as to why that buggy would be there and why it would be fake, right? Like,
We might just do that if we could pick the shit out of the photo and the images that they gave us. And look, having said that, we don't even know whether the moon is 258,000 miles away. What about if the moon is only 3,000 miles away or 4,000 miles away? Remember, we've only been 250, right? If we've only been 250 and
wait,
the
what do you
moon
mean
is,
we've only been 250?
that's where the International Space Station's supposed to be.
Yeah, but we've been past that. I told
do
you
we
that.
know?
Like we
How do we know?
yeah, we just re-landed on the moon. I think it was like a week ago.
No, we didn't.
Sent like a lunar landing.
Yeah, the one that tipped on its side. How do you know that it landed on the moon? How do you know it's not all CGI? You don't know. You're just
But then
taking
that would be
words for it.
wait, but that claim goes beyond just that mission, and that would be like any footage that we have from space could be CGI. Even the space station could be CGI.
Well
right?
done. You just said it. You just said it. Thank you very
But that's
much.
just being okay. So
That's
fair enough.
why-
So if you want to
That's why
be
NASA has the largest green screen in the world.
if that is your claim, then any video can be CGI. Even the one you have on your camera could be CGI. And the only way I would be able to tell that it's not CGI is if I go there. Yeah, that's the only way to tell for sure.
And
But then
Agent Smith,
people-
what was the first thing I said to you?
Yeah, no.
You're welcome to come down here,
I
and
know,
I'll take
I know.
you. Right, I can't go to the moon. I can't go to the International Space Station. I know that there are green screens. I know that these places that they say they've gone to are impossible to
I heard
get
that.
to them.
Yeah, I heard that. But I'm saying like so.
You know what?
I don't know why you're interrupting me.
Impossible to get to.
I thought you were done. I mean, I can wait, but whenever I talk, I feel like you're interrupting.
Go on, talk.
So it's okay for you to have video footage, but I haven't seen it. And even if I saw it, I could just say it's fake as well. So I would have to go there, and you say, well, that's the same excuse I use for space. I would like to go there, and since I can't verify it, therefore I can't accept it. And that's fair enough. That's a super skeptical position, but that's fair enough. The problem with that is you then go to use that and say, well, I've already ruled out the option of reaffirming the claim, and therefore the claim is not only false or not accepted, but it's the opposite. It's actually flat. You haven't demonstrated that it's flat. You've dismantled, in your words, globe logic because you can see further than you should. But you've already done that through your own argumentation of like them creating fake imagery, right? So you already done that, but you haven't like put anything in its place. You haven't shown why you think it's flat. It could be any shape, right? Like
talking about a shape. Who made any claims to a shape?
Any object has a
we
shape.
don't know. Maybe people need to know things, but guess what? Never going to know things. All we know is that we live on a flat and stationary plane. The shape,
we don't know that.
Nobody knows.
But you haven't demonstrated that.
I have. And I can demonstrate it to you if you're prepared to come down to Australia, to Melbourne, to Victoria, where I live. I'll drive you around. I'll house you whilst you're here. I'll feed you whilst you're here. And I'll take you and I'll show you exactly how we've been lied to, right? But you cannot make the same claim and take me to the moon or take me to Mars or show me any place that has this so-called curvature.
I get it. So in your purview, I can't show you that it's a globe, and that's fair enough. I can see how that makes sense in the way that you require evidence. I have a different threshold. My evidence is video, but that's not for you, and that's okay. But
You can't
in much the
substantiate
same
that
way,
video. Like,
in
it's
much the
not the
same way,
same
like
as mine.
even in your world, you haven't shown that it's flat. You've just claimed that it's not a globe, but you haven't shown that it's flat. You haven't shown what it is.
Hang on. If it's not curving, it's not curving.
I don't know if you're cutting out or if it's on my end. You said something about not curving.
If the ground is not curving,
Are you pausing or are you cutting out?
Yeah, you can fill in
I'm
the
not
next.
pausing.
Yeah, then what is
Connect
it?
to the Wi-Fi. Hang on. Let me just try and connect to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, because it's a nice conversation, and it sounds like you're cutting out, but it could be a pause. I don't know.
He's saying if like a surface isn't curved, then it would be by default flat.
It can be like zigzagged, it can be triangular flat, it can be square flat, it can even be circular flat, right? Like a circle is not that's just a 2D object.
So you're mentioning shape, but we're not mentioning shapes, right? We're mentioning the surface itself, right? So we're not claiming a shape.
Well, a surface sits on a shape.
Flat's not a shape. Flat's just, I mean, you agree, right? Flat isn't a shape, it's the description of a surface. So yeah, sure, you could have a square or a coin, a triangle, whatever, table, any shape, right? It could be flat on the surface. We're not making that shape.
I agree completely. But show me an object that has a horizontal plane that doesn't have an edge.
We're not talking about an object, right? You're assuming that the Earth is an object. We don't know what the entirety of the Earth is because we can't validate it. We're not going to give you a claim that we can't back up. We're going to be as honest as possible.
Then you can't claim that it's flat.
How can we not claim that it's flat, right? So, no, it actually isn't, right? Because if the Earth's a globe of the claimed radius, right, it would have to have certain properties that go along with that, right? Such as drop over distance, right? So you can do the math on this, right? And over, say, a 10-mile body of water, you would have to have 66 foot of drop, right? So we can go perform tests on, say, a 10-mile body of water and try to find this so-called drop over distance and geometric horizon that would go along.
But we've been over that. He already said that he doesn't believe that it's a globe, and I'm not really trying to win his. I'm not trying to win him over in that. What I'm saying is, like, if it's not a globe, if that is the case, what could it be, or what is it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And he doesn't say, I don't know. He says it's flat. And so I'm asking questions to that because just like he doesn't accept drop over distance or video imagery, I don't accept an outright claim. I need evidence.
Yeah. So we can provide all the evidence, right? And practical demonstration after practical demonstration, right? Here on Earth in the real world that people can actually go and verify, right? And we've actually had math professors and certain people go into the places that we've done these long distance observations and replicated them themselves with their own telescopes and equipment, right? But it's not a shape versus shape claim, right? When people think flat versus globe, right? It's not quite like that. It's not really like we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? That's not our claim. Right, so flat isn't a shape, but what we're talking about is that Earth is a topographical plane, right? And most of the known surface area is water, right? And there's no detected curvature over vast bodies of water, which would have to be there on a globe.
But if you're not talking about a shape, then we haven't solved the issue. We've just talked about a surface area, and that's fair enough. But that's not a complete picture. What's the complete picture?
Yeah, we're not claiming to know the complete picture. It's not something that we're able to validate at this stage, right? So that's just not our
so we
claim.
don't know that it's flat.
No, flat, right? So yeah, absolutely, we know that it's flat, right? But flat isn't a shape.
And you don't need to know the shape to know.
But you wouldn't even know that it's a flat surface because you haven't measured the entire surface. You've just measured part of it. So you could say
Yeah.
part of it is flat.
Water.
But you can't.
Water, bro. You forgot the water part.
What did I forget
Right,
about?
so-
Like it,
Well,
water
look,
finds
let me
it level.
explain it
It's
quickly.
level, and it like is that it?
Agent Smith, let me explain it quickly, right? So if we can go to huge bodies of water in various places all over the world, right, and perform different types of tests to check for curvature, and all we find is flat water, right, then obviously it can't be a globe of the claimed radius, right? A lot of what we're doing is putting the globe claims to the test, right? We're not making a shape claim. It's you guys that are making the definitive shape claim, right? The exact size, the exact shape, right? We're putting that to the test, and when we do, it doesn't match reality.
I'm still not won over. I mean,
we're not trying to win you over, right? First and foremost, trying to help you just like understand where we're coming from, and then presenting you with some information that you can use your own critical thinking skills, right, to go over and have a look at it if you want to, right? That's all. Like, this is some information you might not have seen before, right? So we're like, okay, have a look at this, make up your own mind, right? If you really want to, you can actually go and perform these tests yourself, like many of us did.
well, I've made up my mind about the evidence that I've been presented with as we did it live, and I don't think I need more consideration. It's just not sufficient, so I haven't changed my mind.
We're not trying to change your mind, right? But you can actually go and perform your own tests, right? If you don't want to do that, that's up to you. If you want to continue the belief in the globe, right, that's fine, right? But we're just trying to explain to you where we're coming from, right? I'm sure
I
you
appreciate
haven't.
that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. But it's just, to me, if I can bring up an analogy, right? This is like saying, well, now let's measure a road on where I live, right? And this road, let's just say, is claimed to be 10 miles long. And I want to know if it's actually 10 or it's 9.5 or 15, whatever. There are many ways that I can go about measuring that road. I can do it with a vehicle. I can do it by foot. And then I even measure it centimeter to centimeter all the way through. All of those will give me an answer, and all of those answers will be the same. However, some of these methods will take me a shit ton of time, right? And so I'm not going to choose centimeter by centimeter, right? And it sounds like you're saying, well, you would have to go and measure water, land, water, land, and everywhere all at once. And that's what you've been doing. And it, to me, just sounds like a very slow method that you haven't even completed yourself. And so to accept part of that solution as a complete picture is lackluster at best.
Right, the water isn't curving.
I have a different method. I have an observation from space that people have, and that's the vehicle measurement, and I like that a lot. It got the job done, and I haven't seen it debunked. I've heard that it can be CGI, but I haven't seen it demonstrated. So
yeah, okay. Let me address what you just said. Right, so you only need technically one body of water, right? Because every single body of water on the globe has to be curving at 66 foot over a 10-mile distance, for example, right? 8 inches per mile squared approximately, right? So every body of water has to do that on a globe, right? There's no body of water on the globe that's magically flat over that distance, right? So you can go and perform test after test, right? You're not going to find any curvature over that distance, right? You don't need to measure centimeter by centimeter or go and measure every body of water. We're not claiming that. But what we're doing is actually, we've got a lot of people, so we're performing tests in all these different locations, right, to keep stacking the tests, right? Because if you do these tests, it's best to have countless amounts of them, so they can't, say, oh, you've only done 10 or 20. There's so many of these that have been done, and we're not just seeing a little bit further than what you should on a globe, right? We're seeing thousands of % further, right? Magnitudes further than you would possibly.
Let's look at one of those videos then, one of those measurements with a 10 times full view distance.
All
and
right.
let's look at that.
All right, I'll pull I'll pull one up here. All right, here it is. Just give me a second. All right, so this is challenging the geometric horizon, right? So what I mean by the geometric horizon is the physical horizon line that must exist on a globe, depending on the observer height. Right, so because it's a 3959 mile claimed radius, right, so whatever the height of the observer is, you can do the math and you'll be able to calculate how far away the horizon is, right, and then anything beyond that geometric horizon line would start to be obstructed behind the horizon, right, due to the curvature of the Earth. Right, so this one is done off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. And if you have a look in the side chat, you'll see a couple of oil platforms, right?
Yeah,
So
I'm on it right now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right, so the bottom video is just what the GIF at the top has been taken out of, right? So you can check that whenever you like, but just let me explain it, all right? So we have some distance markers, right? Because if the distance markers weren't there, we wouldn't be able to tell how far away the horizon line is. Okay, so the oil platforms are distance markers. That's the only purpose of them in this test. Okay, so we can validate that the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. And we can see the horizon is behind the oil platforms. Right, so now we do the basic math, right? We've got an 8-foot observer height. Right, so if you have a look at the full video, you'll see that he shows you the altimeter reading from his iPhone where he's standing, and you can also see he's approximately 8 foot above the surface of the water. Right, he's just standing a few feet up the beach from the waterline. Okay, anyway, he's zooming out at the oil platforms, and on a globe, the geometric horizon must be right at 3.46 miles.
And the platform habitat is at 10.1.
Yeah, 10.1.
I don't know, like, so there are many ways that I can tackle this. The first one would just be to say, well, this could be CGI, right? The more honest way would be, how do we know that his altitude is actually correct? All I see is the website. I don't see him holding it on his phone. I might have missed it. I looked through the whole video. Like, I can't see if...
Yeah, he does. I even have screenshots from the part in the video where he does do that. Right, but you can also
I can't find it.
Have a look. You can also just have a look at the video, and you can see that's his approximate height, right? But this is such a huge discrepancy that we can give you as many feet as you would like, right? If you want to say he's 10 foot or 12 foot or 15 foot above the surface, like, we can give you that leeway, right? Because all that's going to do, right, if we make it 15 foot, which obviously it's not 15 foot, but even if we give you 15 foot, right, that's only going to extend the horizon out to about 4 or 5 miles. I mean, about 5 or 6 miles, right? So it's still not accounting for the discrepancy in any way. Right, so to have a 10-mile plus horizon, you would have to be about 70 foot, 65, 70 foot height. And in regards to the CGI, right, you can have a look at it. It's a full high-definition video, and he's done this countless amounts of time, right? He lives there. He goes there on different days. He does different height observations from 1 foot, from... You know, all there's so many different ones, right? And we actually had Matthew Learns. He's a math professor, university professor. He's a globe. He comes in here. He's a very nice guy, right? He went there with his telescope, and he sent us the images from his telescope that he did. He did a bunch of different height observations from the same spot, right? We can see also magnitude further in his footage. And yeah, it's just a well-known location, right? It's absolutely not CGI, right?
I just don't understand. Batman was saying, bro. Remember what FB Batman was saying? Like, he can take you to these places. The good thing about this is you can actually go attempt to replicate this and falsify it. It's falsifiable, unlike what you're appealing to, the images from space.
You don't think images are falsifiable?
Those images aren't. You can't falsify them. You can't go up into space and take a picture, so it's unfalsifiable. You can go and do this. You can go to that spot, or you can go to any large body of water where there's distant markers, right, and see if you can observe a horizon that's well beyond the geometric limitations of a globe Earth.
But how? Okay, but two things. First of all, even if I went here and I got the same video, I wouldn't have changed my mind because this is not how I would. I wouldn't attack this issue this way, and I explained why. So this offer that I can go there doesn't mean anything to me, and it's fine that you have a different threshold. It's fine that you have a different threshold than me. That's fine. I even said that. That's fine. So that's just the first point, and then the second point is, I don't know if this has been laid out in the video, but how does he know how far out the rigs are? Because he's using geodata
Public
from
information.
Yeah, but he's using it from NASA. He's using the data from
Yeah, so
NASA.
what? That's called a hostile witness. That's exactly why we want to use NASA data, to show that NASA's own claims are inconsistent with reality. You have to understand what is an extraordinary claim here is an outer space medium, and a vantage point that is unique from which no other place you can go in order to see the extraordinary curvature of the Earth, versus a place like the coastline of Santa Barbara. Millions of people go there every day. It's a public beach. These oil rigs are surveyed by the U.S. Geological Survey. You can pull up maps, all kinds of maps, from the companies that have the rigs themselves to the government maps, and you can use their surveyed distances to see, okay, these rigs are at 9.4 miles away. I'm at a 1 foot observer height. I'm at an 8 foot observer height. If I throw in refraction, I can add about 16% to that. I can give myself a huge margin of error to work with, and I still can't get a globe observation out of it. And what T-Dub and others are saying is you have to appeal to these extraordinary claims, being outer space, in extraordinary environments that people cannot independently verify and go to. These are two completely non-analogous claims. You can't say one is similar to the other. That, oh, you could just claim that NASA photos are CGI, then I will claim that these images taken from a public beach in California, Santa Barbara, are CGI as well. Well, one of these is more ridiculous than the other. For the point being, like what was explained to you, Matthew Learns, who's a math professor and a Glober who frequents this channel, went to that location in order to verify it himself, and he sure did. He could see too far. So, okay. I mean, I think it's important that you weigh these claims based on the context that they're provided.
I will actually agree to that. I think you're right. It is a more it's a bigger claim to say go to space and verify than it is to go to a beach and verify. I agree with that. That is fair. But it still doesn't really address that this is a part of the solution. This is not the solution. And until I see, like, because a flat surface, whether or not you disagree on the object, it rests on a flat surface on any object has an edge, and I've not seen the edge. And I believe the imagery from space. You don't. That's fine. But there's never been a photo of the edge ever anywhere. So
but you'd expect there to be a geometric edge if you lived on a globe.
I don't think it's called a geometric edge. I think it's called an optical, but that's fair enough.
No, it is geometric, not just purely optical. We claim optical. You have to have a geometric edge because you have like a ball, right? You can't see behind the curvature of a basketball.
No, okay, but with that logic, the horizon, the geometric edge of the horizon is everywhere all the time, right? It's not one place. If you're going to use that. That's right.
That's where the claim is. Yeah. That's where the globe claim is, yeah.
Yeah, so you would be standing on it as well. No, because it's everywhere. It's not like one place.
I can't. No, but from your height, you're going to be looking at the surface that appears to meet the sky, and you're going to claim that there is the curvature edge of the sphere based on my height above the sphere.
Yeah, it's a relative.
That's going to be the point at which objects will be rotating away from you on the surface.
Yes,
that's a geometric reality. We can't find that point.
You would also agree, I think, that if you went there, as far as your eye can see, then now you can see past that now, right? You can see even further, the same distance on a globe. Say that you thought it was a globe, or say that you were standing on a ball. If you move to the point where you can't see further, you can now see past that point, right? Because you're on it. And so your view distance will now have a new point where it cuts out, and a new point, and you can trace that all around. So that's why I'm saying I don't really like the geometric part of it, because it's not like one place. It's more like an
Right, so
optical thing that's relative. And I even heard you say that if you go up further, you increase your altitude, you'll be able to see further. And we were talking about that in relation to the oil rigs. So,
so
it is
hold on.
relative.
Let me respond before you get too far ahead on that point, right? Okay, so if you don't change your height, right, if you're at a particular observer height, the geometric horizon, right, the physical horizon, which I've just put the definition for the geometric horizon in the side chat there from the National Geographic Society, right, the geometric horizon has to be at a set distance. If you don't move, if you don't change your height, right, based on the radius size of the globe, it must be at a specific distance, right? So if you set up a camera at 1 foot observer height, the geometric horizon is at 1.225 miles, right? Because the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So it's only going to change locations if you change your height. If you don't move, it's not going to change its distance from the observer, right? So that's what we're going out and testing for, right? So I can show you another observation, right, where we do set up the camera at 1 foot off the surface, right? And we see the horizon yet again behind the oil platforms over 10 times further than what it could be on a globe, right? The oil platform, the second oil platform, has to be hidden, right, behind physical Earth curvature by 58 foot, right? But we see the horizon behind the oil platform. There's no horizon at 1.225 miles, right? So you need to remember these are characteristics that are like essential on a globe. You can't not have the geometric horizon at that distance from that observer height. It's a physical horizon.
Yeah, I don't disagree with like it's only the geometric part I don't like, but we can move past that. We're just calling it the horizon because the horizon is everywhere at once. So it's not like a set location. Like say you had like a square Earth, there would be a literal edge, and whether or not you move, that edge would be the same place. Of course, you can move out of the line of sight, but everywhere within the line of sight, it would be. Yeah. I'm just explaining why I don't like the geometric element to it, because geometric is like a physical thing, right? Like an actual place, where optical is just relative to your vision.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what we're claiming, right? So that's what we're claiming the horizon is, right? On a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon, a physical horizon, right? Because it is a physical shape with a specific size, right? That means that if you're looking at something from point A, right, that's at point B, right, you have a certain amount of curvature you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like that you are looking is what you're saying, right? It depends on a viewer, it depends on the subject. And so if that subject moves, there is a new horizon, which is why I'm saying there is not a horizon. There is a multifaceted.
If they don't move,
I agree, dude. I'm just telling you that it's not a horizon. There exists multiple, because you could have two people both looking toward the horizon, quote unquote.
We're in agreement about that. We don't need to go back and forth on that, because we agree that if you change your observer height, the distance to the horizon changes.
Yes,
right? But
exactly.
On a globe, right? When they say boats go over the horizon, right, they're going beyond a physical boundary, like based on the observer height, right? So if you go higher, you'll be able to see the boat again.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
I agree.
So that's what we're testing for, right? So
exactly.
These observations don't fit that mathematics.
And that's what we're looking at. And thus far, I agree.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, we can, even I have another one here that's really good, right? It's done on a very, very still lake in Canada. And he's just placing the camera about 3 inches above the surface of the water, and he's zooming across the lake, right? And there's a peninsula 14 miles away, right? It should be hidden behind 120 foot, right, of Earth curvature, but he can zoom in and see this little peninsula that goes out into the water, right? It's very, very clear. So from a 3-inch observer height, you would have to have a horizon, a geometric horizon, right, physical obstruction, right, blocking your view at just half a mile or 0.6 of a mile, right? But there isn't one there, right? So there's just countless amounts of these, right? So we started going to the globe side. It's like, all right, who throughout all of history has some counter evidence for this, right? Surely people have actually gone out, done these observations, done all kinds of measurements to validate drop over distance and to validate the geometric horizon. And we don't find anything. What we find is calculations that are being done based on assumptions over and over again. Nothing empirical, nothing practical, just calculations based off assumptions, like Eratosthenes and what. So, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that claim, actually. So, I mean, I'm pretty fair. I'm not, like, standing on something that has not been proven. And if this is true, and I haven't granted that yet, but maybe I could, then it would suggest to me that there is a problem with either the scale of the Earth or the camera is acting in a way that we don't anticipate. And I know a little bit about refraction, and I know a little bit about lens distortion, but I don't know enough that I can build a solid argument to showcase that is what's happening. So I can say what I'm seeing here shows me that you can see further than what is claimed that you should be able to. Hence, we can sort of at least conclude that the scale of Earth is different than we think. So it might be bigger, smaller, or it might have a different formation than we anticipate, right? And that is what these videos show me. But what they don't show me is that it's flat throughout. They show that there is a problem with what I highlighted, right? And I'll even grant that, because I can't build a solid argument to dismantle the video, because I don't know enough, blatantly. So
yeah, that's all good, and I appreciate that answer, right? I mean, I'm not gonna like grill you about it and that sort of thing. You know, look into it further. Look at more and more, right? Look at an accumulation of these, right? Because we've also got laser tests, right? People have taken this to the next level. We've had professionals, right? We've had teams of field engineers, PhDs, and whatnot go out with really expensive equipment, right? Like $20,000-$30,000 lasers, and perform these same types of observations, right? Where they'll do the same thing. They'll set up the laser horizontally, right, across the surface of the water, just across the surface, right? And they'll have a target on the other side of the body of water. And they're shooting these crazy high-powered lasers from point A to point B over huge distances, right? Like 20, 30, 40 miles, right? And they're hitting their targets, right? There should be hundreds of feet of curvature between point A and point B. And these have been extensively documented, right? Where they have like 200-page PDFs that lay out all of the weather conditions and exactly what they did with the laser and all the information, right? We can share all that with you, right? So there's just an accumulation of more and more of these. Getting a phone call. I'll be back soon.
That's fine. I know, to the people in chat, like, I don't know why you're so insecure that you have to chat and not talk, but what you're writing in the chat really doesn't make any sense at all. It seems like to be cheerleaders just going on. If you'd like to talk, I like to talk.
Yeah. No, I just didn't want to interrupt. Like, but since he took a break, it's like you can't conceive the fact that the Earth could be a shape that you can't comprehend, but you can easily conceive that you don't understand the optics of what you're looking at, right? Or what the camera's doing. Like, you got to
so
make
the second part I agree to.
Yeah.
Second part
So
I
it's
agree
like,
to.
it's just
but this first
I'm not
part,
done
what do you
talking,
mean?
man. Like, you just cut me off. I'm trying to explain it to you. Like, why I'm
thought
saying
you were
what I'm
done.
saying.
My apologies.
No, you're basically just going to endlessly push the goalposts further and further away, right? So your logic isn't like matching up, you know, for why you don't believe it. like why you can't conceive it, right? So you can't conceive that it could be flat, right? But then when it comes to optics, like you can't conceive that it can't be a sphere.
So are you done?
Go.
Help me understand why you think it's the case that I can't conceive it could be flat. Because I haven't said that.
Because you're just rejecting the whole horizon. Like the whole horizon argument. You're like, oh no, it's apparent. But it's like it can't be apparent for you.
What do you mean it's apparent?
It's where you see it, right?
Okay. And
it's not a physical. It's not physical, right?
Well, we sort of went back and forth on that. I don't know.
It has to be physical for you. To be a globe, it has to be physical. If you're going to claim it's not apparent, then you're going against the globe.
I'm not really sure what you're saying. You're talking in riddles.
Okay. If you think the horizon is physical, like a physical location, then it can't be apparent, right?
No, I mean, there are two things wrong in that claim. First of all, I don't think it's a location. I think it's locations, right? And the second thing is, it is apparent. You can look at it, but it changes relative to the. I mean, now you're interrupting
location.
Me, so I don't know why you like.
Because you just like location. So I'm just going to change the observer.
So it's okay to interrupt me, but I can interrupt you. Good. Yeah, so it's multiple horizons at the same time, and they are apparent, but they are also depending on the viewer. Hence why I said I don't really like the geometric part, because geometric is a physical attribute, and what that means is regardless of where I stand, that would be where the horizon is. So like a geometric tree, whether or not I'm 1 yard or 100 yards away from that tree is in the same location. It has a physical tie to it. Tree doesn't walk up and move. A horizon, though, is relative because it's not a horizon. It's horizons, which I said, right? And that's why I don't like the geometric element tied to it. I'm okay with you using it that way, but I'm using it in a different way, which is why I push back on it, right? I said I think it's optical in the sense that it is something that is apparent. It is something that for sure can be viewed and pointed to, but the thing you're pointing to will change depending on where you are pointing, right? So if you go up or if you go front or back, that will change.
It's a ball.
On a ball. Yeah, on
no
a ball.
matter where you stand, the distance, the drop distance, it's going to be the same. No matter where the fuck you stand.
Well, yeah, on a perfect
ball. It
doesn't
matter how you word it. You look around you 360 degrees, put your ass anywhere on the planet, and the horizon is going to be in the same spot every time, same distance.
On a perfect sphere, yeah. If you are in the same spot, yeah. But
no,
you're even saying like
you're on a ball, you're on a sphere.
Okay,
you go
so
the top of the ball, the bottom of the ball, your horizon's still going to be a physical location at the same distance.
If that is what you think, then answer this.
No,
if I,
no, that's not what I'm
just
saying.
listen. Wait, just listen. So that we can agree and move on, right? If I point in front of me towards the horizon only one, there would be a point. But if I point behind me, there would also be the horizon or a point. So now we have 2 points that are in different direction.
Same
but they're
physical distance.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying if you're going to invoke geometrical horizon, then that is everywhere on the ball. Because if you dig a hole down and you're on the surface level, and you're just having your eyes peek up, that would be different than you standing on the ground. And it would also be different if you climb a very, very big tower or something like that, right?
So yeah, if you're going to change the observer constantly, the height, the elevation of the observer, then yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm highlighting. So I'm just saying that's why I don't like the word the horizon, because it's not like one thing. Unless you're going to say it's everywhere, then you would also be standing on the horizon. It just wouldn't be apparent to you because you're so close to it. But a person perfectly distanced away from you would view you and only you, and anything beyond you would disappear, right? You might even peek up a little bit.
Math guy. You're still held to the distance, right? That's
what part am I not? I think I'm like.
You're trying to dismiss it. right? It's just trying to.
No. I'm just saying I agree with what we're talking about. I just don't agree with the word you're describing it with, because the word you're describing it with suggests that it's everywhere at once. But then you're trying to use that to say, well, it's one fixed point, and that's like the disconnect. I don't care. We can just call it horizon. I just don't like I don't like
It's a distance.
Yeah, I just don't like geometric because of what I explained. And that should make sense, I hope.
Well, it's your shape.
Put it like this.
Shapes of
Put it like
geometry.
this. Let's move past like the word salad. Where's the edge? Right? Like on a flat Earth, if it's not a globe, you said it's not a globe, and you're a firm believer in that. There should be an edge. Where is it?
How the fuck am I supposed to know?
So you
Like,
don't
what are you
know that
asking
it's so you don't know
Where's
that
your
it's a flat
edge?
Earth.
Like, where's the edge of the fucking? Yeah, it's just.
I mean, we have the whole world mapped out.
That's on everything. They don't have to prove.
We have people everywhere on the world. Like I think there's not like a hidden country, unless you're saying there is. Point me to what direction, and I'll see. But there's not like a hidden place that we've never been. So we've been everywhere. So where is it hiding? Like
we've been everywhere.
Yeah, the human
don't believe that.
species. Okay, so where have we not been? Where do you believe we've not been?
Space.
On Earth, for fuck's sake. Come on, track the conversation.
Somewhere in the
Where on Earth?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what we have explored, what we haven't explored.
So wait, so now you're doing what you critique me for, right? You're saying, well, there is something inconceivable to you, and therefore you're not accepting it, right? You can't conceive where we've not been. Yeah. So you're doing the same thing that you were cheerleading on chat. This is why I like people
How
coming
am
on
I
mic,
doing the
because I
same
can
thing?
I can just show you're a hypocrite, right?
How am I doing the same thing?
You just said you don't know, and you can't conceive. You don't know. You don't have an idea conceiving where the edge would be, because you don't know where we haven't been, and you can't conceive of where we haven't been. I've asked you multiple times, point me to a place, a direction even, of a place that has not been traveled to.
And what are you saying? I can easily
Because I think I'm a pretty.
What can I
think I'm a-
easily conceive though? Because that's what I said to you. You can conceive that you can't comprehend optics, right? But you can't conceive the shape of the Earth, right? That it could be possibly be flat.
Well, did you even play
Or
that?
that it can't be a ball. Sorry.
Okay, wait. I'll clarify this for you right now. Right? It is in fact, yes, possible that it could be flat. It's not that I can't conceive that. I don't know where you got that from.
No. Well, I messed up my word in there. What I was trying to say was like you could conceive that it's a sphere, right?
Yes.
But then, right, that's easy for you, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now, but you can't like the whole optics argument. Like you couldn't conceive that. You went right to the I don't know what I don't understand what the camera's doing. It could be something
Correct.
that.
Yes.
Okay. That was what I was saying.
But I mean, this guy's not claiming an edge, so it's not on him to evidence an edge. You're the only person that's spoken about an edge, and that's not what
So
he
what
was
am I-
claiming.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
an
so
edge
what
is
am I
integrated.
conceiving?
The
I
edge
can't
is
conceive.
in any flat claim, right? So
No. Just because you say that doesn't mean that we have to accept the burden of proof of an edge. That's just nonsense. We're not claiming
how do I
an
even
edge, so
approach
that's up
this?
to you.
This is either willful ignorance or it's just deception. So I'm gonna go with
What are you talking about? No, you talking about an edge. I mean, that's your claim or your belief or your assertion. So that would
So
be
if I
on-
ask you,
that's
what
for
is
you.
the Earth? Is it an object or is it not an object? Or is it something else? It doesn't have to be a dichotomy.
Well, for the purposes that we're discussing, it's the surface that we live on and inhabit.
Yeah, so what is Earth? Where the surface sits, right? Because you do know what Earth is. It's
What do
called
you
the
mean?
flat
What do you
Earth
mean?
room.
Yes, the surface beneath our feet that we live on that's observed, measured, and practically used as flat. Yeah,
But that's
what
not
it is.
Earth, though. That's the surface
Oh,
of
what?
Earth.
So the ground beneath your feet isn't the Earth?
It's not the Earth. It's the surface of the
Oh,
Earth.
yeah.
Just like
Oh, right, okay.
the surface of a ball is not the ball.
So are you,
It's
so are you
part of the
saying
ball.
we need to tell you what the entirety of the Earth is in its full picture? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, is it an object or is it not an
Well
object
then,
or is it
well
something
then.
else?
Well, for our purposes, the ground beneath our feet, the surface that we all inhabit, is sufficient, and that's flat.
What is surface? Let's go from the start. What is surface? Look up the definition. I'll do it with you right now. What is surface? Can you define the definition of surface?
Don't need to. If you don't know what the ground beneath your feet is, then I don't know why you're.
I mean, you said surface, so I'm just making clear that we're using the word that we both agree on.
What do you think I mean? What do you think I mean?
Well, I think you mean the definition of the word, which is the outer or the topmost boundary of an object, which is why I said object. But you didn't like that. So I'm asking you, if it's not an object, well, this is the definition in a dictionary. So if you have like an esoteric definition, I'd like to hear it.
No, the surface of the earth.
You don't want to tell me.
What we stand on, what we inhabit. That's exactly what I said. And if you
but I'm saying you're using this word surface, and I don't understand.
If you can't understand what that means, AT, then you've been bricked for an entire
Who's this AT
year.
Guy? I don't know who this AT guy is.
You.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Are you gonna pretend you haven't been here for a year and you're still asking where's the edge?
I just got here today. Yeah.
Oh, just today. No, you've been on the channel for over a year.
I've been in and out. I haven't sit here.
For over a year. For over a year, you've heard us answer this exact same question hundreds of times.
You haven't answered it, though.
You're still so bricked. You're asking, where's the edge?
No. I'm not. I haven't gotten there yet.
A year ago, you came in talking about space pictures, and then you gave it up for months because we showed you how many hilarious demonstrations of cartoonery and fakery there was, and now you've just NPC reset.
I was actually banned for a month. I was banned for months, so I couldn't join. But here's the thing, right?
Even when you were, you
okay, let's not talk about me and drama. Let's just stay to the topic, okay?
Well, you can't, though. You can't, because when I mention we're focused on the surface of the earth that we live on...
Now you said it again, surface.
You basically can't understand what that means, apparently. You have to pretend that you don't know that we're talking about the physical surface that we live on.
Okay, now you said it 2 times. So you said physical surface. So if you
so you know when you go outside, you know the thing you walk on, you know the thing you observe as the surface of the earth. You don't understand what that means.
I don't know why you're interrupting. I'm going to copy and paste the definition from the dictionary about surface. This is what a surface is. And if you think it's something else...
Why would you be doing that when I've just told you what I'm talking about?
The reason I'm doing that is because in this definition of surface, it invokes object. And an object is a geometric 3D.
But you know I'm not claiming surface that we inhabit and live on and observe and measure. You know that's what I'm talking about. So why you're autistically trying to insert that this means it's an object must have defined ends. Like
that's a natural way of looking at it.
No, that's a disingenuous way of you avoiding the topic, which is the physical surface that we inhabit. So why don't you just tell us?
Pointing out that we live in 3 dimensions, I think is what he's trying.
Exactly.
Oh, do you think I wasn't aware that we inhabit a 3-dimensional world?
It doesn't seem that way.
I mean, I'm pushing you on it, and I post.
Yeah, so which
other people are picking up on it?
You're going to be this dishonest? Are you really going to be this dishonest?
Which part is dishonest?
Oh, you guys think it's 2D. You really?
No, I'm acting now. I didn't say that I think that is the case. Let's be clear.
Yeah,
I've never said that you think that. I'm asking you to follow up.
So 26. Next time you totally misinterpret what's being discussed, just stay on mute. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know why you're attacking a new person. Just stay on this, okay? We're almost there.
He's talking about 2D.
Yeah, that's a new person, yeah?
Yeah, like you're a new person.
Okay. No more drama. Just topic. I don't care about you or me.
You can't do the topic. You can't do the topic, though, AT.
I'm trying. I'm the only one trying to get it on.
You've been here for a year, and you're asking where the edge is.
Personal again.
You're asking where the edge is.
I hope the room can hear this.
We'll do the topic, okay? So if your space cartoons are true, that you've told us that's what makes you believe it, has anyone ever measured any of this curvature that the space cartoons depict?
Why are you shifting the argument?
Because I'm taking it to the topic, because you apparently can't get there.
We're on topic now. You made a new argument.
No, we're not. Because I was talking about the surface of the Earth, and you've started talking about dictionary definitions of an object.
Of
Now you wanna talk
surface,
about
not of an object. Of
right.
surface. I literally Google. I can show it on my monitor.
Yeah,
Here,
so
I'll
I'm going to
even
get us
post
to the actual topic, which is the analysis of the surface that we live on, right? And
Now you said it 4 times.
your space cartoons, they show a curvature of this surface. So, has anyone ever measured that, or is that just in the cartoons?
Point's too strong next time.
This is why I said it's
there's
either
Agent Smith. There's no need to really stick on like the definition of it because he agrees with you that that we need to project a 2-dimensional plane. Like everybody agrees to measure rise or drop from that 2-dimensional plane of a horizontal. Do you have that measurement of a third dimension of curvature?
Listen. I already prior in this conversation granted that there are measurements made and that there are measurements posted that I can't really find out how they happen.
Which measurements?
So I can't push back on those. They seem valid to me at a glance, right?
What measurements?
Well, he posted like something with an oil rig.
Oh no, that's just flat though. That's not a measurement of curve. That's no curve. You're needing curve for your space cartoons, remember?
Wait. You're not listening. I'm not saying that I'm arguing there is a curve with these pictures. I'm saying these pictures show that the globe claim.
Show a curve.
I don't know why you're interrupting all the time.
You are.
If you want to continue.
You can't say, no, AT, because your disingenuous bullshit is tired. You can't say, I'm not arguing for a curve. I'm just arguing for these space pics that show a curve. You retard. Don't do that disingenuous shit or you'll just get muted. You are arguing for a curve when you argue for space pics and cartoons. So
yes, that's true, but we haven't gotten there yet. I'm saying,
where in reality has this cartoon curvature been actually detected?
Dude,
anywhere?
I don't think you're picking up.
Anytime?
I'm not right now. This is not. I know that you like to dismantle the globe. That's fair.
No.
The conversation I was having. Listen.
Disingenuous bullshit.
Cyclone, why are you muting me, dude? Like, come on, and don't overtalk. I will hear you out, and I'll wait for you to be done. But then please also do that for me.
Well, if you're being disingenuous, no, I'm going to cut you off.
Okay, so at least if you do that, tell me where I'm disingenuous and how I can solve it.
Right, so you're focusing on an edge that no one's claiming is disingenuous and a red herring from what we're discussing. That's the point.
And if we look up both disingenuous or red herring, how do you think those definitions apply? Because I think they're pretty relevant, and I don't think they're disingenuous.
No,
and
it's disingenuous because what we're trying to ascertain is whether or not the cartoon fairy tale globe that you were claiming you believe in because of the space cartoons is actually real. And to answer that question, philosophizing on your belief that we must claim an edge is disingenuous because you know that's not the case.
So you think I'm lying to you somehow, or
no? I think you're avoiding the actual crux of this topic.
And what is the crux?
Just to hold on to yourself. Well, the fact that you've got no curvature of the actual surface.
Okay, but can we at least be clear that even if that was the case, that doesn't mean then the Earth is flat? Yeah, but I'm saying, like, even if that was the case, it just shows that it's not a globe, even in that world, right?
Well, then you would have to show us otherwise for you to even have anything to talk about.
Well, so what I am talking about right now, not in general, but right now, right, is whether or not it's flat. And I don't see it. I don't see any evidence that
you see it. What are you talking about? You do see it. That's all you see. According to the globe story, a flat Earth is all you see.
Go on a mountain and you'll see the flatness of the earth. Go to the highest peak of a mountain and you'll see it.
A mountain is not flat, right? It's a 3D object, so we are in 3D space. And because of that, it should also then naturally follow that... Wait. Do you think a mountain is 2D? Like, what do you mean?
Okay.
I know I don't think a mountain's 2D.
Sounds like you've reached your limit, AT.
Limit of what? Pretty calm and collected.
But that doesn't mean the Earth isn't flat.
No, I'm saying, like, any argument made will probably, unless I'm proven wrong, result in somewhere in geometry in 3D space, right? And because of that, I think it's also important to recognize that a surface is not a 2D world because we are in a 3D world. And so a surface sits on something. And what I'm trying to get at is, if you look up even the definition of surface, that is the case. A surface is only used as a descriptor. It is only used that way. It's not that it's sometimes used.
So, okay. So when we're discussing the surface of Earth,
I posted it in chat even.
Can you have a liquid and a solid in the same reality? So why can't you have a 2D
not going down that road. James,
and a
stop it.
3D within the same reality?
I mean, you're not really going to go anywhere because, I mean, if you can't discuss the lack of curvature that's detected on the surface of the Earth that we live on, and you're going to claim that space pictures are a good evidence for a globe, like, I mean, how are you expecting to get anywhere?
Put it like this. For me, I'm very well with the space pictures, and you're not, and I'm okay with that. We're not going to agree on that.
Yeah. No, I know, but I mean, your claim is baseless, though, because for starters, you can't verify that those images are real. And
we're not going to agree on it. Yeah, we're not going to agree on it.
It's not an agree-disagree. It's not an agree-disagree.
I don't want to even have the argument. I don't even want to have the argument.
The curvature that does not exist, AT.
I don't even want to have that argument. What I do want to argue about.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You would rather.
Well, you're not going to convince me on that argument.
You would rather.
And I'm not going to convince you. So.
And red herring to the edge because you can't have the argument because you want to baselessly beg the question that you have space pictures showing a globe Earth while simultaneously refusing to discuss the fact that there's no detectable surface curvature as depicted in those cartoons. So, of course, you can't have a discussion.
I mean, are we here to discuss and find out, or are we here to bully?
No, we've already found out. We're just letting you fools know.
So if you already found out, then just mute everybody that disagrees, right? Like that would be the natural conclusion. Because everybody are red herring.
Want to learn. No, because some people actually aren't.
No, I do want to learn.
No, you don't want to learn. No, you don't want to learn. You're afraid.
This is like the definition of disingenuous. You're assuming my intention. Like, what the hell? I even told you outright, I do want to learn.
Listen, AT, everyone here already knows this. We've spoken to you for a year. We already know.
Still haven't made ground.
You've got nothing to present.
Right,
You've got nothing to present for the globe, just unverifiable cartoons. Whenever we actually say, hey, let's discuss the crux of the issue, the no detection of curvature, you say, I can't have that discussion. We already know that your argument here comes from emotion, not from empiricism, not from logic, not from reason, not from fact. It comes from emotion and fear. You're scared. And in this whole, nothing would change for me if I found out everything I believed about reality is wrong, is just another tired cope that we hear 1,000 times a week. So
right.
it's nothing
off
new,
your chest. Can I get 20 seconds to form a question and without interruption? And then we can try that question out. Just 20 seconds is all I ask. So my question would be that when the flat earthers, you can start a timer. When the flat earthers say, well, this curvature has been debunked, therefore it can't be a globe, isn't that the same to say, well, the no edge has been debunked, therefore it can't be flat? It's not about proving globe, it's just showing that they're all... Wait, that wasn't 20 seconds. No. I'm 100%.
Yeah, because I can already refute your argument perfectly. So
you don't want to give me the courtesy that I asked for? 20 seconds?
No.
Just shoot it down.
I already understand your argument. Your argument. Well, if you say the curve's debunked and there's no evidence of it, then I can say there's no edge. We're not claiming an edge.
Yeah, the flat Earth is debunked.
Again,
the flat Earth is debunked.
You're intentionally misrepresenting our argument, a straw man, so that you can think that you've won a debate. No, the difference is your entire worldview, your religious belief in a globe inherently depends on this physical necessity of a curvature. We're not claiming an edge. So no, they're very different propositions. And yes, the curvature's been debunked. We don't need to have an edge to show that a lake is flat. So enough of that bullshit.
So
let's get something serious.
This is serious. So when you say you're not claiming anything, you invoked surface 6 times. I counted. So you said the word surface 6 times.
Wow.
And I posted the definition of surface in the chat. And the definition of surface, not me, not some fairy tale AT, not me.
Okay.
Yeah, the definition invokes geometry and 3D, an object.
Right. Okay.
So it's not my claim. It's like the literal definition.
All right. So
I mean, you sound
am
emotional
claiming
right
an
now,
edge.
and you had to
So I
mute
am
me.
claiming
So
an edge. Is that
maybe
what you're
the
saying?
emotional guy.
Edge. Is that what you're saying?
I don't
I am
Counts of
claiming an edge.
interrupting with just random mouth noises for no fucking reason. Like, what's wrong with you, dude?
Now he's muted you too, I think. Or he's going. No, he didn't.
You're just emotional and spiraling.
It sounds
Come
like
on,
you're
guys.
spiraling.
Let's have a
I've been
serious
perfectly.
attempt. Let's have a serious attempt. You guys have the entire weight of the establishment on your side. $80 million a day goes to NASA for you to be able to prove your globe religion, and yet this is what you're doing.
Since we're not making ground on my argument, which I would have loved to do, because I think you don't have an answer. Instead, what I will do.
You don't have an argument. Remember,
you don't have an edge.
Argument.
Well, you don't have an edge. So
I've not claimed an edge. When did I claim an edge?
Can I jump in for 2 seconds?
Please,
right?
Of course. Of course.
Agent Smith, please. I just want you to. I'm not gonna. I don't want to. I can't talk for long. I just want to show you one thing quickly. I posted in the side chat 15 minutes after the hour. Like, look at your standard of evidence compared to what we've been showing you today, right? When we went over the long distance observations and whatnot, right? Have a look at NASA footage, right? That you're expecting us to believe, right? Just have a look at that. Is that what you're defending?
Is it the GIF I'm looking at?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I've never seen this GIF before, so I'm not bringing it in. I would say that this, to me, at a glance, doesn't really look real. It looks like kind of animated or a doll or something, but I don't know. I don't even know if this came from NASA, but this is not something I brought in. But I'll be honest with you.
All right. So
if I see, and I have been honest with you the whole time, DJ, have I not?
Yeah, we had a good chat. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, and even me, I'll say, like, this to me looks kind of sketch, right? I'm not like some person that sits here with like a motive of just I'm right and everybody else is wrong, and anybody that disagrees with me is wrong, and I'm the best. I'm open and I want to learn, and I told Cyclone this many times, and every time there's something I can't understand, I'll say that outright. And right now I can't understand this GIF. I don't. It looks kind of cartoonish. I don't.
Can't
did it come
understand
from
it. Yeah,
this?
you can't understand it because it's a blatant display of the fakery that you're basing your entire worldview on. So,
but
you can't
here's
allow
the thing.
yourself to understand it.
But here's the thing, right?
DJ, of course, DJ made it. DJ faked it. The flat earthers made that GIF to confuse Globers. Good stuff.
I'm not saying that happened, but I'm not saying it didn't happen, right? It could be, maybe not. I don't know. But the thing is, Cyclone. Let's just say that this was fake and NASA did fake it or something like that, and that we can't use them as an information source, and that Earth wasn't a globe or it wasn't as big as we thought. Let's just say that. That still doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. It just means that we don't know again. Because
So
on a flat Earth,
that means you've been lied to about everything regarding the globe and space.
if that was the case, yes, that
Right.
would
So
be that.
at that
Yeah.
point, it doesn't really matter whether you use the words Earth flat. You've basically accepted the main point, which is that you've been lied to about everything. That's the point.
Yeah, but I never even said I don't agree with that point. I said I don't agree with the next section,
Right,
which
well,
is,
then
and therefore,
that's
wait,
important,
cyclone, and therefore the next natural process for me is not to say then it must be flat, and I don't want to talk about any edge ever. Then it would be to say maybe it's flat. Maybe let's go find and see if there's an edge, and that
Well, that's
hasn't
all you've
happened.
got. And by observation and measurement, that's all you've got. So, sure.
We haven't seen an edge anywhere.
Oh my god.
Or have we? I don't know. I
Laughable,
haven't.
dude. It's really
Maybe
laughable.
you have.
I don't know. It's really laughable. Well, where have you checked? Tell us everywhere you've checked for one.
I have
Where
been
have you gone?
to
Where have you traveled to in this
West
life?
Coast, East Coast. I've been to Asia, Egypt. I've been to Cuba. I've been to Europe, Central and Southern. I've been to is that it? I think that's it.
Okay, so there's no edge
I've not
there.
been to India. I've not
You
been to
haven't
India.
seen an edge. Okay, so you haven't seen an edge in any of those places, therefore what?
Well, not only have I not seen it myself, I've never seen anybody seen it. Never
Oh,
seen anybody
therefore-
film it.
Therefore,
we don't have enough evidence to say for sure that it's flat.
what did that have to do with being flat? You just said an edge.
Well, I kind of like gave that argument like 10 times, but
you mean you're erroneous?
I can give it an 11th attempt, but even the 20 seconds I asked for, you couldn't respect.
But do you think when people go to like a lake or a shoreline with some binoculars or a camera or a laser?
Well, a lake is a 3D object, not a 2D object.
You think they're looking for an edge of Earth when they go and perform those observations?
A lake has an edge. That's a shoreline. What do you mean, like?
Oh my
Or the
God.
lake edge. I'm pretty sure it's even called like the edge.
I don't know if you're just pretending to be this retarded and autistic, or if you're just like doing it as a tactic. I honestly don't know at this point.
This is again a personal attack. It's like whenever you can't answer a question, you try to attack my character.
Answer what question? You're just spazzing out.
How am I spazzing out? It sounds like you're
like,
spazzing
well,
out.
obviously, when I'm like, oh my
Sounds like
God.
you're spazzing out. You can't even make the point.
Well, there's no point really.
What is the point? How am I spazzing out? Then tell me. How am I spazzing out? And
You're trying to equate flat with an edge erroneously.
No, the
illogically,
dictionary is
out
trying
of
to do that, not
desperation.
me.
Out of desperation.
No, the dictionary is trying to do that. Yeah,
Okay.
not me.
The dictionary is making your argument for you.
You know, like every concept has a definition, and if you disagree with the definition, show the proof, right?
You're just bricked, dude.
Again, you try to like attack my intelligence because you don't have an answer, and it's very apparent for the whole
I've already
room that you're
told you, I'm
crumbling.
not claiming an edge. No one here is claiming an edge. Only you are autistically focusing on some imagined edge, which
No, I'm
could
actually
still
claiming
exist
the.
despite you not seeing it or not having evidence of it.
I'm claiming the absence of one. I'm not claiming an edge. Well, let's be clear.
But if you were actually trying to argue against the flat, you would just show us the curve, but you can't do that, which is why you're obfuscating onto this.
No, this is much easier, and you haven't been able to solve
Yes,
this.
I know. It's an easier tactic for you to not have to concede that you have no curvature for your
Point of least resistance. Why would I pick a harder way of achieving my
exactly.
goal?
So you actually admit that the only reason you're not discussing the actual crux of the topic is because it's too hard for you to speak about, because you know you can't argue it. You have
It's
no
not-
curvature.
Listen,
That's
it's not too hard. It's harder,
It is too
which
hard. It
means
is
that
too hard.
it would
If
require
it wasn't
more
too hard,
effort.
you would show us some evidence and detection of this curvature. If that wasn't too hard,
You could.
that's
You
what
could
we're
cut,
asking
listen,
for.
listen, Cyclone. You can cut down a tree with an axe or a butter knife, but the
my
axe will
God.
get it done much faster. I'm using the axe because I don't want to use the butter
because you
knife.
still don't have curvature.
And
so
and
you
your
don't want
tree
anything.
is cut down. Okay, it's fallen.
because you need you need curvature.
Not
You
only
don't
have
need
I
curvature,
dismantled
so-
every single argument with actual science, but I've
What are you
completely
talking
destroyed
about?
you
What argument
with
have you
rhetoric
dismantled
as
with
well.
science? Okay,
You
Agent
don't have
Smith,
a
what
leg
is
to stand on,
science?
man, and you've muted
What is
me
science?
twice. It's probably
What's
going to happen a
science?
third time.
What's science?
I have invoked the science of geometry. I have looked at
The science of geometry. Yeah, we'll just mute you there because you are retarded.
The science of geometry? God. Where's the geometric edge? No one's ever seen the geometric edge. Ever.
Well,
Where's
I mean,
that?
that's the funny part, Daz. He was asking for, like, where's the edge? And that's
Where's-
that's
yeah.
the paper, yeah.
You're just thinking, yeah, the geometric edge, where is it? No one's seen it. Been on planes and can't find it exactly.
Yeah, he can't discuss the globe. He can only discuss an imagined edge that the dictionary tells him he requires. Very
Hey
clever.
guys, were we just literally visited by an Agent Smith with the name and everything? Go ahead.
Yes, you were.
Still need the courage. You guys continue.
Oh, you need that edge too. You need that you need that horizon to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the edge that everybody back, whenever thought was the edge of the world. Yeah, but you're gonna need geometry to be true for that. And what you're gonna need in geometry is you're gonna need straight lines, like eye level and surface level being parallel. You're gonna need geometry to get that globe. Yeah.
You know, no tanks. It's amazing how many human beings have been programmed to believe there's actually an edge of reality somewhere. They know there is.
I mean, it is a shame that people don't just approach it with like honesty, like like Cyclone was alluding to, like you know that horizontal and level are synonymous. You know what flat means, and if you want to go out and measure the world, then you're going to measure it using geometry, which is going to require straight lines, angles, slope, rise over run, all these triangles, all these axioms. And it's a shame that they instead of just instead of approaching it honestly, knowing that this is the world that they live in, when they go to their house, they just point in a straight line and they go straight and they get there. They're not dropping as they go forward. They try to fight it. They try to fight it and say, no, everything I know is true is actually an illusion. I'm spinning, I'm twirling, I'm falling down when I'm walking up a hill. And it's kind of ridiculous.
Lots of people out here. Is there any new people? I haven't looked at the screen, but you guys go ahead.
I think James was chiming in. James, you got an argument? Like I think you took the side, James. I mean, I could be wrong. That AT was on to something in regards to like surface or three-dimensional reality. Or maybe James is way.
Finish that contract. Do that police form.
Hey, can I get in here real quick?
Yeah, nobody's doing it. Are you hot micing or are you trying to get in the convo?
Me? Yeah, I'm trying to say something.
Yes, sir.
So that agent guy, he's talking about a surface. He made the statement that he pointed to one horizon, then directly behind him he points to the opposite horizon. So let's call that east and west. So the way that men utilize this every day is that's 0 degrees. Because we're utilizing that as level, 0 degrees. So on the glob, you have a supposed radius. Now, this is how we derive the equator, but this has been dressed up as the glob. So we have this radius from the pole point to the equator, where we can't see Polaris anymore. The equator demarks the declination of Polaris dropping below the 0 point of the horizon. So apparently, only an observation. It actually doesn't move. So my point to that is that supposedly on the glob, a very specific number, 3959. Now, Agent Smith seemed to be from the States. I want to talk about this great country. It's 2,800 miles, coast to coast. Okay? So he's talking about a surface. Now, men utilize the earth every single day. When I say utilize, I mean in practical application. We ask the earth what level is. It's not arbitrary. You don't get to make it up. You can make it up, but you'll be out of level. You do not want to build anything that way. So you must ask. The earth tells you what level is. Now, as a thought process here, I am funded and I have permits to build from coast to coast in the United States, 2,800 miles of a paved structure, concrete, flat. I'm going to use a spirit level to do this. The entire, let's call it a road, the entire road will be level. It'll match a water level. Nothing is level unless it matches a water level. Nothing is level unless it matches a water level. Water's behavior has always been known. It'll never change. You're told it does something different. But now, back to the road. So now I have a completely level road matching a water level. 2,800 miles. Now, I'm going to put interlocking straight pipe on top of that road. And the point of that pipe is to run water through it. Now, that's 2,800 miles of interlocking straight pipe on top of that road. And I'm going to put it 3 feet high off that level road. Exactly 3 feet above that level road. Okay? Now, a guy like Agent will say, yeah, you use level, that road will curve over 2,800 miles. Straight pipe won't lie, though, will it? It's interlocking straight pipe. That's real. Men use that every day. Straight pipe. I can run 2,800 miles of straight pipe all the way coast to coast on a level road, coast to coast, which would necessarily show curve if it were a glob. Then I can cap the ends of that straight pipe and I fill it with water. That water's at rest. For 2,800 miles, that water will be level in a straight pipe on a level road. And that's how the earth works. Now, you can talk about side notes, the core of Mars, land rovers flying around up there, stuff like that, but it's not really getting to the crux of what the earth is about, is it? These are practical, everyday applications. This is how it's done. This is how it works. Everything else outside of that is Fanta. Don't be fooled, audience.
The thing that cracks me up about the when somebody wants to use that to assert that the Earth is a globe, the thing that cracks me up is that between one end of the pipe and the other end of the pipe, if you do a
Or like no connection.
straight line,
Okay, you're just thinking you're robot, man.
perfect curviness.
I just want to tell Rodovox that was very well said. I hope somebody heard what you just discussed, how we actually measure level here on Earth in reality. Good job.
Am I still robotic?
Think you're good now. Go ahead. No thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in. Let me know if I'm roboting again, and I'll stop. But yeah, I just wanted to chime in and I said the thing that cracks me up about the people who want to hold on to this, the globe idea, is that with that same demonstration, if you have the two ends of the long pipe that you had there, if you drew a straight line, that would be a chord line, right? And the water, they would have to imagine, and only imagine, that the water pipe or water at rest was arcing up and higher in the middle and between the two ends of the pipe. And then that would entail that water at rest is actually flowing uphill, which is ridiculous. But that's what they'd have to hold on to, that idea.
Yeah, that's well said. I mean, water itself, a globe believer has to think, if you could imagine all the waves and wind and stuff cease for a moment and the Pacific Ocean became still, it would still be sitting there in a ball because of gravity, right? Back to you guys.
Yeah, just real quick. If all the land turned to liquid, it would match a water level. if it were at rest. Don't let
Are you and Dave talking? You guys are confusing me. No, sorry, go ahead, man. Sorry, bro. Go ahead, man. You just sound exactly the same.
I was just making a quick comment if you were talking to me.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, that was it. When you hear a lot about topography and hills and valleys, don't let them take you there. Don't let them take you there. Topography is the same as rise over run. Run is your distance. Rise is anything over that 0 point. Slope is going to be anything under that 0 point. That's called topography. Hills and valleys, same as underwater, right? There's mountains underwater. There's going to be topography. Nevertheless, we're talking about level. Level. Again, not arbitrary. Level is everywhere. Level is in the air. Level is on the ground. Level is underwater. Level is underground. You can't escape the perpendicular principle. That's called natural balance. Vertical, horizontal. A real term. Natural balance. It's in between your ears. Trees abide by it. Men abide by it. We utilize this earth as a level plane every single day by what we do, building, navigating, all true. We invest money into these huge machines to do this with that understanding that it is a level plane with no curvature acted upon, only invoked mathematically. Only invoked mathematically. I'll say it one more time. Only invoked, made up mathematically. Now, the way we actually hands-on use this earth is as a level plane with perpendicular verticals.
No, the interesting part there too, they say mathematically, but they never show the math part either. They say the math is too complex. You can't show it. You wouldn't know what it means when you look at it. It'd take multiple years of high-level calculus to even know what you're looking at. Huh, really?
Yeah, don't let them put a dress on what actually happens. That's the trick all along, isn't it? You take what's real and you make it into something of imagination. That's getting fooled.
They've literally
It's just that easy.
Got large percentage of the population they think reality is the exact opposite of what they experience. Isn't that hilarious?
What does a man have to tell himself when you experience something every day, but in your mind you say it's different than your experience? That's subjective. This is an objective reality in the fundamentals, that is. We do have a granite cornerstone to step on here, and that is how the earth is utilized, practically applied, not just measured, used every day for huge distances of level. And just like to your point there, what you'll see is water's behavior, and you have to, in your mind, say it does something that you'll see something different than you experience it every single day. All men everywhere for all time. It's like saying locally flat is translated to mean all men everywhere at all times have only and will always measure earth flat. It's never not been that way. And the only way it is that way is in the mind of imagination, isn't it?
Roto, can you take a look at the video I posted?
I can't. Sorry.
What video did you post? Or today?
It's a video of me zooming into like a circle, and if you zoom in far enough, it just becomes a flat line.
And what does that mean? Do you have any Earth curvature measurements?
You think the same's probably happening with Earth?
You think it is? Somebody told you that? Can you prove it? How does it make sense? Make it make sense, man. Go ahead.
What's the video? I'll tag you.
Wait a second. You're zooming in on a picture and you can make it look flat. That means the Earth's curving. Go ahead and connect that logical dot for us. Go ahead.
What instrument will you use to measure curvature if it looks like a straight line? Your level is not going to detect it.
I don't know, your eyeballs, lasers, there's all kinds of instruments you could use. I mean, all we're looking for is like you and a buddy go out to an island that's like 10 miles offshore, off a lake or a beach or whatever. And if you can spot your buddy standing on the beach over there 10 miles away, it's not curving, man. It's not our fault. Somebody else go ahead.
It's so flat. I mean, I could have zoomed in more, honestly. But it looks pretty flat.
Yeah, so it must be a globe, hey, Fry?
Yeah, but like, how will you determine if it's actually flat or is it like just too big for us to measure?
Oh, okay. So how much what's the distance between point A and point B? Or what's the observer height? Let's go with that. What's the height of the observer?
Wait, hang on. I'll try to put like
Let me check.
actual measurements here.
I'm not in this side chat. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you've just posted a line on a. Yeah, we tell with that.
That's our line. That's like a zoomed in a circle. That's
I can see it's curved, dude. It's doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Hang on. I can zoom in even more. Hang on, give me a minute. It actually just becomes like a flat line. There we go. It's a little tilted, but I mean, it looks pretty flat.
Okay, now show me the same thing, right, as the first image that you posted in reality.
Yeah. The first image with the slight curve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you'll have to like go up. And that's what I'm saying is like
how high will we have to go up?
Pretty high, I would assume. I mean, we can calculate it, but like I was just saying that
What we can validate, or as like a height that we can actually go up and validate.
we can, yeah. We can.
Well,
We
what
should
height?
be able to. I mean,
Right. Well, let's work out the height.
it's probably higher than any airplane can detect, right? So.
Mm-hmm. What about weather balloon height? 4 times higher than an airplane.
It's like I think like I think I saw some videos on it where I did see curvature, but it's like
Okay, then you would have to decipher what lens was used, right?
exactly.
And
Yep.
that lens, I mean, what are you looking at, a cloud deck, or are you looking at the actual horizon? Is that true horizon hidden by the haze, right, or the opacity of the air between you and the actual horizon? Like, there's so many factors, right? What kind of field of view do you have? Can you see the same direction in all directions, which would form a big flat
makes sense.
circle of vision, right? You've got all these things to take into account.
Yeah.
Did you know from the height of a plane, you could only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth?
crazy, but it makes sense. I would say. That makes sense. Probably true.
Probably.
What I'm saying is like, you know, when who was it, like the radio person, he was like, I build a road and I use a level on it. And it's like, it's not proof of anything really.
Yeah, agree. Would work fine on either, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
Right. So what you're saying is that you experience the Earth as flat, basically.
It's the Earth is flat. Yeah.
Yeah. And non-moving as well.
Yep.
Right. So that would be the base axiom, or like the observable reality, or the objective reality that we all experience the Earth as. So that would be the baseline, right? That would be the starting point, right? Because that doesn't prove that it's flat. So that would just be the starting point, right? So would you agree that if anyone wanted to claim anything other than that, that's where the burden of proof would lie?
But yeah, for sure. I mean, that's, man. I mean, this is, yeah. I agree with that. But honestly, like, you know, I've been looking at. Have you guys seen this website called suncalic.org? Probably have.
What's it called?
Suncalic. Suncalic.
Suncalic? Oh yeah, yes. Sometimes people share that as the official globe model. They'll say, "Yeah, here's the globe model, bro." Like,
right.
Get it? Suncalc.org.
Wait, what the fuck? What is this? Oh, okay.
Right. So what's
What do you guys think of that? Like, so okay, this is my question, right? Like, if you're on like a longitude, wouldn't like all the cities on that longitude?
Bro, that's so annoying. I had to click freaking consent 2 times. What did I just agree to look at this stupid thing?
Like,
yeah. What about it?
Yeah, I don't know if you were here that day. I was asking a question. I don't know if you were there. But like, let's say like, you know, there's 3 people, and they all see the sun like above them, but like it's like towards the south for one person, and for one person it's like towards the north, and for one person it's like right dead up, like in straight above him. So just using that information, can you say that these 3 people are in a straight line, like on the same longitude?
No, I think they'll all be viewing the sun in an apparent location due to their personal field of view, right? Because the sun that we see is apparent. But I mean, you'd have to draw it out for me. I don't know if that would confirm that they're in a straight line. Sun move in a straight path. I mean, I can show you time-lapse photography, right, where they each day and they stitch together the time lapses. The sun's setting in like a different. It looks like an arc. Yeah, I'll find the image.
Dude, okay. But okay, what I'm saying is like,
tricky, bro. Like some people see the sun, right? Like it looks like it's embedded in the clouds for them, right? And it's just bright, like it's lighting up all the clouds around the sun, and only that section, right? And then someone 100 kilometers away, right? They can't even see those clouds, right? But they can still see the sun, right? And there might be no clouds around the sun from where they're viewing the sun. They both see the sun, right? But they're not viewing the same thing. Right, they're both seeing the same thing in their own.
Wait. The question is like, if I see the sun towards my south, right, like towards the southern part of the sky, and if I move towards it, won't I reach the person who like who has the sun directly above him eventually?
Yeah, and then you would. I mean, if you could warp to that person, then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to walk that fast because it would be like a huge distance. But let's say,
Warp. It's like a hypothetical.
oh yeah. Like if I take a plane, for example, maybe like we can find like a super fast plane.
Yeah,
And
look, think about it like this, dude. Right? Say you're standing in you're out in the ocean on a boat, right? And there's nothing
Okay.
around you except water, right? And then
Right.
there's a plane, right? So a plane's coming from one direction and it goes over the top of you, right? So you
Right.
see it coming from the horizon up over the top of you, and then doing the same thing, right, away
Right.
from you, right? And then
Yeah.
you have a separate plane, 360 degrees, right? 360 planes, they all do the same thing, right? Flying directly over your head, right? It makes like a dome of perspective, right? You would agree that the plane is traveling parallel to the ground,
Yeah.
right? It's the plane's at like say 30,000 feet altitude, right, the whole time, right? But it looks to you like it arcs over you, right? And it forms like a big, what you could call a dome of perspective in a way.
Right.
Right, the clouds do the same thing, right, and just include the sun into that, right? So you're seeing it due to your own personal perspective, right? And then you've got to like the air, the humidity, all of that stuff to take into consideration as well, right? Now, so now it's going to make it even more apparent, right, in this big like field of perspective. Right? But yeah, someone else away from you will have their own field of view.
Yeah, but like even though it is their own personal perspective, it can be used to like do objective things on the ground in relation with each other. Like if these three people, all of them walk towards the sun, and like let's say the person above him, whom the sun is, like that person just standing there, eventually all three of them will meet, right? Because like let's say I see the sun towards my north, and I keep walking. I will also come across the same person. Like these three people could be like in a straight line. You can always make them meet just by using the sun.
Okay,
Would you
so what would this have to do with Earth being a globe or flat?
Yeah, this is just to like. I mean, the thing is, if you look at this website, right, suncal.org, it has like all the positions of where the sun is, etc., etc. You can use this to like form some sort of a resemblance of a map, for flat Earth. Would you not say that would be possible using this data?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Go ahead and do it and give it a try, and then we'll critique your work.
Yeah, I'm not, because I feel like this is because the sun is pretty fucking punctual, man. Like holy shit, and like this website pretty much calculates it like to a very high degree of accuracy, like where the sun will be tomorrow, etc., etc. For like I don't know how many days, but
I don't know. I think there's a lot more to it that, like how are you going to model that out? What's the sun? Where's the sun? What size is the sun? How's it work? Like we don't know that.
right. Well, I mean, fuck, man. You do think that? I mean, the sun does go around the Earth, right? Like it makes like a loop.
Hey, it does.
Would you say that? Does it loop around the Earth?
Sorry, I'm glad someone pointed that out. Thanks. Sorry,
Yeah, we're just kind of observing something in the sky. We don't know exactly how it works, right? Like I've seen, like I'm not saying this is how it works, right? This is just an example, right? So if I've seen people where they'll get they'll put like an AE map under a glass dome, right? And then they'll just hold the flashlight in their hand, right? Right? They're not circling the source of the flashlight around the dome, right? They're just holding it in one position, and they're just moving it a tiny little bit, and it makes these circles around the dome. Now, I'm not saying that that's what the Earth is like that. I'm just giving you an example of how the sun or the source of the light in that particular situation.
That's fine. We can like not know what like the exact source. So what I'm saying is like it does have an apparent position that makes like it appears to have like a loop, because like you can have people on Earth in a circular in a circular way, like quote unquote circular way, I guess, and all of them will see the sun at exactly the time that you predicted it to be there.
Yeah, the sky's like a predictable, like a clock kind of thing.
Yeah, but what you will measure, observe, DJ, is like the places where you predicted the sun to be in a loop. All of them are pretty much like equidistant from each other. Like they're like almost forming like a proper circle. It's not like in Mumbai it's like 12 and then suddenly it's in Australia and then suddenly it's in US. No, it's going at a steady pace pretty much.
Well, the apparent sun, like that's what it appears to be.
Yeah.
We don't really know what we're looking at.
So what I'm saying is like if we have like let's say the distance from, let's say, Kolkata to Mumbai, I know the distance, and I know like the sun takes like 2 hours to reach from Kolkata to Mumbai. I can use that information to extrapolate how long will the sun take to reach Yemen or any other place, and I would be right because the sun moves in a very predictable speed. And I can even calculate a distance to Yemen or like any other place really. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I mean, if you have that, like that, you should. I think we should be able to construct a map out of that just using that information.
I mean, it gets pretty tricky. I mean, like, look at the recent Antarctica thing, right? Like, I'm in Poland, dude, right? And I can see the sun here in the sky at the same time that they're watching it circle, apparently watching it circle around their heads there.
Oh my god, dude.
Freaking crazy.
Wait, hang on.
And so could, I mean...
I think that should not be an issue.
Yeah,
oh fuck! Wait, no, it is. Never mind. It is an issue. Yeah.
Can you
They're all
explain the
the time.
issues? I don't understand.
What's that?
Well, what is the issue that you've just pointed out?
Can a sun be in Antarctica pretty much 24/7? That wouldn't make any sense.
Hey, DJ, I always hear you say you're in Poland. Are you? You're not Australian? My accent.
Yeah. I lived in Australia my whole life. I've been here for like 3 years.
All right, because you're about to throw a big wrench in my knowledge of accents.
So what's the problem? You can see the sun from Poland and...
No, I didn't say there's a problem. I don't know how the sky works.
What's the thing, though?
No, what I'm saying is like you can't make a map. Like how could the map work?
I was saying that we could like use the path of the sun, right, to like make a map. I'm just saying, all right, there's lots of like unknown possibilities that we're not taking into account because we can't even fathom them, right? I don't know how the sky works, right? What we can do is test the ground. That's something we can do.
I swear
Okay,
someone
you know
said
what?
something,
You
I
know,
can see the sun from here, and then there was silence or something like
Mm-hmm.
that. On the
No,
high
it's
note.
just you're right, bro. Yeah, there was no real point to that. I was just stating a fact.
This shit is so annoying, man. How do you use this fucking website? Okay, there we go. Ooh, interesting.
Hey, Fry, what do you think would be harder?
Mhm.
Putting a rover on Mars or measuring 66 foot of drop over 10 miles of water?
56 foot of drop or 10 miles of water.
Here on Earth, yeah. Or putting a rover on Mars.
Probably the Mars. I think it's harder.
That would be easier.
That would be harder.
I did say harder, didn't I? Yeah, it would be a bit harder, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But like, they're not trying to measure curvature over 10 miles of water, man. That's
Throughout all of
not-
history, they didn't try to measure curvature over water.
I think it's harder than most people realize. I don't think it's that easy. I mean, like, because like you would have to make like totally perpendicular surface over 10 miles. I don't know how easy that is. Honestly, they would just probably use water as a reference for that. You know,
when you claim refraction, kind of blindly say the word refraction to explain some of these observations, right? You could, we've spoken about this before, right? Setting up the same thing on a smaller scale, right? And you'd be able to validate that there's absolutely no kind of effect that you can do by adding whatever you want into the air that's analogous, right? To be able to hide that geometric horizon and then make it reappear, like make a horizon appear behind an object that's, you know.
I think it's so as a proof of concept, like, you know, it won't be the exact, you know, I don't think you can replicate it like exactly when you scale it down, because gravity will just be so much weaker. So you would have to like artificially.
Gravity has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Like the atmospheric gradient.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with gravity.
So what's the standard reason for atmospheric gradient? Wait, that's the reason, right?
Yeah, but you can still set up we can still replicate all of the known mirage effects and
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Those we can replicate and see an issue with that.
Yeah, but what you're talking about doesn't even exist as there's no citation for it, there's no formula for it. It's just like saying a word and thinking that explains it and then moving on to something else. But there's no evidence for being able to consistently just completely hide a physical geometric horizon.
Right. Wait, I have a question for you, man. Like, see, so from where I stand, to me, you have seen the video of sugar water bending laser, right? Because of density gradient. To me, that's enough proof, honestly.
As long as absolutely not, right? You have a look at what sugar particles, right, do to light is completely different to what happens to light through something like air. It doesn't do that through air, right? There's technical terms for it. I've got some screenshots saved about it, right? But it's completely not analogous, right? And that doesn't solve your problem, right? That's not hiding a geometric horizon. and making it reappear 10 times, 20 times further away. Like, the thing is, right? So say we do a long distance observation from Santa Barbara, California, right? There's particular weather conditions, okay? And the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Okay, we can see we can see the apparent horizon over 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay, so between right, so that there has to be a physical horizon at 1.22 miles, right? Because it's physical, right? Take away hypothetically, take away all of the atmospheric conditions, atmo conditions, whatever, right? The physical geometric horizon is there. Anything that goes beyond it starts to get hidden behind it, right? So
yes.
Right, so you add the air back in, right? And then now all of a sudden the geometric horizon isn't where it should be.
Dude, okay, wait. Someone's posting these images.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go on.
Just let me finish. All right, so the geometric horizon's undetectable, right? The physical geometric horizon that has to be there on a globe is completely undetectable, right? And then you claim it's a particular weather condition, a particular atmospheric condition that's causing that, right? So then we go and re-replicate it in all these different locations, and perfectly, once again, the geometric horizon's completely hidden and undetectable.
Wait, I have a question, man. I have a question. You see the image that Overfence is posted with the platform 9.4 miles, 6.2 miles? So I wish there were some observations where, like, the geometric horizon's like, it's like marked. I wonder, honestly, I don't know. I've never asked this, like, I've never seen anyone bring this up, but I wonder if it's actually, because you can see layers, right? Like, there's like a bunch of layers of, it looks like,
No, even if you go up, like, you do this same observation from, say, 30 foot or 70 foot, right? Which this guy's also done, right? You still see the layers of the color of the water, right? That's due to wind and reflection and things like that, like the angle that you're on. It's going to cause that, right? I've witnessed that my whole life, going out on the ocean, boating, surfing, right? You'll see, like, you'll be looking out, and then all of a sudden it's like, looks like the water completely changes, like, across a line. It's
but like, that's what I'm saying.
There is actually a horizon, 2 horizons or something like that.
This looks to me, okay, wait, I'll just highlight this part. I mean, I'm just wondering if that's the physical horizon. You see that part? Because the water behind it looks kind of fuzzy, or like, muddled a bit. Like, it looks like.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
You can see more water.
Let's use this one, bro. Do the same thing. Wait, now where is it? You don't have that anymore. Look at this one. Yeah, there goes that.
Suppose.
Yeah, so all the definitions of horizon, right? Even the definition of geometric horizon. What is a geometric horizon? National Geographic Society, right? It's the place where the sky and the ground meets. There's no definition of a horizon that's like.
It's better, Fry.
Let's see. What's up?
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, Miguel, that's a good example. Yeah, there you go. Can toss that argument in the trash, Mr. Fry.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I said I was like, I genuinely wondered if there's like there might be like some sort of a way to figure out. So it's just like, it's like not, it just disappears, the physical.
There isn't one, right? But yeah, if there was one, it's disappeared and it's completely undetectable. Right? And everything behind that horizon has somehow perfectly been refracted up to the exact height to make it look flat all the way out to the apparent horizon, which is what, around 10 miles away or beyond 10 miles away. It's actually way beyond the second platforms, right? Because of the angle. but yeah, we can't validate. There's no other distance markers. But in some of the observations, right, we got the 1.5 foot observation where we can see Ankappa Island, which is 32 miles away. Oh, there we go. Miguel just posted that one there. Yep. So you can see Ankappa Island there to the right, and that's around 30 miles away.
Okay, wait a minute.
So that should be behind around 400 foot of curve of obstruction. That's like what, like 30-story building or something.
Even
Oh, nice.
sorry
I'll
to
check
interrupt.
this.
Even the guy, the first video that we are talking about, the Black Swan 1 foot high. You click this one. I did put a red heart at the bottom. Are those 2 oil rigs, and you see in those islands at the left, and farther away more 2 oil rigs at left, and 3 more at right.
I mean, I've got other observations from this place where he does the same observation from 70 foot height, right? And you can
Wait,
see.
You also said it like perfectly lines up or something. What did you mean by that?
Okay, so
He was in the middle of a sentence there, Fry.
So from
What's that?
the from where the geometric horizon has to be on a globe, right? So from okay, here I'm going to post this one again because it's so clear. Okay, so from 3.46 miles, right? You can right. So the second oil platform's around 6 miles away, right? So halfway between the shoreline and the first oil platform, that's where the geometric horizon will have to be. Right, but it's undetectable, right? And it looks like perfectly flat water all the way out to the apparent horizon. Right, so it's perfectly refracting up at every step of the way, all the way out to the apparent horizon line behind the oil platform, right? And then you could try to say that's some particular type of refractive effect, which it isn't. But you could try to claim that, but then we can show you other observations in completely different weather conditions in different locations, right? Like a lake in Canada where it's really cold weather, completely different weather, right? The same thing happens, right? In all of these observations, the same thing's happening. The geometric horizon's completely hidden and the water looks flat all the way out to the apparent horizon. So to claim that it's some type of rare refraction effect is a really, really, really bad argument once you think about it using common sense and logic.
Could I hear more about the 70-foot observation, DJ, please?
Yeah, I made a GIF. It's actually one of the BLSM guy's videos. He's done a bunch, but I did make it into a GIF. I'll post it 1 second. .76-foot height. Go. In the original video, it's actually much clearer than this, right? The software I was using made it kind of like low quality. But yeah, this one, 76-foot observer height. And you can see platform habitat there as the closer platform, right? So from this observer height, the horizon would be at around 10 miles on a globe, right? But we can see platform Grace at 20 miles. And if you look at platform Grace, right, like a close-up picture of it, you can see the whole platform here in this observation. And once, so basically, same thing's happening again, right? The geometric horizon is MIA. So even the one they call the white swan is just another black swan, right? And it's actually good to show that one as well, because it does show the horizon is very much an apparent horizon, right? Like it's defined as, right? And due to known different types of effects that we get, different types of mirage effects, right? It's going to appear in a different location, right? Depending on the weather conditions. I mean, what the mainstream defines as sinking, which is a type of, it's like a less extreme type of inferior mirage where you don't get the mirroring effect or the total internal reflection, right? I'm just saying the way it's described in the mainstream is that something that would usually be visible on the horizon, right, apparently sinks behind the horizon, right? And it says that it usually happens on clear days, right? Very clear days and early in the morning, right? And another effect of that, it will make the horizon look much closer than what it would normally look like, right? That's what we see when we see these drastic big giant ships look like they're half hidden behind the horizon, right? It fits into that mainstream definition of sinking. And then you can confirm that it's something like that because you can take time-lapse footage, right? You could see the ship in the morning when sinking's more likely to occur sometimes, right? The ship looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, and then you keep filming that same ship that doesn't move, right? It's anchored out in the ocean, big giant cruise ship. Later in the day, you can see the entire ship again. Ship didn't move, but now you can see the whole ship again. So that validates to me that it was a particular type of effect or combinations of effects like what the mainstream describes as sinking. Add some angle of perspective and some ocean swell also into the soup, right? And then it explains perfectly what a globe earther might mistake as being a ship that's gone over the horizon. And then we can replicate it on a small scale, on flat surfaces. So it's kind of game over for the ships over the horizon claim.
Would you guys say long distance observations is what got you guys into flat Earth in the first place? Being able to see things farther than the globe predicts.
I think everyone would have a slightly different story, but yeah, for me, yep, absolutely. Combination of things, but yeah, that was a huge factor.
Right.
It's
Like
not
you
like
probably
it's not like I just saw some long distance observations and then I was like sold, right? It was a very, very long process of going back and forth and what about this, what about that? And then it's like once you put in the effort and it's like a huge accumulation of evidence, right? It's not just like we can see too far, right? You've got to like look right into it. And I actually went out and started doing the long distance observations myself, right? Over and over again. Well, not just one time, right? Different day. Because I lived on a giant lake, right? Lake Macquarie, big giant lake in New South Wales in Australia. And we had an 18 kilometer stretch across the lake, right? I had a little boat. Yeah, I would go out and perform all different observations, right? Different heights, different areas of the lake.
Yeah.
And there's never one time where there's a geometric horizon, you know, like not even close to where it should be.
But you probably came across, so like for the first few times you looked this up, you probably came across refraction, right?
Refraction,
like reading about it.
The law of refraction, right? So the law of refraction requires two transparent media with a sharp, like horizontal surface boundary, right? That's the law of refraction. Okay, that doesn't apply to what we're talking about here. So the mainstream, right, calls what we're talking about here atmospheric refraction. That's what the mainstream calls it.
Right.
Okay, and then we have different types of mirage effects which fall under the category of atmospheric refraction according to the mainstream. Okay, so none of those effects compensate for what we're seeing in these long distance observations. None of them.
Right. You know, I think generally this is kind of the difference between flat earthers and other people, because like I feel like a lot of people, even though they don't understand, they probably give up at that point. Just like because like
okay, so even if we granted, which we shouldn't do, right? If we granted straw man argument, begging the question, refraction formulas that pre-assume a globe and actually have the radius value included, right? Even the professionals like Andrew Thomas Young, right? So standard refraction would, from a 1 foot observer height, it would shift the horizon from 1.225 miles to about less than 1.4 miles, right? And then extreme refraction would make it about 1.7 miles, right? But we're seeing the horizon 10 times further than that. So even extreme refraction, according to the experts in the particular field from the globe side, right? It doesn't account for. Yeah. I have to get the citations from I think Elijah. I don't have them saved, but yeah, really.
Who?
They hounded that guy. They hounded him down. They hounded him. You're never gonna get the globe out of it.
Right, but yeah, really, without begging the question, right? You're left with the mainstream claiming atmospheric refraction, right? Which we have a bunch of different effects, which is sinking, stooping, right? Sinking and looming, right? They're the two opposite effects, right? When something appears lower or something appears higher than what it normally would be. And then you've got the compression effects, right? You've got towering, which is when it appears like it's stretched out. And then you've got stooping, which is the opposite of towering, where it appears like it's compressed. Okay, then we've got inferior mirages and superior mirages, which is basically like looming and sinking are less extreme versions of an inferior and superior mirage, right? And then we've got the Phantom Morgana, which is an very extreme version of the superior mirage. right? These are the known effects. If you look up mirages, that's going to be the ones on the list that you're going to find, right? So when we take like long duration time lapse footage of places like Skunk Bay, we see combinations of all of these effects taking place as the weather conditions change, right? And combinations of the effects as well. No, it's not just one to the other, right? You might have stooping at the bottom of the object, and then you might have towering, right? So the bottom of the object will be compressed, and then the top of the object will be stooped, right? So at the bottom will be squished, the top will be stretched out, right? So you get like combination effects. All sorts of different effects because there's so much variation in temperature between point A and point B. Right, so when we look at the the time-lapse footage like Skunk Bay, we see all of these effects taking place. There's no such thing as all of a sudden the horizon is 10 times further away because some type of particular weather condition came along. And we can replicate all of those known effects that I just spoke about on a smaller scale. Right? There's no replication of any type of effect that explains like these long distance observations that we're presenting.
Is the black swan observation like common, or is it like a rare kind of?
It's very common. I mean, the horizon shifts depending on all sorts of conditions and ocean swells and things like that, but it's not uncommon.
Right.
Black
Like,
swan.
like,
Black swans are always present, right? There's no such thing as a white swan. We have never seen a white swan in relation to, like maybe we should be calling the black swan the white swan, and you guys can't find the black swan. It would be a black swan if you guys can find your geometric horizon.
Right.
Maybe we should switch it around on you guys.
But you know that subject matter expert.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you should say that you can't see more than 2 miles away or whatever. That's like demonstrably false, right?
Okay, so how is that so?
What do you mean? How is that so? Isn't that like just not true? Like,
so
you can see way further.
We have observations where we can see way further than that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Okay, so now find us an explanation for that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how can he claim the numbers that you said? Like, they don't make any sense. I would say look up again what he said, or like if it matches. I don't know. Doesn't seem. Maybe he was talking about something else.
Yeah, the math, right, in relation to the globe doesn't match reality.
Isn't there like an app, like a website where someone has like Earth calculator with refraction?
You're talking about Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator. It's begging the question, right?
Yeah.
It's you know what I mean by begging the question right here, right? Like using the very thing in question in the formula, right? It's just like it's like a way to reverse engineer something without having like, okay, so we present an observation, right? They have no idea. They have no idea what conditions are taking place in the observation, right? They have no readings.
Oh yeah. That's
happening between point. Okay, so then all of a sudden they'll use their slider in their calculator to try to reverse engineer the geometric horizon using this slider, begging the question fallacy. It's really, really ridiculous, right?
The magical slider. I've seen
it's
that.
A magical slider, bro. Yeah, it's very disingenuous. It's like only anti the argument. So it's not Andrew Thomas. Yeah, it's not these experts in the field that are using these straw man arguments, right? It's only anti-flat earthers.
I would hope that this guy has some explanation for the ranges, because he has a refraction coefficient and he also puts like a small tag like extreme or like less refraction. Like where is he getting these measurements from? Like Is that like, I don't know. I was hoping it's like documented somewhere on his website.
He already told you. It's just, yeah, he's just begging the question. He's saying, all right, this is what the globe radius is. This is where it should be. This is where it is. This is what you need. This is how much refraction you need to get it to look like the Earth is flat.
Like, who determined like this is medium refraction, this is strong, this is severe?
Well, they
negative?
say in
I
the
mean,
mainstream, right? They say in the mainstream it's to do with differences in the vertical temperature gradient, which causes a gradual change in the refractive index, right? Because colder air, right? The gas particles are closer together, right? And when it's warm, they're spread out more, right?
Right.
And that slightly changes the refractive index according to the mainstream, right? So this is what they say.
Right.
Okay, so that causes these different types of effects that we see, right? And it's like an optical gradient as well, right? Sometimes, right, because you'll have like, right, just say you've got an environment where it is 30 degrees air temperature during the day and the water's 20 degrees. But overnight, the air temperature drops down to 15 degrees, right? So early in the morning, the air temperature is still like around 15 degrees, but the water temperature is still 20 degrees. Okay, so that means that you're going to have like a little layer of warmer air closer to the surface of the water, and then you're going to have cooler air above it, right? And that's going to cause what they call in the mainstream an inverted temperature gradient, right? So the refractive index is going to be reversed around. And that's when you have these effects called sinking. And the inferior mirage. Inferior mirage is a really extreme version of that, right?
That's what I'm saying is like, you know, this
like so they're just saying it's these gradual differences that cause these effects, right? This is what they're saying.
Right.
So when you have like you only have so much fluctuation due to temperature, right? That's why you have low and extreme quote unquote refraction is what they're claiming, right? But they're straw manning by adding the R value into it, right? And they're
That's what I'm saying. Like
models to back up what they're claiming in general, right? Even the way that they claim that it works isn't modeled out, right? And there are people that say that's incorrect. It doesn't work like that on the globe side, right? Now, professionals in the field, right? It's not like known science or anything like that.
That's what I'm wondering. Like it says like, you know, refraction coefficient 0.0107 is weak, and you know 0.0266 is medium. Like, how do you know that? Like, what's weak, what's medium, what's strong refraction?
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Look up mirage effects, right? And you see like so many crazy different variations, right? Because you've got all sorts of different things taking place. Right, look into total internal reflection. Right, so when you see like an inferior mirage, right, that has that layer of like mirroring effect, right, that's like the total internal reflection, right, and you can get that in different types of mirages, right. You can also get that it doesn't just happen in inferior mirages; it happens in Fata Morgana, it happens in superior mirages, but at different heights. So, and then you're getting crazy like soups of all these different effects taking place. It's the worst. It's your guys' worst nightmare, really. Even according to your own mainstream, atmospheric refraction is the worst nightmare for you globers trying to validate this geometric horizon that has to be there if the Earth's a globe. So when it's like a chuckle when you guys say refraction explains it, right? It's like refraction. As soon as you say refraction, it's kind of like game over, really.
Honestly, I just don't prefer. I mean, I don't want to. I don't. Refraction is so, man. Like, it's. I don't find it fun to talk about this because it's just confusing for me as well.
Are your mind refracted, Fry?
What's that?
Is your mind refracted?
Yeah, what do you think about the rocket launch I was talking about earlier? Do you think that's like a like? Would you take that as acceptable proof? I guess.
No,
Like,
why
like a
have-
rocket.
after I saw a rat going on a rocket, you think I'm gonna believe their crap?
What?
After I was watching, 9 things supplied to the ESS. It was a live stream from NASA. With that rocket of the SpaceX or fake SpaceX.
Wait.
I was watching the live stream and suddenly I saw a rat. How can that be possible? Can you have a rat living inside a vacuum?
Like a hat?
A rat. Ratone, un ratone, rat.
Ratatouille.
Oh, like a rat?
I'm gonna post it.
There's a rat inside the rocket. Are you serious?
No, let's see if you can see it or not. Let's see.
Wait, I wasn't talking about that. Like this.
But we are talking about those rockets and ESS, NASA, whatever. I'm gonna post this and you tell me what is this. Maybe I'm suffering from cognitive dissonance.
I'm
Yeah, it's on the outside of the rocket.
Right, you can really take either route that you want. In my opinion, you can either take both routes. Both of these routes are open, right? Either you can be so dumb. Not just you. I just mean you can be real dumb and simple about it. And be like, listen, I just see the Earth is what it is. It's not moving. Water's flat, right? Or you could take the really smart route, and then get experiments out and demonstrate and show that the Earth is flat. Either way, you're going to get the flat Earth, whichever one you want. You can either just accept it, or you can prove it. I mean, you should prove it. That's a good way to go. But either route's open.
Thank you for that. But he's talking about rats, rockets. So, Fry, what is this thing going on?
I don't know, dude.
Is that the cat? Is that some ice with 2 ears and a tail? Maybe may I have to post another one more? You can see more clear.
What the
Let's
fuck?
see. Oops. Okay. You can see more clear in this one. Is that some plastic? So after this, I was there watching that live stream. I can post the link. So actually, and it was not just me. Suddenly I was, how can they miss this? And people at the side chat that YouTube.
Yeah, but wait, what are you trying to say? Like,
No. Why I have to believe? Why I have to believe? Those recently, rockets going to space and whatever. After I seeing this, they can fool us. With everything they want.
Why would they fake fake put is this like a CGI rat? Like what is it?
Yeah, it's not in some vacuum. It's just the space studio.
Why would they put a CGI rat though?
Yeah, it's just the space studio. It's on the studio, and it's infested with rats.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's like
the background.
Okay.
And
Right.
The background. The background. They can change the background all the time. But this
Makes sense.
You see, after this, why I have to believe in the recent, supposedly people went going to space. I mean, this rat went to space, right?
Now, I was talking about the rocket launch. I mean, you do believe they do launch rockets, right?
After this, why I have to believe that?
I mean, whether they go in space or not, but they do launch things that go straight
space?
up.
So you can have this rat in space in that vacuum.
No,
really? You see the problem?
They do launch something though, man. Wait. Dude.
If you can show me, a gas pressure next to a vacuum without any barrier or container, because it's one thing is believing something, and the other thing is knowing. So I don't have to believe, their stories. Oh, now they have, they are using all the smoke and mirrors. They use, making movies and even putting drama on it. Oh, they are stuck in space. Let's save them. Oh, more money. Give us more money. Thank you. Drama and suspense is what what they use to make movies. Why NASA has to use harness on those astronauts? It's like that song, Space may be the final frontier, but it's made on the basement, on the Hollywood basement. Yeah, the space studio, right there, on Earth.
Red Hot Chili Peppers is a flat earth band.
I could listen to you sing that all day, Oregon.
Don't fry your mind.
It is too late for that.
You are already fried. Just have to, like us, we did learn about that globe, same arguments, but you just take it by granted. You just believe it, you did accept it, and that's it. You didn't have any question about it or, think about it or, can this be possible? That black swan, you see at least that horizon behind the second rig, let's say 10 miles, using the math, that radius is 67 times larger. How can that be possible? 67 times larger is more than 50%, of that radius. More. So that's a big problem. You can talk about refraction, but yeah, the math is not working there.
Wait, hang on. Let me do the math.
The black swan is not talking. Is not just. The argument is not the oil rigs. Is where is the horizon? At least let's say 10 miles. And if you do the math, that's accounting that 1 foot high. That's 67 times
Let me do the
larger.
math. Let me do the math.
I can post to you if you want.
1 feet in meters. One feet is 0.3. What the fuck? Okay. Target distance. How far is it?
The best you can do is do it by yourself. If you have a camera, you can go to a flat zone and let's output the camera and watch the horizon and measure the height of that camera and do the calculations. You can find by yourself.
Mm.
That is very hard to use. Well, thank you, on Big Pond. Just saw your clip. Of the live stream. Right, don't fry your mind. You want the math.
This website's like impossible to use, man. I give up.
Just a second. Okay, here and then. Okay, this is you can check out this.
Check it out.
Thank you. Check it out. Check it out. I just did post it. That's the 1 foot observer site of the, what is name? BMLSB69. I just posted. You can save it.
I see.
Save your brain cells. Okay, but in the Black Swan, according to the distance to the horizon, did you see any geometric horizon at 1.22 miles? No, it's not net enough. Multiply by 2, 3, whatever.
Yeah, but look at that math. Look at that drawing.
That's just figurative,
Right, but when I look at that horizontal, only 1 point, one little dot can touch that sphere. And the rest of the sphere, actually, from your feet, is going down, sloping down the whole mile, the whole what? From your feet, down, 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 down. It's supposed to be going all the way for that whole mile, not only 8 inches. A mile away is a mile down from me on a ball. So a mile down and away is a mile down and away. Can't be only 8 inches.
Yesterday, I was remember yesterday there was a guy. He was asking how can he measure? I did use the water level. What distance he did ask? Well, do it one correctly, accounting. You have to isolate it from temperatures of the ground, but and even the diameter of that hose. But yeah, 1 mile. It said how much, it said 8 inches. He's going to do it. I don't know if he, but I did said check.
A tilt of 8 inches, correct. An 8-inch drop of the object, like say you got a cereal box, right? And you got the cereal box on the table. Now take the corner of the cereal box, pull the cereal box all the way over to where the corner's on the just touching the table. Drop the right corner down now, 8 inches. That's what you're supposed to be seeing. It's supposed to be an 8-inch tilt per mile, not drop. How do you have a drop on a sphere without tilting accordingly to the sphere, the attribute of it? That doesn't even compute at all. So So they're not looking for a drop of 8 inches because they're dropped a mile. They're looking for a tilt of the object of 8 inches from the first reference point vertically that it started.
Yeah,
So
but the water level 1 mile. So if there was a ball, from one extremity to the other, there should be a difference like 8 inches, right? Vertical. Using water level, raising up the two extremities up of that hose.
From a vertical, it's a mile.
So yeah, in 1 mile it's
it's 1 mile of distance, but it's supposed to be 8 inches of tilt.
Yeah, exactly. Tilt vertically, difference. Okay. Yeah, that's I did tell him he's gonna do it.
And think about it. And think about it. If our visual attribute of where the horizon ends for us, and that's where we can't see the object no more, how could it be still sitting how could it still be sitting vertically up and down perfectly? That's impossible.
Exactly. Right, are you still there? Still there or what? Right.
It has to be tilted the amount of 8 inches per mile squared.
But he's asking, show me groceries. Do groceries exist in reality? Come on.
Well, how can you displace anything on a sphere from one point to another without it tilting? Without a tilt from one point to the next, how does that even work?
Is even watching buildings from a long distance. They should be tilted.
Leaning Tower of Pisa should be a real thing. It should be all buildings at a certain point when you back up from them. They should all become the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And then if you're standing close to a tilted building like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and you walk away on a sphere, that leaning building becomes perfectly vertical. It has to. Now, the Leaning Tower of Pisa always leans, no matter where you look at it, from what perspective, no matter how far away you get. It's always leaning.
RTS is not here, right? No, it's just in the chat. So check it. Child text chat.
Yeah, because the drop is the drop rate. You can't change the drop. You're looking for the tilt. That's where their shit's wrong also. They don't even know how to put perspective. They're like, how come you can't prove, like, what do you, every dumb question they ask, where's the flat earth proof? Where's it not? Where's there not flat earth proof at? Like, what? I'm lost here. If there's no globe proof, what are you left with? Apparently the opposite. And I'm looking at a level right here, a laser level, regular level, right here in my bucket. And it's, just, no.
You do construction or some?
I do my own construction.
Awesome.
Like if I need something done on my stuff, I do it. Electric, flooring, build the porch, tear the porch down, the roof, whatever. I do it. Brickwork, anything, everything. I've done a little bit of everything with my uncle too. He's like a like whatever. He like knows everything. He's like a
D-Mock, you ever
fool.
grabbed the 240 before?
Not a 240, but I do my 120s, and the 240 I turn off.
I got zapped right out the panel once on 240.
You have a piece of wood under you?
No, but I was in insulated boots.
Okay. Well, you also want to put a big block of wood under you. It's a trick all the electricians tell me about for some odd reason. They say get you a big block of wood, square block of wood about 3 foot long, and stand on it when you do the electric.
No, that is true. It does help.
Yeah, if you're not
As long as
grounded.
it's not wet.
Yeah, if you're not grounded, you could go ahead and touch it all day.
Dude, when I grabbed the 240, my hand slipped because there was some new breakers I was working with, and I swear to God, I could feel the vibrations in my hand for 8 hours. It was messed up.
Yeah, did you know that it feels the same way with being frostbitten or burnt as an electrocution?
No, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. They're all the same feeling. They attribute to your skin.
No, but getting shocked is like, it's a really intense feeling.
So is freezer burn.
Okay.
Yeah, now you get it. Like if you ride your bike at night in the real cold and it's below 30 degrees, and you ride for long enough and you don't have any gloves on, your hands will get freezer burn.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, some dude where I'm at, a lady, he's pretty young too, which is crazy. So he's pretty young, and I guess the dude was riding back and forth to work on his bike, and it wasn't so bad. Well, for 3 nights in a row, just out of nowhere, it got really, really cold. Nobody even expected it. It got like -7 or 10 or something. And the dude rode his bike home, and it took him like 20 to 30 minutes or 40 minutes to get home, something, out of the ordinary. And yeah, because it was so cold, he couldn't ride forward against the wind as good as what he would normally do. So when he finally got home, his hand was, in fact, he had to take one of his hands off or do something with it. It was bad. He couldn't use it. I've heard of some weird, sad stuff going down with people that are really young. Like this one lady at like 23, just something happened. Like, I was like, what? Crazy. I worked with this one dude for a long time. Something wrong with him that was like a deadly bad thing. He never told anybody. Dude never told anybody. He was the coolest dude ever, and only had so long to live by his doctor that never told anybody. That's crazy. So he didn't want to burden anybody with any of it. So he just every day was regular to people, to him. Like, you know what I mean? They thought dude was going to live, but in his mind he knows, hey, you got 2 years to live, or 8 months, or whatever his time was. That's crazy.
Steph, how are you? We gotta get to that Rangoon mix.
Uh-oh. Crab Rangoon.
Oh shit. I'm sorry. I'm off mute. I apologize, guys.
You're good. We didn't hear much but Crab Rangoon.
It's good though. It's good. I'm listening to the stories that you're telling. Very interesting. Crazy.
Oh yeah, I was working with this other dude. See, because it's like this place has a lot of turnout of a lot of people a lot of times, sometimes. And the young man had abscess on his cheek, and I've had abscess before. And I was giving him advice, and he was like, "Oh, well, I drink to take care of the pain and the problem of it." And I said, "Whoa, I don't." He's like, "You don't?" I said, "No. What I did was when it got so bad, I actually boiled some pliers and pulled like 2 to 4 of my own teeth. I don't recommend it or nothing, but that's just what I did." And then when my abscess was really bad one day, I went into the dentist. I was like, man, I can't work today. I had to go into the dentist. And I went in, and the dentist lady was like a pregnant dentist lady. And she said, go back in there. I'm going to check your teeth. And when she said she's going to check them, I'm sitting here waiting for her to come like check them. She comes in there with equipment and starts just pulling my teeth out. I'm like, what the hell? And she's like, do you want me to pull all of them or just these 4 or 8 that are giving you problems right here? I said, well, I pulled a couple, so there's probably only 4. But you know what? Go ahead and take them all. And she looked at me funny, and she was surprised that I said that at the age I was. She was like, why? I was like, yeah, because I'll be back in here every other month. And right now you guys have this deal that's going on. So, like, if you pull them all, it's one price. I just get it over with. And she's like, actually, that's a pretty smart idea, really. And it was, because like a month later, that place closed down. And then it was all like 5 times the price and crazy now because another place bought it. The company name that it was switched to something else, and they moved to like out of town or state from where I'm at. I was like, what? I still didn't get my actual set of dentures, my second pair, like, and the company already sold out and moved.
Damn, you're a bigger man than me to have all the teeth pulled out. I've had abscess too, and I definitely agree with you that that shit will come back for sure.
Well, here's the moral to the story. The weird way that happened to me, that the other gentleman went to the place afterwards, and they were giving them. They wouldn't see, for some odd reason, the lady pulled my teeth. She wasn't supposed to. When you have a really big abscess, they're not supposed to pull it. So
nope, they freaking make you get on antibiotics, and they all the swelling go down, and then that's what they do. It's protocol.
Well, she didn't. She didn't. She
That's
pulled it,
messed
bro.
up.
She pulled my shit. It was, yeah.
Dude, they put your life at risk. Like you could have
No,
died
hold on,
from that.
no.
That's
Hold
fucked
on,
up.
hold on. You guys didn't hear the rest. So there's the gentleman I was working with. He was younger than me. He was only 30 something. And he had the same abscess, same teeth problem, but he drank alcohol every night, really bad, like a lot. Even when I dropped him off at home, I'd take him home or pick him up sometimes, and he would have a basket or a bag of alcohol. Like his family knew that his face was so hurt. They bought him alcohol pints and stuff of different pints, and they would leave him on his step. Nobody would even drink his alcohol. It'd be sitting there when I dropped him off at home on his porch in a bag. So, and I told him, I was talking to him for one night for a long time. And I said, man, you shouldn't be drinking because that's going to be really bad on your thing because the doctor ain't getting to you in time. I said, in all actuality, as soon as that went down, you should have got him pulled. And he said, well, they were giving me the runaround at the dentist. They weren't trying to pull it because they kept saying it was a little bit too much abscess. I said, no, something ain't right there. I said, they're not telling you something right. And like, I'm not shitting you. A couple days later or a couple weeks later, that dude passed away. Like, not too long after that, that dude passed away from his abscess. It was face cancer. He had real
Didn't
bad
Jimmy Jedi
cancer.
pass away from that?
Yep, his turned all cancerous because nobody would help him with it as much. They kept turning him away.
His turned cancer. I didn't know about that. I'm sorry.
Well,
Crazy.
the thing is you can have plaque, that go into your blood, kill you with like really bad teeth. But I don't know, man. When you got something all swelled up, shit, probably the best thing she could have done was damn. I mean, you got that much poison in you, you know. Gotta come
Yeah,
out.
I'm just knock on wood that mine went the way it did. I don't know. It didn't even. It did. She shouldn't have. You're right. My life probably wasn't because I bled a lot. Yeah, all my shit got taken. But I'm still here, so that's weird. I always find that weird. Like another gentleman had the same exact thing as me, and he's not here. Like, whoa, that's just crazy. But see, I got mine pulled at like 30 years old. I told him pull them all. I just told the lady, I said, just pull them all. You're doing
That's
it.
young, boy.
I know. That's actually not too young. Check this out.
No, I'm just saying it's freaking young. Getting
No,
all
it's
your
not.
teeth.
Listen to this. Listen to this story. These are all true stories too. My son's best friend cried and cried and cried and had really bad teeth for some reason. I don't know if it's a chemical they gave him because sometimes babies, they have a complication at birth or whatever. If you give certain chemicals to people or certain medicines, it rots their teeth. It can. So
Well, some moms they would leave the baby bottle in at night, and that'll rot your milk. Milk will rot your. They'd let their
okay,
babies fall asleep. You only let them fall asleep with water bottles.
well this kid had the worst teeth I ever seen in my life, and he had real bad pains, and he was only 14 and got every one of it. He's got dentures at 14. Think about that one, bro. And I told him, I said, hey man, I said I got mine pulled at 28, bro. I know you're young. I said, but hurry up and get your dentures. Stay out of school for a week or two. Get your dentures in, keep them in, and don't tell nobody. They'll never know. And he did what I told him. My son's never told nobody, none of his friends. But unless he tells you, unless he told you, you'd never know.
Damn, you have some good friends then. Most friends can't keep a secret. Hey, I have a question. What happened with Nathan today? Is he not doing the show?
It's a little late for that. He should have already been on if he was going to be on.
Thought it was only on Fridays.
This one's Thursdays.
Today's what? Tuesday?
He comes here Fridays too, I think.
Why do I remember Thursday? Was it ever Thursday?
I don't think so. I think he would go to Geo's on Thursdays or Wednesday, one of those 2 days. And here on Fridays.
I've seen him over there one time. I don't know. I'm not always listening super early.
One time.
So what goes on over there at FED now? Nobody. I don't see anyone in Discord over there. That's it.
Yeah, there's people there, unless you're banned from there. Because
Really?
Oh, well, people there.
I see more of you guys that I've seen for years over here now. That used to be on the 24/7 over there.
It's like 25 people over there right now on FED.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, because sometimes I'll check there, and over the years, the numbers have been dwindling. I was just wondering.
But you don't mean Discord, do you? You're talking about YouTube?
Discord. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm talking about like I'm in politics now, right?
Yeah, but wait. What do you mean? You talking about FED? Like Nathan's got a Discord channel?
No, let me see what channel it is. That's the one that Nathan normally.
Yeah, you're talking about freaking YouTube, right?
No, it's just it says FED. Yeah.
What, like an actual freaking like just a website?
Oh, Nathan is over there right now. Yeah, no, it's the Discord. I'm sorry. Okay. But he comes here on Fridays, I think, right?
Confused. What are you guys talking about? Where's Nathan at right now? What do you? I'm lost. Lost in the sauce.
He's on the
Nathan's
Discord.
giving his show in his own Discord.
Oh, he's got a Discord that he does the show from.
Right.
At the same
But I don't think
the
he
same
is.
time. He doesn't do it at the same time as because he used to be on YouTube. Does he do it?
And he's still on
the
YouTube.
same-
So he has He has a Discord where you have people come in and talk to him while he's streaming on YouTube.
Okay. Sure.
How
Well,
long have you
somebody
guys?
threw me the link. Somebody threw me the links. You threw me the link up in the chat so I can see the Discord one. Like
Discord? I'll send it to you, Bear.
Thanks, man.
They might be doing the show on their server right now. Nathan's in that live stream. I just sent you the link. I'm sure the other guy sent you the link too. But
Oh no, you good if you had that already. I was gonna send it to you. But
yeah, what's up, Elbow?
Chilling, man, chilling.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing, dude. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm alright. I just got invited to Robert Utah's personal Discord server.
Holy smokes. Prepare to get lied to.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, it was a great day. It's a great day today. I got invited to be with the king himself.
Everything is real, brother. Just Google it. Everything they know, brother. There's nothing they don't know. Google it.
He's a little wacko. Hey, D-Mock.
No one seems to be talking.
Hello, dude. Where are you from?
Canadian.
You're from Canada?
Mm-hmm.
Are you a baller? Are you a globe earther?
It makes the most sense, to be honest. I'm flat earther. Not gonna lie.
You're a flat earther?
Yeah.
Alright. Are you sure? Are you sure
You
you
gotta,
don't
you
feel
gotta
like you're
ask him the
rotating
question,
right now?
dude. You gotta ask him the question, and then you'll know. You know the question, right?
Yeah, so do you not feel like you're rotating right now?
No, that's not the question. The question, LSV, are you there? I'll ask. Then I'll drop out. I'll ask you the question. Are you there? LSV, sir.
Yeah, what's up?
What's the radius of the Earth?
I'm unsure.
Ah, that was the question. All right, you're up.
See? I actually don't know.
Yeah, that's how we know what you are. You have now identified yourself. But he wanted to talk to you.
I
I don't believe in science bases. Sure, I believe in elements, but once it surpasses that, I don't believe in something that can be calculated as a, it just doesn't make sense. And also, why do people call it a planet if we can't even see it?
Because it's a plane. E.T.
I mean, everything's a plane in space, if you really think about
Well,
it. We don't know what our Earth looks like. We don't know what the Earth looks like, so it's hard to depict it as a
It's an extraterrestrial plane. That just means dirt. Or territory. Right. So it has extra dirt and extra territory, and it's a plane.
Makes sense.
I'd like to know why they call things in the sky planets, or things like this, or the realm, or the reality in which you live on, like just the Earth.
Yeah, that would have been better for me to say than just that. You make a good point.
The etymology of planet means a wandering one, so that's where that came from.
Yeah, also, they tell you the word planet because it justified the globe claim.
So, my one question for someone who's a glober, how does measuring gravity work?
You don't measure any gravity.
What do you mean measure gravity?
Well, that's what science be doing nowadays, but they can't even tell us how it's formed or how it's made or what it looks like with real evidence of videos. So
Yeah, so they can't.
Plus,
measure it,
I did
they're
a
just
I did a
calling it
cup
something, and
I
then
did a
measuring
So they
it
can't
by
measure the
solid.
cause. They can't measure the cause of gravity, right? You can
I
measure
also-
like there's an
I wasn't
effect
done
of when you drop things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are you talking about when you're asking like if you can measure? Are you saying you can't drop something and measure the amount of time it takes for it to hit the ground?
You can measure an action or attribute, but that's not measuring gravity or a cause of gravity or any
I'm
function.
talking as an element itself. The other guy didn't catch that. I know that
Where in science are they claiming that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they think that they can measure gravity. They can't.
Where? Okay, where?
I could send you a source. Hold up.
Do you know a scale is supposed to be a gravimeter? It's just a scale.
Literally. Scientists now measuring gravity.
How do you measure something you don't know what it is?
Exactly. It's bullshit.
So what I'm trying to say
that's
is,
what I like talking about because it's impossible. They're using the Novo method, but you can't do that with something that doesn't exist.
So predicting something post-diction isn't anything to do with anything that you said. It's just saying, hey, I dropped this thing. I see what this thing does. It's recording the action or attribute of any different material, depending on the medium or the action or reaction that it has. Because you can shape things different. You could put them in air, water, mercury, seal them and stuff. Like you can do different things with them and they're going to react different. So to say there's a constant thing called magic gravity in every situation and you know what it is somehow, like no one's ever recorded gravity. They just record an action or an attribute of what's happening.
Mm-hmm. I agree. One thing that I find interesting about it is the fact that people go ahead and they talk about like the balancements of like gravity within our solar system, how do you know that there's gravity inside of a solar system? How do you know how a planet projects differently from another? How do we even know if gravity exists and if it's just a false color for people to make us think that we live around Earth? Exactly.
These are all postulations because gentlemen looked up in the sky and postulated things. They said, "What if?"
Just go, oh, well, this sun's different and it has many moons. The gravity has to be different.
Well,
isn't that the novel method? Isn't that like what you said they do?
Yes,
They use
exactly. The novel method.
yeah.
They use the wisdom of their minds that isn't wisdom to project something that doesn't make sense. Because here's a good example, right? I did a cup experiment with my cup, and I made it so that there was two ways that the water could pour, up or down, and I put it in a way where it could go out of each hole. And instead of it going for the top hole, it went out the bottom hole. So therefore, there's no gravity. Gravity is impossible.
Wait, what did you do?
So I got a fan, right? And I put two holes in a cup. I had like those two like styrofoam cups. I filled the water in both of them so that they were both filled up on each side, and then I taped them. And I grabbed the fan and I put pressure of velocity in the middle. And instead of it blowing out for the top, it blew out for the bottom. So gravity can't exist if that's the case. Because if you're making a gravity, if you're making a gravity, wait. Yeah, on both sides. But listen, if you're doing this, and if gravity isn't formed, and if you're making something to form gravity or utilize it with, as we see at people, how they're like, we're flying, gravity's real. Dude, those are vacuums that are made to exfoliate your body so that you can feel I forget what it's called. But yeah, it's just bullshit. But yeah. It's just like what you see when people use those fly things with like the powerful vacuum suction that makes you like float. That's what I'm trying to say, right? That's the same thing as the experiment that I did, except it didn't work.
Where can you present the physics of vacuum?
I wouldn't necessarily say that you can, but I'm not referring to like a vacuum like in space or like an actual vacuum that you think of. I'm talking about a thing that just pushes air through it.
Hold on. Let's get this clear. I don't know what vacuum anybody's thinking of because I'm not thinking of one. I'm trying to get the idea of the one you're trying to present for space or anybody else. Like every time they say the space vacuum, no one's ever presented that.
Oh, that's not what I'm referring to at all, no.
No,
I'm talking about a vacuum on Earth that pushes air through it. That's it. I don't know if it would be called a vacuum or a fan.
But that's not a vacuum of space, though. We just so if I want to know what space is like, who's ever experienced the vacuum of space, and how can we bring that on Earth?
No one has.
So no one has, correct?
But my conversation wasn't about space though. When I was talking about what I was saying, but hey, I get it. Sorry.
No, it is about space because the attribute of things up there and the things down here aren't even the same, are they?
Okay, look, you know a vacuum that you use to clean things up?
No, I don't. Vacuums don't exist in nature. No, not right. Vacuums are man-made. Did you know that?
Absolutely, they are.
Okay, so why would we worry about a vacuum if none exist in nature? There's no natural.
I was just trying to say that people tried to use the ability to create gravity, but it's not possible.
Why is a man-made thing that does an attribute you'll never see in life? Well, how's that helping you?
It's not. I'm just saying, like, people try to promote it that way. So it's not gravity. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
You're trying to too. But what I'm saying is the physics that happen right now, if I take a ball and I just spin a ball simply and put water on it, it doesn't stick. Now, do you believe somewhere else that is possible to happen? Do you actually believe that?
No, I don't. I'm against it.
Do you think other people believe that?
Absolutely.
Okay, now why do they believe that when in reality, what we see is not that? So everything we experience right here, me and you as humans, these other gentlemen, for some reason, write it all off. Like that's not real. For some reason, this isn't. None of this is real for them. Only out there and what ifs are real.
Mm-hmm.
That you cannot, that no one can experience. I just wanted to point that out. It's just,
Absolutely, I agree with you. I was never saying that. Like, okay, maybe what I said was controversial in this room, but all I was referring to is how people are trying to make gravity by making these fans that are powerful to make people float. That's all it is. But yes, they're man-made. You can't just go, oh, object 1, object 2, promote gravity. No, you have to construct it if that's what you want to do for your bases.
They're not promoting gravity. Fans just move air.
Yes.
So no gravity there.
But they wanted to call it gravity, though, which is funny. You can look it up. A real look into gravity. It's fucking so dumb.
A helicopter hovers. A hot air balloon hovers. A helium balloon hovers. Those are all anti-gravity, right?
Exactly. They only push up due to chemical for most of them.
Yeah, but what do they? What's the helicopter anti-ing?
Gravity. I'm kidding.
It's just a spinning blade in the air.
Exactly. It's using the velocity of wind to carry it. So that's literally it. Sorry, I'm kind of in the middle of installing something, so I can't really have a full conversation because it's lagging my PC. But in a minute, I will be able to. I'm just trying to get this done. Jesus, actually takes forever.
But I was just saying, like, the idea of, like, us measuring gravity, they measure something go from point A to point B, but some stuff goes the opposite, point A to point B. Exactly. So in that case, they're not measuring down.
If only they're measuring up, if anything.
Now down becomes up. And if you're on the other side of the planet and you drop something and I drop something, we're both dropping it to each other. One's going this way, they're just the opposite of it. So it just makes no sense.
I know. And like here's what I said to somebody. Like I talked to somebody that I knew in America who's becoming an astronaut, and I told them, can you give us any sort of detail about how gravity exists? And he said to me, gravity exists, think of it as like a ball that basically moves up whenever you bounce it further than what it's supposed to do. And then think about how that ball goes up and then levitates and then slowly comes down. That's what gravity is. I'm like, okay, but how can you define it? Ends the call. I'm like, exactly.
Free fall.
No one can ever answer that question.
No, he explained to you free fall.
It seems like it because he wasn't able to.
No, listen to what he said. Throw the ball up. As soon as that ball hits the point of contention and has to come back down, that's gravity and it's free fall.
Gotcha. But yeah, he just said that he was going to send me some videos from his iPhone of space and he's going to FaceTime me, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, do it.
Did he say
blocks
from
me.
Space?
Yeah, he's just a LARPer,
he's just lying, dude.
Yeah, he's just a LARPer. I mean, I kind of believe that he's becoming an astronaut because he's hella fucking smart. But even then, like, yeah, his grades weren't amazing. So, yeah, like a 3.8 GPA, and I have a 4. So, but he's an idiot.
Are you sure you're from Canada, dude?
Yes. Once you get to high school and you start doing online courses, like once you're out of high school and you have to like go back to do credits, everything is considered GPA format after that. It just people don't understand that. I can show you an example if you want me to. Like whenever you go to college or university, it works the same way. You promote your GPA status of your total network grades through your high school period and like your online period, because we do it so that we have high school and then we do a few courses online. That's what everybody does. And then you take all of that for what you did and you mark it into a GPA status, and then you either go into university or college based off of it. It's pretty cool, actually.
In Canada, they do this.
Yeah. You won't. Not a lot of people know about that, actually, but I can show you. Do colleges and universities.
I'm in Canada too.
Yeah.
Do you also have the same thing with your GPA? They'll ask you to present it if you're in university. Are you in university or no?
No, I didn't go to university.
I
So that
used to
part I
be
don't
in
know.
university.
Present what?
Your GPA. Like, depending on how high your GPA is, they want to know that information.
Oh, they should already know it. It's connected to the school.
Yeah.
Get the other. Here's the thing. What I want to talk about elements.
Ooh, my favorite conversation. Bet.
What do you like? Hydrogen? Is that an element?
Wouldn't say so.
Do you know what hydrogen is?
Yep, it's the element that combines with another element to make water. I mean, I forgot the exact definition.
Hold on a second. Did you say wouldn't say so or would say so that it's an element?
Wouldn't.
You just described it as an element just now.
Okay. Would you like to talk about it like if they are all elements in that case?
Now, hold on. No, hold on. I said, do you think hydrogen is an element? You said, no, I wouldn't think so. Then I said, so what is hydrogen? You said, it's an element.
Fuck.
So I was just wondering, like, did you misstep? So what I'm saying is the gas hydrogen, where can we see that in nature? 100%.
Nowhere. Unexistent.
Huh?
It's nowhere. It's unexistent. You can't find hydrogen itself.
So what about helium?
You can see helium and balloons, for example, but you can't physically see it being made.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. If we're talking humans and we're supposed to be learning chemistry about the natural world and function of the attribute of stuff around us, like gases, supposedly, these magical things that are named and given element properties or whatever, right? So, like, if we go out and try to find helium in nature, where do we go get it at?
That's a good point.
And if I said, do you believe there's 100% of any kind of element? Like, do you think there's 100% gold somewhere?
Oxygen.
There's 100% oxygen somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
What's it look like? Where do you get it from?
Human body perspectives. That's what scientists base it off of. But, like, if we're talking about actual oxygen as, like, picking it up and being like, ooh, I have oxygen. Ooh. Yeah, it's not happening.
So, no oxygen. So we just eliminated all the things that you thought were a special thing, and now we have none. But then we have them all at the same time. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Right. So now think of gold. We went to the ground. We said we want to get 100% gold, not 9.9, not 99.999, 100% unstepped on, pure, unadulterated gold. Just that mineral element thing. Could you get it?
Nope.
So that doesn't. Okay. What about silver?
That one's difficult, but I'm guessing a no again.
Copper.
I'd say yes, because that deals with piping.
So you think you can get 100% copper?
It's been done, but I think it would take a while to find a site that actually gives that out.
100% copper.
Wait, let me do a quick search if that's even possible, because I actually don't know.
I mean, because my point is...
it says it's not possible. Okay.
Well,
because
well, I
all
already know
FHC
that.
has only a trace of oxygen, making it the closest to pure copper. It's literally impossible.
I know. I already know the answer. But what I'm saying is this, so if we dig all these materials of dirt that we have, and then some dirt's salt, some of it's silicon, some of it's sand, some of it's this, some of it's that, and we just attribute whatever the attribute of that is, and we name it, right? And it's going through like a formation, right?
Okay, now I'm following.
Yeah, from one to the next. So everything is everything.
That makes sense now. Okay, I see that. From a perspective of being one of the best person in chemistry in my whole entire school. I can see that.
So now when they say gold is something from space and all that, it's never been.
No, there's no way that gold's from space. It's always existed and it's always been combined over time with other stuff in the ground, which makes sense why it cannot be pure for 100%. Makes sense. Yep, I agree. Also, another thing is, my best argument towards the Earth being, round is nothing. But my best argument towards the Earth being flat is the fact that we can't see our own Earth, right? We can't see what we're on as a plane. Therefore, meaning we cannot exactly be like, oh, we live on this planet, or that and that, or like, oh, we're this or we're that. The only things that we have that are contents that show us our planet are usually CGI. If not, you find the real one that actually shows in footage of being inside of an airplane, and you can see no gravity. I mean, wait, not gravity. What's it called? Curvature. There we go. You're not able to see any curvature, so that helps too, because that allows us to understand that these certain pictures that are taken, if it's taken on a phone, there's no curvature. But if you use a fisheye camera, it will be curvature because it presents free cameras of fire towards your photo, and it makes it more bigger and expanded. And first off, the photo is already round, which is why we get a lot of these photos, which usually are presented to be real, but are actually fake, and people like to lie about it to make it seem like if it's a real. That's my opinion. So yeah, the Earth is flat. It's flat.
Even phone cameras can, they have like a low focal length, right? It's still like a wide angle lens, basically.
Wait, actually? I don't know.
Large field of view. Yeah, I mean, I even I fly a lot, right? And I got like a really nice little Sony Action Cam FDXR 3000 or something like that.
Damn.
And when I'm watching, like, the horizon is so flat through my eyes, and then I'll watch the footage back later, and then you can see some, curvature due to the lens distortion. But then I notice when I pan up and I pan down, right, it changes from, slightly concave to slightly convex.
Yeah, it's weird like that. I realize that too.
Just a lens effect. Doesn't need to be fisheye.
Oh, here's a good thing too, right? Especially if you use binoculars. You know how they're both circular viewpoints, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, DJ.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right? Here's a really interesting argument. So they're circular viewpoints. So every single time when people view these boats, they're usually using binoculars because that's the first thing that you grab if it's over sea. You're not going to use a telescope because you can't really reach that far if you do use one. But the most interesting thing is about how usually it's projected with binoculars. If you realize how they're both circulated, and if you use it yourself, and if you look up into the sky, you realize that everything appears curved. And the reason is because the lenses that you're looking at are already curved. That's why people have false physicists on most things that are out there, because they're using fucking binoculars. Meaning that boat could have been gone, not just disappeared, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch even a giant boat sail out to sea, right, with your naked eye, you'll never see it appear to disappear bottom up unless there's a large ocean swell.
Exactly. And people use binoculars to calculate distances. That's the dumbest thing that you can do, because your distances are going to be wrong because it does not show actual what you're viewing. It's showing you a 360 degree because it's a circle. Right? You want it to be a 180 flat if you're actually looking at it with your eyes, because that's what you'll get. So, it's just bullshit. Can't measure something that can't be measured.
Yeah, you need distance, known distance markers to be able to gauge the distances, to what you're looking at when it's out in the water. You can't tell the distance to the horizon unless you have distance markers, right?
That's me saying I'm gonna measure this guy's height just by looking at him, even though he has shoes on, an extendable thing that makes him look taller that people insert into their shoes, gives you a few inches, and he has a hat on that's dropping all the way down to his eyes. Yeah, it's just like that. We're gonna calculate how much this guy how much. Oh my god, I'm losing it. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm losing it.
Well, even worse than that. I mean, it's like looking at a person that's 100 meters away and then trying to guess their height.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. That's exactly how it's like when people.
Worse than that, really. I mean, because the horizon just like, you know, is an apparent location. It's not like a physical object like a person.
For me, I only snapped out of this phase where I believed in a round Earth like 2 months ago, and the reason was is because I keep on seeing all these stars, right? And there's this thing that says, oh, if you look at the sky at like a certain time, you're gonna see all of these planets lined up, right? I'm like, oh, okay. So I went outside. I'm really excited. I go to the exact coordinates of where it's gonna be. I literally traveled with my friend like 100 kilometers away just to look, and nothing was there. Nothing was lined up. It's bullshit. That made me really upset, actually.
It's an imagined position in your mind, and then it's a horizontal from left to right as far as you can see forever, which is farther than 3 miles looking forward to supposedly occur.
Yeah, and you want to hear something really interesting? So I had a whole bunch of teachers, and like a lot of them had like a globe, like, you know, like as they would call it, a planet structure, right? But the cool thing is one of my teachers didn't have it as a globe, and they had it as a flat planet, and they believed in a flat Earth, and they promoted us the flat Earth theory, and we all actually went, hey, you know what? Maybe the Earth is actually flat, and then we all agreed saying that the Earth was flat. Then grade 9 came, and my scientist teacher is like, oh, okay, well, you say that the Earth is flat, but what about all the stuff on our terrain that makes the Earth the Earth? I'm like, interesting. He's like, if you actually look into learning about climates and temperatures and sea rising, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, that can just happen due to elevation, water, and rainfall. Stop stocking instantly. I'm like,
Sea rising from what?
From rainfall. It can happen, but that doesn't necessarily mean that.
Oh, hold on.
Changing form.
You misunderstood. Sea rising. Okay, so if I say the water in your mud puddle is rising, it would have to rise from the way that it normally was. So if it's normally a certain height of mud puddle, my question is, how do you know the differential of height, drop or rise on a sphere when it's a curving thing dropping below itself anyway?
I mean, if you look at like Miami right now, that thing's happening, and a lot of people are saying that's from rainstorms. That's all I meant from that. But people try to make it seem like if it's just like the Earth changing shape and raising waters, which is not possible. You know, like if I go outside, right, and I make like a little puddle, and there's like a major rainstorm, right? Of course, the water is gonna go a bit out of that puddle, and it's gonna make a bigger puddle from that water already sourced. But that doesn't mean that they're just gonna rise to rise. That's not possible.
And then if there's a curve on the right or left of you, in front and back of you, aren't you now going to pour and never rise? Aren't you going to even out?
Yeah, probably. Sorry, I'm like really out of it.
Well, I'm just saying, if I get on a tall hill, I can't really flood the hill unless I have enough water to flood everywhere in the hill.
That's true. So unless if you get like 100,000 milliliters of water, nothing's gonna rise. Good point. It could be possible, like if there's like a bunch of water, but it doesn't mean that the sea itself is rising, which is what scientists are trying to say, which is bullshit. Like by their own self, if you get what I mean. It just doesn't make sense. You get what I mean, right?
They're saying what? The sea level rises when it rains a lot.
No, like in general, like without water, they're still trying to say that it's increasing in height, even though there's literally no water in general. Yeah. It's a bullshit argument. That's all I was trying to say. That's just stupid.
You can look at pictures from like the early 1900s in a particular location, right? And then like 2024, 2025 comparison, and the water line's in the exact same spot. I've seen
Yeah.
countless amounts of pictures like that. Yeah.
And it's just annoying
Definitely
how
place-
scientists are
place
trying to throw us into a different direction into believing stuff that's literally physically impossible and undermining it with science saying, oh, but this height equals this height, so this height has to be rising automatically. Like, no, it doesn't happen like that. It have to
But
happen
yeah, I
over
believe
time
that
with
the Earth
like
definitely goes through-
100 back-to-back rainstorms, and just then it would happen.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, crazy shit happens, right? Like, we definitely have, like, cycles and things like that where we have, like, differing weather over large periods of time. And there's
And
evidence-
most of the... Sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. I have fucking...
No, you're right, bro.
Something.
You're all good.
But I was gonna say, the one thing that's interesting to me is usually when all these things flood in flood cities, it's because there's a hurricane, right? So I don't necessarily understand why people are trying to say that they're just being formed by their own selves through water. There's nothing elevated except for the source that's elevating it already. So it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I love science, even though that science is halfly wrong about everything, if not way more than that.
That's not science, really, is it? I mean, that would fall under the category of pseudoscience bullshit.
No, I was saying in general, like, I like science, but I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, we love science, bro, but we hate fake science, right? Pseudoscience.
Exactly.
Right? A lot of the mainstream
Good.
science is fake science, so it's not really even
The
science.
only real science is technically geographical science if it does not mention our Earth being round. That's a good way to put it, in my opinion.
What is geographical science?
Wait, you don't know what that is?
No.
Why?
Because I don't know what it is. So that's
Alright, well, geographical science is basically... How do I put it in a good way? So it's basically like, let's say that you have a plane that needs to be measured in a scale.
topographical surveying.
Yeah, but it can also be geographical science, because how it works is I don't know how to put it, bro. Just watch a video. I don't know how to fucking explain it. It's difficult, actually. Let's be being respectful. Like, I actually don't know how to define that.
Let me see, bro.
You'll find it interesting, though. Just watch, like, any video.
It's not science.
Alright, so if I go to Google and I look up geographical science, there's literally so much shit about it. Just watch a video. I mean, it kind of breaks, like, flat earth theory, right? But the thing is that's cool is if you find the one that doesn't exactly talk about the earth being a globe, it's actually really interesting to actually see it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a good thing to watch. Watch geographical science on a flat earth instead of a round earth, and you'll like it. I just can't define it, but it deals with measuring, like, certain things in our horizons, atmospheres, blah blah blah, that people talk about. Except when you use it for the flat earth argument, it doesn't talk about any of that, and it just talks about how different velocity patterns work to do different things in sightings to trick people's minds to basically mess up the longitude and latitude of measurements. Something like that. It's cool though. Should be able to find it. If not, I could probably send you the video. But for now, I'm gonna go quickly do something, so I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
All right, man. Gotcha.
Hey, Hush, you want to open your mic and talk to us about your syllogism you posted in the chat?
All right, bro.
Hush, would you like to address your arguments in the VC, or are you just scared?
That's what he usually does, Tora. He usually just talks in the chat because he's too scared to voice his argument.
Well, yeah, when you hold an incoherent position, it's really hard to hear yourself say it out loud, so I can understand that.
He's a big globe defender too. He defends it with a sword and shield.
So, Hush, is that the problem? Because you have an irrational and incoherent worldview, you don't want to voice it out loud. You'd rather just stay in the text chat where you could hide behind your keyboard?
What is
that
P1?
correct?
He says
Premise
you
one.
disagree with P. Oh, okay. What is premise 1?
His premise one, it was back a while. His premise one is circumnavigation only works on a flat plane if it's in reference to a center point to go around, aka the North Pole. I disagree with that because circumnavigation just means to navigate around. So I can navigate around a tree, can navigate around many things. It doesn't have to be necessarily the North Pole on a flat plane. So therefore, since P1 is fallacious, we can throw away the argument. So, Hush, I'll just assume if you don't say anything that it's because your worldview is incoherent and irrational and you're afraid to say it out loud. So, if you do not respond, you agree with my statement. All right, well, that settles that.
Oh, look, Brendan Debates is in here, saying that LSV6 is owning us all. What is she trying? Sorry, what is he trying to say?
LSV6 is a flat earther, you freaking idiot, Donald.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brenda, you need to pay attention to the conversation, dude.
Yeah, you should stop being so disassociated from the self that you can't even coherently understand what's going on around you, but it's not that confusing considering your name is Brenda and you have a dude's voice.
I don't think that their name is actually Brenda. I think it's really Brandon, but they're using a fake alias.
I just hope it gets the help it needs.
Let's not take it to that, guys.
Yo, DJ, I gotta send you something, dude.
But you can admit that's like a huge problem in our society that definitely should be addressed. Maybe not in this forum here, but it's definitely an issue, right, DJ?
You'd have a different room where you could go to talk about that, right? Because we don't mess around with things that could be considered any type of reportable TOS violation or anything like that. For the longevity of the channel, we just keep it on topic. That's all. Not that I would disagree with you in particular conversations about certain things.
Yeah, I hear you. I almost have a feeling, though, the globe, because you get disassociated from one's senses, that it could lead to ideas like this. So I don't know if it's completely off topic, just to be honest with you.
Oh, it is off topic.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's so dumb.
You said he was owning us. You said he was owning us all just a second ago, Brendan.
Yeah, he was. He was.
What was he owning us about? He's on our side.
Well, circumnavigation. Somebody on your side can correct
him.
you.
You don't even know what's going
That
on.
was somebody else talking about circumnavigation. What are you talking about?
Yeah, somebody on your side can correct you on things and quote unquote own you.
Who did that?
LSV6.
No, it wasn't.
He wasn't even talking about
Hush.
circumnavigation.
It was Hush, dude.
LSV6 told us that there's no such thing as a measurement of gravity just a minute ago.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's hilarious that you have no idea what's going on. You just stumbled in here and you're like a kid walking in halfway through a movie.
You think you can't measure the force of gravity?
Don't you think it's important to listen first and then speak? Like, don't you think there's a reason you have 2 ears and 1 mouth?
No, but can you measure the force of gravity?
Can you address that though, real quick? Because Brenda, don't you think what you did, you might possibly be in the wrong? Like, if you read the room wrong, there's a possibility you're wrong because you didn't listen first and you were quick to speak.
I heard LSV6 correct
You already messed
about
up. You
circumnavigation.
already messed up, Brenda. Give it up. Come back tomorrow. Try again.
Brenda, are you on some kind of drugs at the moment? And that is a serious question.
Are you?
No, that I'm asking if you're on drugs because you're saying things that make absolutely no sense right now.
Yeah, it's like you're having a delusion.
You're,
Like
you're
you're
referring to a
saying,
conversation and saying that certain people are owning us on topics they never even brought up. So I'm wondering if you're there right now, or if you're like on the stars, having the time of your life.
Nope. Nope.
you're just hearing things that weren't said.
Come on, Brenda, take the L. Just admit it. We'll move on. We can answer your gravity question next, all right? Nope, not going to take the L. All right, that's cool.
Hey Brenda, what's your proof for living on a ball? I never
Ships
heard you
go
say it.
Ships go over the horizon.
Oh, can I talk
That's what
to
you
you
see.
about-
But how
Brenda,
do you know it's
so if
going
you're-
over the horizon of a ball?
Yeah.
What?
How do you know this horizon is the horizon of a ball and not just a vanishing point?
Because it's a horizon and not a vanishing point.
Okay, how do you know that?
You can see it. A horizon is where
The apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, please don't use circular reasoning. Like he asked you, how do you know that? So you don't just go, because I see that. Like that's really circular.
Yeah. A horizon is obstruction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, by definition?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
And
if you're standing at the shoreline of the ocean, right, and you see a cruise ship going out and there's no waves, will you see with your naked eye that ship appearing to disappear bottom up as it sails out?
Yes.
Absolutely not, right? Even, do you know Phil Bell? Professor Phil Bell? You know him? You should know him, who that is. Professor Philip Bell, the physicist. For the Australian guy, he's an anti-flat earther. You should know who he is.
I said yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you said no. Right, like, I mean, he says that you could never ever see a ship disappearing bottom up with your naked eye as it sails out into the ocean. Do you think that he's wrong and that you're correct, or do you think that you're correct and he's wrong?
I think he's wrong and I'm correct.
Okay, so the physicist is wrong and you're correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what about my eye? Do you think that I would have lying eyes? Right, like growing up on the east coast of Australia, right, surfing and fishing and boating on the ocean my whole life, right, watching, like, being that part of Australia, we have tons and tons of cruise ships and tons of fishing boats, right? Always like sitting there waiting for waves or fishing or whatever, watching the ships go out, right? And never once did I see one of them start to disappear bottom up, right? They would, depending on the visibility ratings of the day, right, they would either get smaller and smaller and smaller on a clear day until you just can't resolve them anymore, right? Or they would just fade into the opacity of the, humid air, right? Like, not once ever did I see that happen. Right, I agree that it can appear to happen in particular weather conditions, which I guess I never saw, right? But that's just like not even the claim from the globe side that you would see that with your naked eye, right? Even Phil Bell says you would need like a high zoom camera or telescope to even see something like that happen.
Yeah, I think he's wrong.
Okay, you're more than welcome to think he's wrong, right? So would you agree that sometimes ocean swells could be the cause of that? As one of many reasons that I'm about to go over.
Yeah, they could be. They could be.
Right. And a small ocean swell, like just say you have a small ocean swell, like sometimes I would look, like I would go up to like a lookout, right? Because I wanted to take my boat out into the ocean. I had a tiny little boat and I didn't want to go out when there's like crazy conditions, obviously. Right, so I would look out, and from the lookout, I would look out into the ocean, and I would be like, whoa, it's so nice and calm and out there. It looks like really flat and calm. And then I would get out there in my boat, and there's freaking massive ocean swells, right? Because when you look at that from a distance, they all kind of blend together, right? And it kind of just looks flat. But once you actually get out there, there's massive ocean swells, right? Huge. And if you're down close to the surface, right? If you're like standing at the shoreline, right? Over distance, these ocean swells, right? They could block something huge, right? Like half of a cruise ship in the background. Right, so we're in agreement that ocean swells could make something appear to disappear bottom up, and that the ocean could look quite calm, even though in reality, once you actually get out there, it's really not.
I'm glad you brought that up, DJ. That's something I like to talk about too. These wells could be so far away that they're not immediately apparent, but they might be just up to your eye height. They could be miles out, and these will be swells that are up to your eye height. And successive swells off in the distance will cause the obstruction.
I agree with whoever it was that agreed with you.
They might, but they don't always. And swells move, don't they?
They're very uniform when you're like looking out over a vast distance. Right, they become uniform, but when you get close to them, they're actually very, very big and non-uniform. But yeah, from a distance, they kind of like they look uniform.
They're
like
That's true. You can see that when you go in high altitude and look down. You can see like they're evenly spaced apart.
They're basically very large waves, right?
Yeah, they're like really fat, wide kind of waves. They vary a lot as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're very uniform, and then sometimes they're very like random, all over the place. Depends on the conditions.
Right. So I'm saying that ships going over the horizon disappear bottom up, not due to swells.
Did you see that? Did you see that video from One Big Pond in the chat, Brenda, where the boat's going from right to left and it's disappearing bottom up and the whole boat disappears in the swells? The whole boat, like it's a submarine all of a sudden. Look at that submarine SS Minnow.
Brenda admitted in 2024 that GIF that I posted at 12:01 p.m. that boat was not behind the curve of the ocean. And I welcomed her to Flat Earth. So she's just spouting BS. Complete that circle too, Brenda. If that boat did disappear, complete that circle. Like, think about it.
You see the horizon beyond it easily.
I'm saying that ships disappear over the horizon not due to ocean swells.
Right. So it can occur due to ocean swells, though, right? Like in this one, right, we could replace that little boat that we're looking at in One Big Pond's GIF with a giant ocean liner, right? And it's not going to be affected by the ocean swell. It's not going to be bobbing up and down. It's going to be just like pretty uniform, sunk into the water, right? It's not going to be bobbing up and down like that one. So it could appear as it's sailing out to disappear bottom up due to that. And you would agree with that if there's ocean swells, I'm guessing. Which is fair enough. I'm going to throw you a clock right now. I'm a bone. I'm going to throw you a bone. And I'm going to say there are particular conditions, right, where it's like, okay, let's say there's no ocean swell, right? It's very flat. And we see a boat and it looks like it's like a big giant boat, right? And it looks like it's literally behind the horizon. And you can zoom in on it all day long. You're not going to be able to resolve it. I will grant you that that does happen occasionally.
I'm talking about those cases where it's not due to ocean swells.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Did you hear what I just said?
And
right?
I'm saying that the ships disappear bottom up in those cases.
No, they don't actually do that, right? But they can. I'm throwing you a bone, right, and saying that that can happen sometimes if you have specific weather conditions, which aren't uncommon, right? Different types of mirages, which happen on clear days, such as sinking, and which is a type of inferior mirage, right? It's like a less extreme version of an inferior mirage, right? And in that case, right, it is literally defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, right, appears to have sunk beneath the horizon, right? And it's just a mirage effect, right? And that does happen sometimes. Like, I'm going to throw you that bone. I agree that that happens sometimes. But the thing is, right, we can explain that through mainstream explanations of particular effects that we know happen, right? And we can demonstrate, we can replicate that on a smaller scale as well to further validate that it is that effect that's taking place, right? And we can also take time-lapse footage of these said boats, like I was just talking about, throughout the course of a day, right? And in the morning, sometimes you'll have that particular sinking effect, and then a few hours later, the boat hasn't moved, right? Because it's anchored, right? And then you can see the entire boat again, right? I have all of that footage, like, I can present, right? So that, all I'm saying is that claiming that it's gone over the curvature of the Earth, it's not a very good argument, because it can be everything that I just said.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those cases. I'm talking about cases where it's not due to those circumstances.
Okay. So how would you validate that it's not due to those circumstances in any case?
Where you pick observations where you isolate the one thing that you're looking for, which is obstruction, which is not caused by ocean swells or by anything else, or by mirages. You're talking about just the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, good. Okay, so would you be able to present anything where you have accounted for those things not being present and you have that observation?
I think that there are plenty of observations of boats being obstructed by the curvature of the Earth and not due to ocean swells or any other variable.
Okay, so how did you confirm that they weren't due to the particular things that I mentioned?
You choose those examples, observations, where those are not the conditions under which you're looking, right? So you don't.
No, I get you, right? We've got to that stage, right? So where are these examples where you were able to validate that these weren't present, that these explanations weren't present in the observation?
As well, Brenda, if you're seeing front to back curvature, when do you notice left to right curvature?
Yeah, I was looking for something. You wouldn't notice left to right curvature because it is a much smaller segment of your visual field than front to back.
Okay.
Like take a pizza slice, right? The length of the pizza is much longer than the width.
Look, I'm going to cover that, but look, Flatman gave you a little escape, right, from the current corner that you were backed into, right? So if you want to maybe address the...
I don't feel backed into a corner.
No, I know, but you are in a corner, right? Because you're not going to be able to present us with an observation of a boat appearing to disappear bottom up, where the conditions were accounted for that don't explain, right? Where there's not potential conditions at play that are explanations for what we're observing.
Is every channel the flat Earth channel?
Every channel, not just this one. Are they talking about it in other channels?
We're on the flat Earth channel. My bad. I thought it was in the politics channel. My bad.
Oh, yeah. This is the politics server. This is the number one channel.
I'm so sorry.
This is by far the most popular channel in the entire politics server.
Don't be embarrassed, dude. It's okay. Like, oops, I slipped and fell into the flat Earth channel. Just ask your question.
I'm incredibly hungover.
But yeah, like even with what Flatman said, right? So like if you can see the horizon at 3 miles, right, from your eyes to where the horizon should be, like standing at 6 foot. If you look left and then you look right, you know, that's 6 miles. It's double the distance left to right than front to back. Because you can see 3 miles in every direction, right? So if you look left, you see 3 miles. You look right, you see 3 miles. 3 plus 3 is 6, right? But from where you're standing to the horizon, that's just 3 miles. Half the distance.
So the width of a pizza slice, you know, a triangular pizza slice, is smaller than its length.
No, you would have to make the pizza slice to where the okay, so say you got 3, like, so this pizza slice, like lengthways, right? From you're standing at the little pointy bit at the end of the pizza, right? That's your point of view, right? And you're looking out, right? So it should be 3 inches, say, from the point of the pizza slice to the crust of the pizza slice, straight ahead, looking straight ahead, right? But then you would have to have a weird shaped pizza slice, right? Because you would see 3 inches like left and then 3 inches to the right, which would equal 6 inches, right, along the crust of the pizza slice.
Isn't a pizza slice longer than it is wide?
Yeah. So that's why you would have to make to make it analogous to this situation. You would have to cut a funny slice of pizza that wouldn't look like a regular pizza slice.
No, I'm just talking about a pizza slice. It's longer than it is wide.
Okay, so that's not analogous, right? Because a pizza slice doesn't match, right? Because, okay, so from where you're standing, like, don't worry about the pizza slice, right? You can, okay, so say you're standing at the beach, right? And the horizon should be 3 miles, right, from where you're standing, right out in front of you. Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, don't worry about, like, conditions, right? Just hypothetically, we remove all of the conditions. The physical geometric horizon would have to be at 3 miles from 6 foot observer, right? And you can see the same direction, same distance in all directions, right? If you don't have any like topographical blockages, right? If you're out in the ocean and you look around, you could see 3 miles in all directions.
Well,
right, so you could
you see 360 degrees.
Yeah, but if you plotted out how far you could see at every one of those degrees from where you're standing, it would form a circle of vision, right? It would make a circle.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about when you turn around. I'm just talking about you're looking straight ahead, and your vision is a cone. It's a cone of vision, and that cone is longer than it is wide.
No, because if you look left, you could see 3 miles, right?
Yeah, but I'm not
Right,
talking
so
when you look left.
Okay, so you're looking straight out. How far's the horizon? 3 miles, right? We can
Right.
agree on that. Okay,
When you look
if you
straight
turn
out,
to the left, if you turn left, 90 degrees left, is 3 miles that way, right? You're looking 3 miles, right? Then you do a 180, and now you're looking right from where you were standing originally, and that's another 3 miles, right? So that equals 6 miles. Left to right, 6 miles, right? And then you look back straight again, that's just 3 miles.
yeah, but I'm not talking about that.
Well, that's what you're sort of talking about. You're saying you could see much further when you look straight out, right? And then you could see left to right, but we just went over it, and you could actually see double left to right.
Just try it, Brenda. Stand in front of a wall. Just try it. Stand in front of a wall that's 1 foot away from you, and then measure on the wall if you can see wider than you can see further. Just try it out.
So I'm talking about when you don't move your head or turn around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stand in front of a wall and try it. Just stand 1 foot in front of a wall and be like, all right, that's 12 inches. And then just don't move your head left or right. And then just hold your arms out and see if it's wider than 12 inches.
So I'm not talking about holding your arms. I'm talking about looking.
Yeah, measuring.
So when you,
when you
look
measure
straight
what
ahead,
you can see. Just try it. You got to try it. You can't talk about it. You just got to try it. Just stand in front of a wall and then let's talk about it.
the cone of your vision, right? The cone is longer than it is wide. And I'm saying that's why you don't see left to right curvature as
But listen, if I can debunk you and by everybody here like standing in front of a wall 12 inches in front of it, but still seeing without moving their head left or right, still see the corners of their room, they're gonna be like, this Brenda dude is retarded. He's just not listening.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about you standing in front of a wall. I'm talking about you standing on a beach, looking out at the ocean, right? And you're not moving your head. The cone of your vision is longer or deeper than it is wide. Seems fairly obvious to me.
So now we got cone heads and cone vision. Good job.
Well, you see in a cone of vision, right? Centered on your eye.
No, I don't. Cone vision. No, I do not agree.
The point of your cone, the point of the cone is your eye, your pupil, right? And then it extends out and gets larger and larger as further away.
And dog bones are clocked, right?
Yes, they are.
So you think a flat perfect circle is matching up with a sphere somewhere?
I'm saying that the reason you don't see left to right curvature is because it's curvature over a distance that is much smaller than the front to back curvature, which is much longer.
Are you
All right, Brenda, let me just give you another example, Brenda, right? So what about if you increase your height, right? You can see much further, like left to right, right?
Yeah, that's a globe earth proof.
Yeah, so you think that you can see curvature if you just increase your height?
I think that's the reason.
Right, say you're on a lookout now, you're like 100 feet high. You can see a vast distance of the horizon. You don't see any curvature. Even if you go out, like even according to Neil, if you go up to 129,000, no, actually according to Neil, if you go up to 300,000 feet, you would not see the curvature of the Earth.
Neil Tyson is wrong.
Well, even Matthew, right? He's a math professor. Like we have a university math professor, Matthew Learns, who comes in here. I'm sure you know who he is, right? He said you wouldn't even be able to see. You wouldn't even be able to see any curvature from the height of the ISS.
I was going to say, holy
that's
fuck.
obviously
That's the
wrong.
first time I agree with Brenda. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't know what he's talking about. You're right.
So far, she's thrown Matthew. She's thrown 2 university professors under the bus.
Yep.
Phil Bell and Matthew Learns and Neil deGrasse Tyson. She's thrown all 3 of those under the bus so far since she's been here.
Yeah, argument from authority doesn't work.
No. I get you. I'm just stating what happened. Okay.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson does usually know what he's talking about, but he can make mistakes and he can be misunderstood. So I think that he probably made a mistake in that, or he was talking about something else.
No. He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. That stuff is flat, right? And then he did, right? Then later on, the Virgin Galactic happened, right? Went up to around 300,000 foot. He did multiple interviews, saying that he did the calculations, and you would not be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height.
Yeah, he's wrong.
Okay, so even from a plane, Brenda, do you think that you would be able to see the curvature of the Earth from a plane? 40,000 feet, say.
Well, probably not through those tiny little windows.
From where?
You would need a larger window, but
like
you can see the curvature of the Earth from about
left to right, Brenda, but not forward to back.
Okay, what about the cockpit? Can the pilot?
Hold on, man. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Brenda kept saying that you can see more distance forward of 3 miles than you can left to right, which is complete. That's absurd.
That's not what I said.
And then in the window of the plane, how do you see the curvature, Brenda? You see it left to right, correct?
No, I'm not.
You were supposed to see it looking forward, Brenda.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. So at 54,000 feet, it's possible for the human eye to see curvature.
Which way, Brenda? Which way's the curve when you look at it? Is it left to right in your window?
Probably not from the tiny windows in an airplane.
It's front to back?
No, we said the cockpit, right? And we're talking about a commercial plane that's flying at 40,000 feet, right? That was what we said, right? Could you see the curvature from the cockpit in a plane that's flying at 40,000 feet?
Possibly, yeah.
From left to right or front to back, Brenda?
Well,
are you looking at it forward, or are you looking left to right and imagining curve?
Well, both actually, because the fact that you can see further when you raise in altitude is a globe proof.
So now you can see further left to right than you can forward if you raise in altitude.
So
do you know the math, Brenda? Do you know the math? How much percentage? What percentage of the Earth?
I don't know.
Can you 0.1%? 0.1. That's how much of the surface of the Earth you can see.
There's a published paper, right, that shows that you could see, the human eye can see curvature at approximately 54,000 feet. But again, probably not from the tiny windows of an airplane, possibly from the cockpit.
Published by who?
I don't know.
Professor Phil, maybe? Neil deGrasse.
So you're just cherry picking which people, which figures of authority that you want to listen to, right?
Yeah.
And which ones you want to throw out under the bus, depending on whether their arguments agree with your arguments or not.
I'm picking published papers and not things that people say in the media.
Published papers. The one who said that, is it someone who watched the horizon from that altitude from something bigger than the window of an airplane?
The paper talks about what the human eye can see and what you would see at about 54,000 feet, and concludes that it would be possible for a human eye to see the curvature of the Earth from that height.
Using imagination or test?
Using math.
Someone went to that altitude to test the claim, or they are just using
math.
Imagination. No, imagination.
Math.
Yeah. I can use math to talk about unicorns. 1 unicorn plus 1 unicorn equal 2 unicorns. That doesn't mean that unicorns are real, even if the math is correct.
Yeah, you use math and geometry which is math, right?
Okay.
So your little diatribe there that doesn't disprove anything.
I can use geometry to form a unicorn. Using triangles, squares, using circles, and I can use math to describe a group of unicorns. That doesn't mean that
you can.
So I'm talking about my imagination. So that boy who wrote that paper, is it someone who used that same exact thing? He just used his imagination and he wanted to talk about.
I don't think it was a boy. I think it was a man. I think it was a man, not a boy. It was published in a journal. I don't know which one, right? But the fact that he did the calculations and published a piece of paper, it doesn't mean that unicorns exist.
Nice. So it means that the paper doesn't mean that thing that he's saying in is correct.
Yes, it does. Yes.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it depends on how you apply. It depends on how you apply the math. If you apply math to unicorns, which don't exist, you get the wrong answers.
Right. Look, Brenda, I'm sorry to have to do this to you, but you're going to have to go back into the corner that you were in, right, where you were trying to find or scramble for a demonstration of the ship disappearing bottom up, where the explanations were accounted for. Or just concede that you don't have one. That's also fine, and we can move past that.
Just Google ship over the horizon.
I did that. I've done that many times, right? So do you understand? You understand the requirements in this observation, right? So what you said is they've accounted for the potential effects, right? Like inferior mirages, sinking, ocean swells, right? So they've accounted for those effects. They've validated that those effects weren't present, but the ship still appeared to disappear over the horizon. That's the conditions, right? That you claimed.
You're not supposed to add numbers to a unicorn. You don't add the math to you're supposed to get math from the unicorn. All the physical attributes of the unicorn had to be measured, and then that would become the unicorn math. You don't math the unicorn from far away. Stupid.
Correct. Like that guy that had to write the paper after getting from that altitude, because he had to go to that altitude, do his observation, do his calculations and math, and then come back to the ground and write his paper. Not write a paper about something imaginary he never done. Tell me that he used math and geometry. Okay, he can use letters too, and he can write fantastic pseudos.
So to recap, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson saying something on TV doesn't make it true, right? He made a mistake, or he was misunderstood. Matthew Learns,
recap, who does that work for? Who gets on TV and just says something and it's true now? For any globe component, any of those globe people.
Yeah. So Matthew Learns, I got mad respect for Matthew Learns, and I
does he have proof of a globe? Where is he went up to?
Just allow me. Just let me finish, dude.
Go ahead.
Just hold your horses.
Go ahead.
All right. So I got mad respect for Matthew Learns. Right. He's very smart, and I agree with 99.9% of what he says. I suspect again he's being misunderstood, and I suspect the same with Professor Bell. I think that you misunderstood him or misunderstood the context. But either way, it doesn't matter. Those are all arguments from authority.
Already, Matthew Learns.
Yeah, hold on a second, Brenda. I'm going to post the screenshot from Phil Bell right now. And Matthew, you can ask him about it next time he's in here. I've asked him multiple times, would you be able to see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS? Can you explain to the other globe earther why you wouldn't. And Matthew will say you can only see just less than 3% of the horizon from the height of the ISS, and you would not be able to see the curvature of the Earth. It's not out of context, right? And Phil Bell, I'll just find his screenshot right now. I saved the screenshot for these types of moments.
And you can call Matthew Learn to just witness him, because we agreed. I agreed with Matthew Learn that he is holding a pure belief. He said it and he agreed with that. That it's not a knowledge. He doesn't have any knowledge about the globe Earth. It's only a pure belief. By the way, it's just like the guy who wrote that paper about being able to, what's being able to see and what's not from that altitude, and he never went to that altitude to test the claim.
Yeah, you don't have to.
No, you have to.
No, he did the math.
Okay, but just believe.
No, math isn't belief. Math is knowledge.
No. Like I told you,
it's not
one
a belief.
plus one unicorn equal 2 unicorns. I did the math. I proved unicorns are real. Now we got 2. I can add 2 more if you want. I can show you a group of unicorns using math.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Yeah, that's correct.
Math is clearly, it's obvious that math is a language, and you can tell the truth with math, or you can tell a story with math that is untrue. It's all about how it is used. It is a language.
Yeah, and using it to count unicorns is incorrect.
Yeah, I can count unicorns with math.
But using it to calculate what you could see at 54,000 feet is correct.
Yeah, and I can use it to calculate how much unicorn I can have.
Yeah, you could. That would be incorrect, though.
Yeah, exactly the same exact thing that what happened with your guy who did those calculations about something that he is imagining, not real.
You could do the math for how to calculate how a Death Star could destroy a planet, but that doesn't make the Death Star something real, right? You can make the math for this that goes, and it'll fit with the lore, and it works with the realm of the laws of physics and all that shit, but that doesn't mean that there's a Death Star.
Yeah, that's correct. That doesn't affect what I said. At 54,000 feet, given a human eye, you can potentially see the curvature of the Earth.
How much curvature?
Can you steelman their position real quick so you understand to see that you understand the analogy they're giving?
Just really quickly before we go forward in that, 1 second. Sorry, Brenda. Just posted receipts in the side chat quickly. I'll pass it back over to the other guys. But right, okay. So Phil Bell, of course, you can never see boats over the horizon with your naked eye. They are too small to resolve. You'll need a zoom camera or telescope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's wrong about that.
He did the math. He did the math.
No, but people have been able to see ships disappear bottom up for thousands of years, dude.
He did the math.
Man, but you have to concede that this is clearly optical phenomenon, right?
Branda, you don't believe the math anymore now? Because the guy that is talking about the angular resolution of those boats is using the math.
People have been observing
the horizon and the ships going over the horizon, Brenda. You realize that this is optical phenomenon, right? Like the horizon itself is optics.
Yes, looking is optics. Yeah, that's how you look. That's optics. Good job.
I'm saying that the boat argument, the ships disappearing over that has nothing to do with any form of physical curvature, though, because it's clearly
optics is physical. Optics is physics.
Okay, just to
never mind. I digress.
Sorry. Just look, hold on, one second. Right. So just to back up what Phil Bell said, and what I also think as well, right? If the Earth was a globe, right? Have a look in the side chat. right? So here's a person standing at the shoreline, right? And you can see when it's zoomed out, obviously you can't see the boat. It's a giant boat. The angular size is too small. When the person zooms in, you can see the entire boat. Right?
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
but
isn't it?
It falsifies
only sometimes it goes behind the curvature of the Earth. Is that right?
It's a falsification of your claim, Brenda. If your claim is that optically
isn't.
with our human eye we see boats go over the horizon, it's due to physical curvature, and we can see with our human eye, then we can disprove that or falsify it with a high zoom camera or lens. So if we zoom in and the obstruction is removed, then it's just optical.
No, you can't. You can't. This doesn't falsify my claim.
Listen, you laid out your modus ponens, and that was it. You said Earth curve is occurs. Just in your vision, bottom up.
I'll say it again. I'll say it again for you.
Try operating in good faith this time, please, Brenda.
Yeah, I'll say it again for you. Under those conditions where we don't have, ocean swells or mirages or weather conditions, tall ships can be observed to disappear bottom up. And my hypothesis is that it's due to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, right. So then I gave you some rebuttals to that, some explanations, right? Even from the mainstream, right? These are mainstream explanations on why it can happen, right? I can show you demonstrations that back up the mainstream citations that I can provide for you, right? We went over sinking, inferior mirage, ocean swells, right? So then you went ahead and claimed that those positions can be proven to not be present in observations, and the boat still disappears bottom up over the horizon. So I asked you to provide that, right? And you just posted 2 YouTube videos, right? Like Dave McKeegan. Okay, so where in those videos do they validate that those particular conditions weren't present? And do you know what the conditions even are? Or do the people that made those YouTube videos even know what the conditions are that they're even trying to isolate from the observation?
Well, the conditions would be where there isn't significant refraction, or where there isn't weather, or there are not very large ocean swells that are obstructing the ship.
So now you're saying, okay, so are you saying that if there is refraction, like obviously, according to you, there would always be some type of refraction present, right? So what type of effect, right? We're talking about particular types of mirages. Are you familiar with sinking?
Yes.
Okay, so how does sinking occur?
Under very unusual circumstances.
Or what are those unusual circumstances?
Where the temperature gradient is reversed. Right,
okay,
because typically, just a minute, typically it's looming is more typical, but sinking can happen when the conditions are right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so how did you validate that those particular conditions weren't present, right?
Well,
because they're not as rare as what you think, right? Because you can easily explain that how you would have those particular conditions present. So how did you validate that those conditions weren't present during these observations?
Yeah, well, you throw away observations that are due to mirage.
Okay, so how did you validate, right? How did you validate that this particular type of mirage wasn't present in these observations that you're talking about? How was that validated?
We know what conditions produce mirages. So you don't make the observation.
So how did you validate that those conditions weren't present in these observations? Show me one of them, pick one of them, any one of them that you think validates that these conditions weren't present, right? Including ocean swells, sinking, or inferior mirage, right? Which is both kind of the same thing, more extreme and less extreme versions of that. So go ahead and present now. Now it's your turn to actually pull one up, say at X time stamp in this video, he goes over and shows proof that the vertical temperature gradients were measured between point A and point B, and we can 100% validate that these particular conditions weren't present.
Yeah, we can know.
You can't do that. You're not going to be able to present that, and you need to be intellectually honest right now and say that you can't. Otherwise, prove me wrong. Go ahead.
Again, we know under which conditions these events occur.
Don't go around in circles. We just had this conversation.
It's not a circular argument.
Now it's time for you to put your money where your mouth is and present the evidence.
I just did.
No. Okay, which one? Which one? Where's the timestamp? Which one? Which one?
I did it.
Which one did we go with?
I did it verbally for you right here. We know under which environmental conditions mirages occur. So you don't make observations.
What did I ask of you?
Right. So I'm just explaining to you.
No. What did I? No. Did you hear my question? What did I ask of you, or what did you claim? Right. You claimed that you could present an observation in which a ship appeared to disappear behind the horizon, and they validated that these particular conditions weren't present, being ocean swells, right, or sinking, or inferior mirage.
Right. You simply make your observations when those conditions are not present.
Okay, so who did that? Who did that?
Well, BLSM 96, who made the original Black Swan picture, has multiple pictures on his site where the conditions are different.
That's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about a ship going over the horizon. We're talking about a ship going over the horizon. He doesn't have a single video of a ship going over a horizon on his channel. But I've watched all his videos, by the way, right? I know every single one of them. So, I mean, you can't use him as your excuse for this, right?
Yeah, I think we can.
If you want to bring up the White Swan, right, that's not what we're talking about here. But the White Swan is a perfect example of sinking.
Black Swan,
right? And it's still a black swan. It's still a black swan. No, the White Swan. You guys call it the White Swan, the one where you can see the horizon at the Platform Hill House.
Distance. That would be an example of you're picking the conditions under which the phenomenon you're making an observation of can be seen, and not picking those in which it's obscured.
Right, but the weather conditions weren't validated for any of those observations, right? In terms of the vertical temperature gradient, it wasn't validated by BLSM, right? So we can count that out, right? So hold on a second. We want to be very specific here, right? You claimed that someone can show a ship disappearing over the horizon in a condition where there weren't ocean swell blocking the ship, or sinking, or inferior mirage taking place.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be a ship. It could be a like hilltop or
Brenda, you claimed a ship. We're specifically talking about ships over the horizon, right? That was your whole thing. Someone asked you. This is what happened. Someone asked you, "What's your best proof of the globe?" Right? You said ships over the horizon, right? So that's where this is where we're at now, right? So we're talking about ships over the horizon. I've given you possible explanations about how that could appear to happen, right? You've agreed with me that under certain conditions, due to ocean swells, due to sinking, due to inferior mirage, this effect could happen, right? And it can be replicated on a flat surface, right? You've agreed with that. So what we're up to now, right? Then you made the claim that people have validated that those conditions aren't present, and the ship still disappears over the horizon. Now I'm asking you to show me that. Okay, so now you need to show me that. Or concede that you don't.
I'm just trying to explain. I'm just trying to explain.
I don't need you to explain. No. You need look. We don't want to keep going around in circles, right? Now's the time for you to present the evidence, or concede that you can't. Simple as that.
Yeah, I gave you a link to Dave McKeegan and to another one that demonstrates.
So is that the one? No. Which one? Pick one. Pick one.
It doesn't matter. You can search for others too.
No. This is your claim. This is your claim. You're not going to get away from it. Right, so pick one, any one, that backs your claim up.
May I say one thing?
And then you have to give me a timestamp. Well, hold on a second, Necros. I want to get to the bottom of this. Brenda's not getting away from this. Right? She'll use any excuse that she can to get out of this corner that she's backed into right now.
No, I want just to corner her. So, Brenda, for those observations where you see that ship disappearing behind the horizon, I say, for me, I say those conditions are occurring. The atmospheric conditions are in favor of that ship to disappear, so that sinking and that lumen and everything is occurring at that moment. So what he is telling you, back up your claim. Show that they measured the atmospheric conditions and those phenomenon were not occurring at that moment where you see the ship disappearing behind the horizon. So if you use Dave McKagan, I say those conditions are occurring at that moment. If you use any video without any measurement where you prove that it's not occurring, I'll say that it is occurring.
Well, that would be a claim you'd need to back up.
Yeah.
No, hold on
too.
a second. Brenda, you know what you need to provide right now, so just provide it or admit, like, you posted 2 videos, right? Which one of them do you want to go with? And is the evidence that those conditions weren't present in either of those videos? I already know they're not, because I've watched both the videos that you've presented. I already know. Right now, it's a matter of you just being honest and saying, right, well, it doesn't actually show it in either of those videos. Maybe you could find a different one where it does actually prove that those conditions are present. Huh?
What you said something wasn't shown. What was that that's not shown?
Okay, so somebody validating, right? The ocean swell, the inferior mirage or the sinking effects weren't present during the observation. It doesn't say anywhere in those videos, right, that was something that was eliminated from the observation. It was validated that wasn't a possible explanation for what we're seeing in the observation.
Right.
It's not in there.
You would eliminate ocean swells because ocean swells are large waves that move. Right. So if you see the ship going up and down, right, then it would be due to ocean swells. Right?
No, because when you have a large ship, hold on, stop. That's incorrect. Wrong. Brenda, that's wrong. Right? When you have a large cruise ship or something like that, right, these ocean swells, right? If you have a small boat, right, like the one Big Pond posted earlier, sure, the boat's going to be bobbing up and down over the ocean swells. That doesn't happen when you have a cruise ship or you have a army ship, a giant ocean liner or a container ship. It doesn't happen to get that bobbing effect. Right,
okay,
not a bobbing effect. It would be, yeah, okay, right. So don't go there, right? You need to know with the ocean swells, you need to show, right? All you need to do, right, is prove that on that particular day there was no swell, right, or a very, very tiny swell by showing the weather report. Very simple. Okay, I know that there's no weather reports shown in any of those videos that you posted, or any that I've ever seen from any globe earth.
Do weather reports include ocean swells?
Yeah, well, they do where I'm from.
Oh, I don't know. I don't live
in a coastal town. Like, yeah, every single day on the news, right? You'll have well, it depends. I mean, I lived on the coast my whole life, so every day they talk about like the swell in the weather report. But it doesn't matter whether they do or don't. Like, it's very easy.
Have you tried going to the top of the Q1 with a really powerful telescope and trying to find New Zealand? See New Zealand?
No. Look, we can talk about that in a second. Right? I just want to finish off with Brenda quickly, right? So, Brenda, you know that you can't provide like what you claimed. Just admit it. Just admit it. It doesn't mean that you're wrong. Like maybe there is something out there. Just admit that you can't provide a demonstration that backs up what you claimed.
No, so what I claimed is that there is obstruction due to Earth curvature. You can see it in ships that go over the horizon, in oil platforms.
No, you're going around in circles. You're going around in circles. Hold on, Brenda. We already went over this. Don't like make it circular, right? It's just going to get frustrating. Everyone's going to get pissed off.
Circular,
right? I don't want the conversation to get aggressive or anything like that, right? We already went over this. We already agreed that ocean swells, sinking, inferior mirage are explanations that can cause this effect when making observations of boats, right? You said that there are observations where they eliminated that those factors were present.
Yes.
And now we're waiting for you to show one, and for some reason you're not showing one. And it's been a long time of me having to ask, and you keep trying to circle back and try to fix it up with by trying to re-explain what we've already been over. But it's not going to happen, right? So it's been long enough now that you should have already presented something, right? So I'm guessing by this stage we can just move on to the next person, and that you're not going to be able to present anything, right?
Well, yeah, I can present things, but you just don't accept
go ahead.
them.
All right, so this is what's going to happen now. We're going to talk to the other guy. We're going to talk to the other guy, and then once you post your evidence in the side chat, I'll see it, and then we can go over it. Okay, which evidence?
You just reject it.
Okay, what's the timestamp? What's the timestamp for the evidence?
I gave you two videos.
Okay, which one of the videos, right? We just want one video. So which one's your favorite one out of the two videos that you posted?
I don't see any requirement to limit it to just one.
Okay, we can only go over one at a time, right? So pick the best one, right? Because we only need one. I'll be happy with one, right? So I don't need two, right? So which one out of the two here? We have Flat Earther Attempts to Explain Why Objects Disappear Bottom First by Dave McKeegan, or we have Ships Over the Horizon by Plain Simple. Which one of those two has the information that you claimed in it?
It doesn't matter. Either one is fine.
Okay, so pick one.
I don't know. Not the Dave McKeegan one, then. Plain Simple.
Okay, so we've picked one now. Okay, so I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to repost it in the chat. And then what you're going to do is you're going to give me a timestamp. At what point in the video do they validate that there was no ocean swell or minimal ocean swell, and that there weren't particular conditions present, such as sinking or inferior mirage? Okay, timestamp time.
It's at 1 minute 7 seconds.
1 second. All right, so I'm looking at 1 minute 7 seconds. All right, so where's the validation?
Well, they show
at the ocean. Where's the validate? Where's the weather report showing the ocean swell of the day?
Yeah, does it show?
Right. Hold on a second. Right, this is what you claimed, right? And then you're going to need validation of the vertical temperature gradient between point A and point B.
Yeah. So does it show?
So you can validate. So you can validate that these particular conditions weren't present, right? So that's not at the timestamp that you just said. So do you want to pick a different timestamp?
It shows obstruction due to curvature. Right, the one it's farther away, you can see less of the hull, and it's closer, you can see more.
It's an obstruction due to the atmospheric conditions, ocean swell, inferior mirage, and etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. There's no ocean swells visible.
There is. Can you back up your claim? That's what they were asking from you.
Yeah.
It's been an hour now, and it's now it's been boring. Because
no, I can back it up.
Single thing. Go ahead. Show that there is no inferior mirage, no ocean swell in that observation. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I can back it up. I can listen. I can back it up because there's no ocean swells visible.
There is.
In that. No, there isn't.
There is. I see them. There is.
No, you don't. You're just saying it.
I see them. There is.
No, you
Can
don't.
you back your claim? You posting validation from
I just did.
Meteorology. No, you are assuming. You're assuming.
No, there's no miraging taking place, and there's no ocean swells in that frame.
Don't you understand English?
In that frame.
No, in that frame, there is many things. Ocean swell, inferior mirage, and
no, there's no ocean swells.
Any optical effect. Can you back up
There
your
are
claim? That's what, Jay, we're asking you to pose a validation that there was a measurement of the temperature, knowing the information of the weather conditions at that moment. There is none. There's just you assuming that there is no ocean swell because you can see that. Shut up.
You don't even know the weather. You don't even know the location. You don't know the observer height. You don't know the ocean swell. You don't know the temperature conditions. You don't know any of the stuff that you said that you would be able to back up, right? So you're just completely full of shit. You've just shown everyone that you're intellectually dishonest.
DJ, in that frame at 1 minute 7 seconds, there's no miraging taking place, and there are no ocean swells.
Oh, there is.
What are the conditions? Hold on a second. What do you think miraging is? Right? That's not that's not just saying miraging. What are you looking for when you're saying miraging?
You would see it. It's not there.
Okay, what do you see under the conditions of sinking? What do you see?
What?
Would you like me to help you out? Happy to read out for you, right?
So again, at 1 minute 7 seconds, you don't see miraging and you don't see ocean swells.
No. Hold on a second. You just yes. Don't use right. So sinking an effect, right? This is a type of mirage according to your model, according to your mainstream, right? Okay, so an effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Yeah. So if you look further into this, you'll find out that you don't have like that. That is what you see when you have this particular effect, right? You don't have, right? It's not like an inferior mirage where you have total internal reflection, creating that like mirror-like effect on the surface at a distance. You don't have like the Fata Morgana type effect, right? You don't have the superior mirage effect, right? Where you have these obvious mirages, right? This one is one that's very hard, right? What you'll see is something that's normally visible on the horizon looks like it's sunk beneath the horizon, right? So that's what we're seeing here. Textbook definition, sinking, is what we see here. So when you say we don't see any mirages, no, we see the textbook definition of what sinking is.
No,
right?
you don't.
No, so you aren't able to validate a geometric horizon because you don't even know the location. You don't know the distance to the ship. You don't know the distance to the horizon. You don't know the observer height. You don't know the camera was used. You don't know the weather conditions.
Right. We can know it's not sinking because let me explain. Let me finish. You can know it's not sinking because when it's closer, you see more of the hull than when it's farther away.
That's what happened with sinking.
No, that doesn't happen with sinking.
Hold on a second. What do you think that the boat is sailing out to sea sideways?
Because it varies. They vary the distance.
Where's the validation of the distance varying? Right? Because when you have sinking, hold on a second. I can show you an anchored ship. Right? In the morning at 9:30 a.m., you have an obvious textbook definition sinking effect, and half the ship looks like it's missing behind the horizon, right? The ship doesn't move, right? Later on in the day, 4 hours later, you see the entire ship, right?
Of course,
it didn't move, and it looks like it's much further away, right? Because another side effect of when you have this sinking effect, according to the mainstream, is that the horizon will appear much closer than it normally appears, right? So does the ship.
DJ, it's because the weather conditions are different in the morning than at noon. That's why.
Right. Sinking is more likely to occur in the morning or the late afternoon or during the night, right? But you don't know the time of day that this observation that you presented was even taken. You don't know anything about it. So what you were meant to do is validate, right, the ocean swell. You didn't validate that, right? So X, got that. You didn't validate that. Okay, it doesn't look like there's much ocean swell. I'll grant you that, right? So we can even just count that out, right? Don't worry about that. Okay, even though ocean swells over distances can look uniform, it can look flat, and then once you get out there, there's actually large ocean swells. I've experienced that firsthand many times myself on my boat in the ocean. right? But sinking, right? You're not validating the vertical temperature gradient, which in your mainstream, right, happens, right? That's the mainstream explanation, right? We just went over the definition for it. You're not able to validate that that wasn't present, right? So
Right,
that's
so-
it. That's it.
So we can see
You didn't
we
win.
can see that we can see that these photographs are taken approximately the same time, not one in the morning and one at noon.
What time were they taken?
I don't know, but they're approximately the same
Are you
time.
just guessing how do you know that they're approximately the same time?
Yeah, I don't have that particular knowledge there, but it's obvious that they weren't taken, many hours apart.
Okay, how do you know that?
You can kind of just see that it's approximately the same time.
The time?
Yeah. So one of the characteristics of pseudoscience
Hold on a second, Brenda.
is piling on demands. This is a
I'm just
characteristic of
asking you to
pseudoscience.
don't stop
Is that
don't
you
start doing
pile
that.
on demands. You make
No, I'm not piling
nothing
on
is
any
ever
demands.
enough, and you just
Brenda, I didn't
add
pile anything
demands,
on.
demands.
I didn't pile anything on. All I did was state that you don't know anything about the observation other than being able to see it, right? You don't know the times, right? What you did was start stacking on bullshit claims that you can't back up. When I asked you to back up the claim, you then turned that back on me and said that I was adding extra demands. No, you made extra claims. I backed you. I called you out on the claims. You couldn't back them up, and then you tried to be sneaky and turn that back around as me doing something that was disingenuous, right?
Brenda kept speaking over you, and the second that I muted Brenda in order to be able to hear what you were saying, DJ, they left.
Yeah, a little escape hatch out of her little corner that she was backed up in. It's all good. I had enough of talking to that.
Sorry, man. I didn't think clicking the mute button was...
Bro, I had enough of that shit.
It's been like 1 hour going around the circle, and you explained to her many times, and sometimes she tried to agree that, yeah, they have that. They have the data. They verify that those things are not occurring at the moment of the observation. But when she found that there is none at that moment, yeah, it were just extra demands and something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry for dragging it on for so long, but usually they try to weasel their way out of that position. I just wanted it to get to an end. And in the end, she wasn't able to provide the demonstration that she claimed she could because it doesn't exist.
Don't apologize, bro. I enjoyed that. And she definitely did run away. I don't care what anybody says.
You guys mind if I add a little caveat here?
Go for it, bro. I'm going to mute up.
Hey, good to see you, Otto. Long time.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. I just got verified. I appreciate that, by the way. Whomever was responsible for that. But the caveat is this: the whole Brenda thing. The Brenda thing went on for a while, didn't it? But what we're really talking about here is perspective, isn't it? So back to the big pipe thing. So I got a question for all you guys. So United States is roughly 2,800 miles. We all understand what straight pipe is. It's real. So I've got interlocking straight pipe, coast to coast. Doesn't matter if it's level or not. That's not for this particular conversation. But the question is this. Let's say it's 6.5 feet in diameter. This is big steel pipe. You can stand in it. Okay? It's running coast to coast. I'm on one end of the pipe, standing in it. Okay? I've got my crew on the other end of the pipe, 2,800 miles away. They are shining a enormous floodlight through the other side of it towards me. It takes up the entire diameter of the pipe. Now, my question is this. Can I see to the other end of the pipe?
No.
Why?
Light attenuates and it's dark, and that's too big. You're not going to see it.
Any other reason?
No, that's probably it. If it's not straight, you said if it's not level, I don't know how else it would be.
Straight pipe. It doesn't matter if it's. Let's say it's level, coast to coast. Okay, it's level. I'm standing in it. Let's take the light away. Okay, can I see to the other end of it?
No, because of perspective convergence.
Does that have anything to do with a mirage, water swell, edge of the earth, a curve, anything like that? Why can I not see to the end of that pipe?
Because of the limitation of the field, like the angle of view due to the focal length of whatever you're looking through.
So you're saying I can't...
There'll be a vanishing point at a particular distance, yeah.
Ah, yes. So we know it's a straight pipe, don't we? The pipe's not going to lie. Why can't we see to the end of it is the same reason you can't see the ship anymore. Same reason everything disappears at the horizon line. It truly is called the vanishing point. Yes, sir.
But there are conditions, right, where we have known effects, right, where we can zoom out, right, and we can see a big ship and it's half hidden behind the horizon, right? You can zoom in on it all you like. You're not going to be able to bring it back into view, due to perspective, by increasing that vanishing point, right? It's a particular effect that happens, right? It's well known.
What you do there is you're opening the aperture of the eye, the camera eye, and you will see farther at the same height. But what you'll notice is there's a new horizon behind the ship. And when it reaches that horizon, if you could zoom in even more, the ship would come back into focus and there would be another horizon behind it because it's a plane.
No, that doesn't always happen, right? There are particular conditions where,
we're not talking about conditions. We're not talking about conditions. Let's use the pipe.
We are talking about conditions, right? Because we need to factor this in. Right? Have a look in the side chat. Have a look in the side chat, right? This is a battleship. You can do the video for this. Okay, so what I'm saying is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much you zoom into this ship, you can't bring it back to view.
Okay,
right? Because it's not hidden. It's not hidden due to perspective convergence or angular view limitations or anything like that. It's because of particular weather conditions.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Let's get back to the pipe. It's nice and clean. There's no weather conditions inside the pipe. I'm in the pipe with a wide aperture camera. My eyes can see so far. Let's put something in the pipe. Let's put a little robot car in the pipe, and we're going to let it go down the pipe, and we're going to watch it. Will it disappear? Yes or no? $2,800 miles. Can you see that little remote control car at the end of the pipe?
Hell no.
Okay. Well, that's right. Okay, so let's take the remote control car. It's at my feet. I send it on its way. It gets to the end of the vanishing point of my perspective, and then I use my camera. Can I zoom in on the car then?
Yeah, you will be able to keep zooming in and bringing the car back to view. As you know, if you it's going to disappear at 0.02 degrees at angular size, right? Or 0.017 or whatever the actual number is due to angular resolution, and then you could zoom it back into view again. Yeah. And you could keep pulling out bigger lenses and zooming it back to view again.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say. You know that when you want to zoom more, if your actual lens reached its limit of zoom, you will have to use bigger diameter lens. That's why the telescopes are giant tubes on a building, taking a part of the building because of the lens. It's huge. So the bigger the lens is, the higher you are from the surface. So yeah, you will just elevate the center point of your lens, so it will be higher than the other lens. So normally you will bring up that object that is in distance. Using bigger aperture, using bigger lens, the diameter of the lens. So the bigger the diameter is, the higher the lens is from the surface. So normal. It's totally normal that you will bring up anything from the end of that pipe.
Anybody else? The glob will tell you if you're on the coast, you can read a Coke can in Japan. If it were a plane. Is that true?
Why? Because they have the eyes of Superman. They can see through dust, which is a solid thing that accumulate in distance. So dust particles will be in millions and billions and quintillions with distance. Water. If I put you inside the medium of water, you won't be able to see just 3 meters away. So that water, you think that it disappears completely from your surrounding when you are in the dry land? No, it's called humidity. It's water vapor, still just water. It's not something else. Just water, but in gas form. It will act exactly the same as water acts. So it will attenuate the light in distance. You are looking through gas, you are looking through mist, dust, and many things. So tell me that you can see a can. In Japan, the heck is that telescope? Is it a drill telescope that is drilling on the solid and liquid things and humidity and those things, and going to Japan to see that can? That's impossible.
Well, there's a fundamental reason why, right? It's fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, like I told you. Because those telescopes, those optical instruments can't see through dust and humidity and those things. Water, dust. Can you use a telescope and see a guy 20 centimeters behind a wall? So there is just 1 meter between the guy and the telescope. Can you see the guy using the bigger telescope that you can have on Earth? Can you see just 3 meters, 1 meter behind the wall? Seems that this telescope can see millions of years away. Why can't you see a guy behind the wall? Because the telescope is not Superman. It can't see through solid things. So it means it can't see through dust accumulating in distance.
Yeah, light comes to the telescope, man. It has to go through air, and you can look up your local weather report right now and look at the visibility, and it'll be about 10 miles. On a good day, it'll be 30 miles.
Yeah, what type of telescope can help you see a car 10 miles in fog? Can't. Because that telescope will have to traverse or go through that humidity, which is just water particles, small water particles called vapor, that act like if you have a droplet of water. If you shoot a beam of light on that droplet of water, the beam of light will split on half when it touches the surface. So one half or one part of that beam will reflect from the surface of the droplet of water, and the other part will penetrate the droplet. Another time, when it's exiting the droplet of water from the other side, the beam of that beam of light, it will again reflect
from the droplet of water, from the inside surface of the droplet of water, and the rest of the beam will exit the droplet of water, and it will be refracted and attenuated. That's why you can't see things in distance because of fog. So your telescope won't help you.
Anybody else? When we run something out in a distance, is it going over a curve?
Maybe James Life Talks has an opinion, possibly. I think he might be the only Glober in here. Over the fences, maybe?
No, over the fences is 100% FE.
My bad.
Know your enemy. James is a Glober, I believe, but he doesn't answer. He doesn't speak up. Do you, James?
Literally says James Talks on his thumbnail.
Glovers. They live in a contradiction. What do you expect?
James, you want to tell us about the curve, bud?
I think silence sums up the curve pretty well.
Good. We're getting somewhere. This server used to be hopping with Brenda's. Stewing in contemplation now, it seems. The rebuttals are paper tigers. Right, James?
I think Skywalker just joined. Welcome to the channel. Seen Lao Tzu around. I don't know if I haven't spoken to him. Have you spoke to him, DJ? He's a member of 24/7, probably a flat earther. My memory's pretty bad today. Hey, Roto, where you been, bro? Haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, my man. T-Dub just got me verified.
No, where have you been? It's Roots. Where have you been in general?
Oh, yeah, man. I've been dealing with some death. So.
Brother.
It's a rough world.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I won't ask anymore. But yeah, I hope things are okay.
We're all waiting in line, right?
Yeah, not eagerly, but yeah.
Make the most of it, guys. Every day. You know, and part of that is truth, isn't it? I hope you guys value what you know, even though you might be cast out from the herd, so to speak. It's like a dawning, knowledge. It's funny how it works and how it's covered up. It's unfortunate, really, what people do. But we're here with free will, and men exercise the extremes of choice. And knowledge is definitely, obviously, a big part of that. What to do with it? Hold it, hoard it like treasure, share it for humanity. What do we do here? That's what we're dealing with. A reality versus the dress on reality.
I like what the Bible says. Share it with those who want to be shared with. Or don't.
That's all you can do, really.
Don't cast your pearls amongst swine, I think is the quote.
Dealing with Brenda is going to be that type. But hopefully it's not just a one-on-one with Brenda is the goal here. It's the audience that you guys have. There are probably some true seekers that want to know more. That won't be the Brenda type.
Yeah, we get more curious people now rather than anti-flat earthers. Yeah, the guys do a really good job having that conversation, keeping that conversation going. Yeah, it's just quiet time. There is less globers, out and out globers coming in though, I think.
Well, what kind of fight can they have left in them? It won't be a logical one.
No, it's cognitive dissonance on steroids, basically. And a sprinkle of sophistry.
Well, I just say, man, you guys are bringing an element of class to the topic. And it's needed.
Well, yeah, good to see you. Good to see you around again, mate. You need to pop in more often. Help get the party started more often. Are you part of the other channel, PNR, as well?
PNR, 24/7, and this one. What's PNR?
I know another politics channel that we've got a 24/7 channel in. So we split. Sometimes we'll split between the two channels.
You guys get that guy Ice Cube in here? ISKWEB. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. That's a question for Kembo or DJ. They seem to remember everybody.
Well, Aeon, she's got the server. It's called Edge of Reason now, but it started off across the plane and then Friends across the plane, and now it's Edge of Reason. Y'all know Aeon, right?
Yeah, we know Aeon.
Interesting character there. She doesn't want to leave the globe, in her words. She loves the globe, yet she says that she understands something else about it, right? So she started the server and flooded it with info about the plane, etc. Yet she mods out Ice Cube puts him at the gate at the front door. He's a absolute cookie cutter Glober. He is there to thwart anyone new. He is very active. It's kind of depressing. You've got a globe mod for what you call a flat Earth server. When I started my server, it's funny. I came in here, and there was a girl in here, and I was considering kicking this off, committing to it as a daily thing. Anyway, we got in here and kicked a little ass, right, on some Globers and whatnot, and she messages me. I invited her to my server. She messages me, and she tells me that she'll be anything I want her to be. And I asked what that meant, and she said, I'll be a flat earther, I'll be a concave earther, I'll be a hollow earther, I'll be a glober. It's interesting message. These personalities out here, I was let down.
Yeah, you're not the only one who was surprised when they found out her personality, but each to their own. Don't know what her kind of agenda is, but she hasn't been around for a while.
Just to be clear, I'm not referring to Aeon here with this girl that messaged me. This was a girl that was in your server here in politics.
Oh, right, okay. Was that Farah?
Yeah.
You talking about Farah?
No, I'm talking about Sydney.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we know Sydney.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were still talking about Aeon there. Now it makes more sense.
What I'm really shining the light on here is spine. And just the tumbleweed aspect, the jelly-like material that some of these spine, they'll just sway with the wind. I'll be this, I'll be that. Not really knowing or standing on something. It's very odd to me. A person that has that capability to chameleon, like an actor.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of people like that nowadays, Roto. Wouldn't you say? Including Flo.
Well, the whole TFE thing did some splitting. Maybe it is a good pruning, because who's left standing? Whoever's left standing's got some spine. And it really is, in so many ways, with knowledge, once you get somewhere with the fundamentals, it's a bell you can't unring. It doesn't go backwards.
That's why I'm such a big advocate of being multidisciplinary or spreading your time. It's being an expert is kind of part of the problem. I know that might sound ridiculous to an academic, but for me, compartmentalization is a lot of the problem. We do have a very compartmentalized way of thinking, so we'll respect an expert to the point where we'll take health advice from a mechanic, or someone who's qualified in a field they're impressed with. They'll then start taking their advice on investments and money and stuff. And I think, I just think compartmentalization has created a level of ignorance. And I think we're not connecting history. We're not connecting, a lot of the past. And there's a saying, if you don't know where you've been, you don't know where you're going. And I think that sums us up, doesn't it? That's where they've got us. Most people are lost, and I suppose we're all lost, I suppose, officially, but some people have maybe not figured it out yet.
It's strange because what you're talking about, when you talk about compartmentalization, it's a purposeful one because it's known. It's known that when we do this to people, this effect happens. This kind of thing is known, in the advertising world. So you have pockets of people, you have niches, and this niche will not converse with another niche. So you do have these pockets. Another pocket we have is kind of a fresh bread theory, meaning yesterday's news is replaced by today's news. So that's compartmentalized.
Yep.
So, if I wanted this group to know something, and then I went over here and told this other group something else, and I knew those two groups would be separated. Division is the name of the game. Unity is a no-no. I'm saying when we
and that's not just with the people though, Roto. That's with the information. They want They want you compartmentalizing, all the sciences, all the knowledge that we've got, but it has to be, you need to go to an expert and go so deep into the subject that it starts to lose its meaning. And I think the holistic nature of things isn't understood, and that's why we don't quite make it. We haven't been advancing at the rate that was predicted in any field. And I put it down to this. I think this is the root cause, the compartmentalization and the lack of holistic thinking. But that's my thing. That's what grinds my gears.
Well, try not to let it grind them too bad, man, because, the majority of the problem is the listener. Right? So, I can, if I am they, pump out any information I want to pipe down. If a person nods to it, that's not my fault. I can pump out from on high all kinds of negative information to different groups in different areas for different reasons. And if they nod to it, that's not my fault. I want them to nod to it, right? If I have malicious intent. But it's the individual that says yes. And that goes to show you their standards. Certainly, somebody like Brenda has heard enough to logically reason out what's what. She won't let go of it, right? Just like that Agent Smith guy. Y'all said he was another name before. He's been around the block here as far as what I was hearing. He knows enough. If it doesn't make sense yet, the fundamentals of everything, you want it to be a globe. And that's the strangest thing about Will. How we can trick ourselves. Isn't it? We allow it to happen. You guys aren't allowing it to. Yeah. Something safe too. You know what else the world gives you is every nook and cranny is colored in for you, isn't it? There's no need for you to go looking, right? You want to know what the core of Mars is? We got guys that'll tell you. Not even questioning, how in the hell does another human know this? They'll tell you, you'll nod to it. Yeah, it really is raining carbon diamonds on Mars. Someone else told you that. In fact, it's so funny because the Lucifer aspect of this whole thing is, I'm going to tell you, the listener, you know it's real because it looks so fake. Now, I'm telling you, I'm absolutely BSing you. It's up to you whether you take that or not. Hey, this is pseudoscience. I'm telling the listener, pseudo is fake, a sham, bogus, not real. These are the synonyms for pseudo. I'm letting you know in your own ear with these words that I'm not for real, yet the listener will swallow the jagged pill because I've got a lab coat on. And if it's just that easy to fool people, and it is.
Better a lab coat than a pair of shorts and flip-flops at the beach, looking at the horizon and thinking the world is flat.
Who's this?
What's better about that? You tell me you'd rather live your life in between four walls with a lab coat on rather than on the beach? What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying that's where they conduct the experiments. The scientists.
Better synthetically than authentically? So is it better in a room than it is in the world? What part about it?
I mean, whether the Earth is round or flat.
Is it going to be round or flat though in a lab or in the world?
Well, like he brought up the scientists.
I know, so that's what I'm asking. Like, if it's round or flat, is it going to show to be round or flat in the lab or on the beach?
If you have enough data and things like that.
In the 8x8 room. So if you have enough dots on a sheet in an 8x8 room, it's gonna curve the Earth.
Yeah, if you've got video, you got photographs of the world, the curvature from
the ones that were taken from the beach. Okay.
Yeah, so which one is more in touch with reality, when you have the sand between your toes or the numbers on the screen?
The sand between the toes.
Okay, so why did you cope earlier?
The numbers on the screen are just data.
Yeah, but you said if you had enough of those numbers. But that's good. You're realizing that the sand between the toes is more significant. Good job, Castleside.
Yeah, and even still, that you're saying that you got to have the guys on the beach to give to the 8x8 lab coat guy. So the primary source is the guy on the beach.
Well,
and all he needs is
the lab coat.
Pretty cool.
They're able to figure out how to create rockets that can go into outer space and get a better look at our world. See that
you can wear a lab coat to the beach. You might get some funny looks, but it's permitted.
Yeah, and they shoot all the rockets from the beach in Florida. So back to the beach.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Castle, have you seen a rocket launch? Have you seen the way that it goes away from you towards the horizon and starts to dip at distance?
No,
how do you know
what happens?
How do you know that these rockets are actually going to a vacuum in the sky?
It goes straight up. Didn't you see the most recent one that exploded in space?
Wow, dude.
No, they don't go straight up, and that's not even the official claim.
Wait, you didn't see? They exploded. The SpaceX rocket that they just sent, it blew up in space. Came back down and
right, but you realize that once they start increasing in altitude, that they have to catch the Earth. They have to catch an orbit around the Earth, so they have to start going away from you. They don't go directly up.
That's not how you get into orbit. So even in the globe paradigm, you can't go straight up into space. You would need to go, at an angle to get into an orbit.
Fine.
So with that
My
being
point
said,
is, it was in the dark part of space.
So not going straight up, Castle King side.
It's up, relatively up.
It's above the
No.
ground.
Yeah.
No. It will go out of
didn't
sight
go-
in the distance before it goes directly up out of distance. So you'll never be able to confirm that these rockets are going up into space. They could quite easily be going away from you, and then you have no way to know where they're going from there. So my question to you is, how do you know rockets are going into space? How do we verify that?
They've got the camera with the live feed on it.
Yeah, dude, we have evidence that they're forging this footage. We've got evidence of them using CGI. We've got evidence of them using underwater swimming pools, green screens. So if we have evidence of them forging the footage, then why should we believe the other evidence that they bring out? It's easier to write that off as a non-argument. That is not verification when it's coming from someone who has been known to forge footage, right?
Have you ever told a lie in your life?
Have I ever told a lie? Yes.
Then why should I believe anything that you say anymore?
Because if I'm a professional and I work and I tell a lie to a client, that client will never trust me again. And he has every right to. And that's why there's lots of agents to pick from. But when you don't have that choice and all of your information comes from a lying agent, then you have the right to question. And you have the right to rule out everything he says without your own verification, because he's a known liar.
And there's a big difference between like, yo, Roots, did you eat the last cookie? Come on, dude. If you ate it, I'm gonna punch you in your face. And you're like, no, I didn't eat the cookie. That's one like, oh, you lied. Another thing is to strategically bake a fake set of cookies, put it out, get a fake mouse, pull the string, have a lever come down just so you can steal the cookie. That's a totally different type of like equivocation of a lie. Have you ever lied?
Right. I mean, I lie to my wife all the time. I tell her she looks great in the outfit, even if I don't like it. So it depends on the context. But the point is, what I said earlier is we're being fed this by one agency who have a monopoly over all the footage, and they're known to be liars. So how do we verify that a vacuum exists in the sky? Never mind whether we're sending vehicles to it. We don't even have the logic that a vacuum can exist next to the atmosphere. So why should we just buy all
calling it
this?
a vacuum when it's not sucking anything?
The vacuum of space. Eventually, space will become a vacuum. Okay?
Why?
So, because there is a lack of the space between the particles are so great that any particles will be sucked into it. That's space.
Because of the gravitational force.
No, there is no evidence that the idea, what you call gravity, is a force, and there is no evidence that this idea can hold gas, contain gas. That's
So it's
ridiculous.
Where is the gravity stronger? Up in the air or on the ground?
At the core of the Earth.
Okay, so it's stronger on the ground, and then if we do this demonstration of pressure, differential here on the ground, it will fill the available space. Why do you think that it would get stronger in the air, like higher up?
Why do we get stronger?
Why did you invoke gravity, right? Because when you do it here where gravity is stronger on the ground, entropy increases, the gas will fill the available space. But higher up, you're claiming that because of gravity, it'll get pulled back down. But it doesn't happen here where gravity's stronger. Why would you think it would happen up there?
It's still strong enough to keep our atmosphere intact and close to the Earth.
It's not strong enough right here, like right here in my office. It's not strong enough to keep the gas in the container without the container.
Yes, it is strong enough.
No, it's
That's
not.
why you're breathing air.
Yeah, that's why I have to put it into a container.
Huh?
Yeah, the gas isn't held in
air.
place. Yeah, the gas isn't held in place without a container here on the ground. You have to contain gases on the ground.
Yeah, the gravity is containing the gas to Earth.
No, the container is containing the gas. The container I have it in,
Wait,
whatever I have it in here
what
on the ground,
container?
like a plastic container, like a bottle of Sprite, like a bottle of Sprite or something.
Wait, where's that plastic bottle that's around the Earth?
Well, hold on. It's an assumption we can make because of the gas laws. There is no way to contain gas with whatever you're thinking gravity is. There is no experiments you can do to show that this so-called gravity, which is not a force, can contain gas. So the only way you can actually contain gas is with physical containment. So I don't know if you knew that. Go ahead, thanks.
No, it is a good point, but I wasn't really even arguing a container. I'm just saying here on the ground, when I'm close to the ground, it doesn't. The thing that you're saying happens up in the air castle. It doesn't happen. And there's then you have a differential where you're saying, well, it's stronger down here where it doesn't happen, but then you're invoking that where it's weaker up in the sky, that it should happen. But it doesn't happen here on the ground.
It does. That's why we're breathing oxygen. The plants have oxygen on the floor.
Right, but you're saying gravity's containing gas. That's impossible because in your theory, gravity should be pulling gas to the center of mass. So if gas is being created by the plants at ground level, then why is gas going up if gravity is supposedly holding all this gas in? Why is gas going up?
We know because gas is not like a liquid. It's like an air.
Yeah, but does gas have mass? Do gases have mass?
No. Well, I guess if you put enough of it together.
Oh, hold on. So in your theory where gases don't have mass, how is gravity holding and containing gas? Because
well, I was saying if you have enough of it.
Dude, if there's no mass, then gravity, your version of gravity wouldn't even work. I suppose I need to ask what your version of gravity is, but do you realize by saying that gases don't have mass, gravity cannot work with that? Do you understand that?
Like I was just thinking, I'm saying if you have enough of the gas, yeah, it could potentially be a mass of gas.
Well, you were wrong anyway. Gases do apparently inherently have mass. So,
there you go. Just very little.
Great. So, why do gases go up if they have mass? Isn't gravity mass attracting mass in your paradigm, or do you have a different version?
Yeah, gas is light enough to where it can get all the way up there into the stratosphere, but it still has enough density to where gravity affects it and keeps it here on Earth.
Okay, so you're making a claim there that gravity isn't affecting where it's strongest at ground level, isn't affecting gas at ground level, but starts to affect gas further away from the attraction.
No, it affects it on all levels, from the ground all the way up.
Great. So explain how gravity can contain gas.
Gravitational pull, because of the mass of the Earth.
Well, the problem you've got there is no gravitational pull to be measured. And there is no evidence that a gravitational pull can act like a container. Okay? If you're going to use the gravitational pull, in quotation marks, for the reason why we have orbits, the reason why things go down, a pull, then how do you justify a pull being a container?
That's exactly it. Gravity acts as the container for the gas of the Earth.
But you have no pull, okay? When it comes to gravity, you have no pull or push. All you have is an effect, which can be explained perfectly well without a pseudo force. So what you're claiming when you say gravity, when you say pull, isn't measurable. You have no force.
No, it's not a force. Traditionally, it's an effect.
Right. So when you describe the effect, what you're actually describing is weight. So this thing, you're
because
saying
weight is dependent on gravity. Mass is independent. It's an amount of stuff, and mass combined with gravity is weight. There is no weight without gravity.
You don't have gravity is an effect, right? You don't have a cause.
Right.
So you don't need to. When you say gravity, you don't need to use the term gravity. You can. It's synonymous.
Why not? No, it's not, because
you're implying a force.
No. Weight is like, you can express this mathematically. Weight is mass times the gravity, the pull of gravity. No, gravity isn't physically pulling; it is an effect, but it is still, weight is the property of mass interacting with curved space-time.
So how do we verify that? Because curved space-time, space and time are concepts.
Space-time is one concept. Space and time are intrinsically linked. But no, there is experimental evidence of this. I forgot the study, but there was a study in, I believe, the 70s. They looked at a star during a solar eclipse, and they saw that because of the gravity of the sun, the gravitational field, it was warping the path of the path that the light of that distant star took, because we weren't supposed to be able to see it in the sky, but we were able to, because we can chart, star trajectories.
You weren't supposed to see it, but you did.
Exactly, because of
why would you not see what you're going to see?
Because on that day, at that time, in that path, because we can chart and predict them, it was supposed to be behind the sun, but we were able to see it during the solar eclipse.
And let's stop him right there, because light is not gas; it's a non sequitur.
I never said light was gas. Never once said light was gas.
Well, we're talking about gas. We're talking about gases here on Earth, and you're talking about light up in the sky.
Yeah, and how'd you get the math?
I was talking about gravity, and then someone asked how space-time can be verified as a concept.
Yeah. So show us how space-time is affecting gases, and we'll be all set.
That's a very complicated question and requires a lot of math.
Okay, so you just admit you cannot demonstrate this then.
But it's also a very broad question. What exactly are you asking? Because gravity, space-time affects gas in a lot of different ways.
How? You have a demonstration of this happening.
Do you? Like, in what kind of way are you asking specifically?
Exactly. I'll explain the way. Hold on a second. So here's how you do it. You take some gravity and you create gas pressure without a container with your gravity. So for instance, you have a square meter of space or a square foot of space. Show with gravity, by manipulating gravity, that you can create gas pressure or maintain gas pressure without a container. That's all you have to do. Should be simple.
I mean, the Earth already does that. That's how we have our atmosphere.
But is not an answer for your lack of demonstration.
And no, the Earth doesn't do that. If you can't present that, then the Earth's not doing that.
The Earth does not do it. We already explained to you, gases are not being held to the surface where the force is where gravity is supposed to be the most. And the gravity well that you call gravity, space and time, it's supposed to be more towards the center of your globe Earth. So,
and he
said center. What do you mean center? Like the core? No, because there's land in the way. Land is like matter is. Well, gas is matter, but
now you're getting off track.
Solid matter is more dense than gas.
Okay, so at the surface, where is this gravity strongest? At the surface of Earth, or out like 50 miles above the surface? Which one's stronger?
50 mile. I mean the surface, obviously, because gravity drops off by the square of the distance.
Okay, so it's not affecting gases. Period.
How? What?
Gases are going. Listen, gases are going up and in all directions above the surface. They're going upward and outward in all directions. Gravity is not affecting gases. We can show this.
Okay. First off, what kind of gas? You have to talk about which kind of gases. You have
Any
to.
kind of gas.
All of them.
Well, gases have different weights.
Lighter than air gas.
Lighter than air gas. Yes, because the
Yeah.
gravity is pulling. Gravity is pulling
Nitrogen.
air. No. Listen. Gravity is pulling air down. So anything lighter than air
No,
is
it
going to be
isn't.
moved out of the way because it's less dense. So gravity
It's
has
not.
less of an effect.
It's not. Nothing's holding air to the ground. Air
Gravity
is moving
is.
upward and in all directions. Air contains gases.
Sonny, he
Nitrogen,
just defied his
hydrogen.
own theory. His theory of gravity says it's supposed to pull everything to the center, not everything lighter than heavier than air. So he just broke his own theory.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Yeah, you did.
Listen again. Like Sonny said, we know gas behavior. No, listen. We know gas behavior. It doesn't behave the way you're doing it. So you're making shit up here because that's not how gas behaves. Do you understand?
No, but it is. If a gas is lighter than air, then it is going to rise above the air because the air pushes it up because it is being pulled down by gravity and
He
replaces.
doesn't even know what
a
air
lighter
is.
air.
Air is a mixture of all these gases. You're talking about the gas like it isn't part of the air. Gases are all bouncing around off each other, colliding in random collisions in all directions, my friend. You are talking nonsense.
But generally, the lighter gases are going to be.
The lighter gases are mixed with the heavier gases, and they're all going omnidirectionally in all directions above the surface, mostly towards up. When the gases get heated that are on the surface, they rise up and they move in all directions. So your gravity is not affecting gases. You can't show it in a demonstration that your gravity causes gases to do anything. We can take a vacuum chamber, we can put gas in it. What do you think the gases do when you remove all the air?
Slow down. I'm not sure.
They still move. Okay, you put gases in a vacuum, and so it's not evacuated yet. They move omnidirectionally up against the walls of the container in the chamber. When you remove the air, what they do is the same thing. They're not affected at all. When you remove the air in a vacuum chamber, gases move omnidirectionally still.
If you're putting gases in a vacuum chamber, it's not a vacuum chamber because there's gas in it.
You remove the pressure, so it's a low pressure area. The gases do the same thing as they do in a pressure area.
Okay, that doesn't really matter.
Yeah. So that means if you remove the pressure, that means you have nothing left, but you should have your gravity. That should be affecting the gases. The gases should fall down. The gases don't fall down.
You invoked
even when you remove the pressure.
And you've invoked it multiple times. Can you define what gravity is for us?
Me?
Well, you keep on using that word, and I would like you to tell us what you think that word means.
Gravity? Yes, gravity is the effect of the curvature of space-time. So when mass exists, it curves space-time, which has been, again, I'll say has been demonstrated experimentally.
My follow-up question would be:
No. I'm not done explaining. It curves space-time, and when stop.
I get it.
I'm explaining still. I'm not done explaining. Please.
Well,
let me finish.
to be fair, you did explain it once already. I don't think Ethergrass heard when you defined it earlier, but
Which
you did
is
already.
why I'm trying
give
to
your
explain it again.
explanation.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, so
here's
he must have missed it.
I believe that you know what it is now, and that you understand that it is a mathematical framework, and that you're applying this to your system for your worldview. But my question is math a force or is weight a force?
Is what?
Because that would be my follow-up question. Is math or weight considered a force? Like, is it actually a force?
Math?
Wait, or mathematics? Yes.
No, mathematics is not a force. Mathematics is it's a language we use to explain phenomena. It's a way of quantizing, quantifying the universe.
And that's one state with gravity that they use. That's what they're invoking. And then the other would be weight. But weight is also not a force.
No, it's not a force. Weight is an effect. It's expressed mathematically. Weight is gravity times mass, or mass times gravity times mass. That is weight.
Do you see what he just did there?
I digress. Back to you, Sonny.
No.
Did you see what he just did there? You just conceded that that your math is not a force and your weight is not a force, therefore you have no force. Hats off, Ethergrass.
What do you mean not a force? What the hell are you talking about? No, gravity. Look, traditionally gravity is seen as a force, but because of how we understand it now, it is not seen as a force. But there are 3 other fundamental forces, and apparently a lot more, but that goes into quantum physics, which I don't understand. But there are 3 main fundamental forces, and then gravity is the effect of curved space-time around massive objects.
Yeah, but hold on. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth because you're telling us that gas has an effect, or you're telling us gases are being affected by gravity as a force. That it would need to be some sort of force.
Can be space time, and you're saying mass, weight and mass. Like you're
weight and mass are different. It's hard to like respond to 3 different people at once. If any one person would like to discuss, so no, there's an effect of gravity on gases. Because of gravity, there is an effect of buoyancy on gases as well, just like there is with fluids. And yes, experimentally, I don't know exactly what experiment you use, but if you look at it on a large enough scale, lighter gases will move upwards. The atmosphere is most dense.
All gases
near the surface. Why not just buoyancy? Why not just buoyancy? Why don't you just go with buoyancy?
Because buoyancy is an effect of gravity.
You don't have a sphere of gas. There is nowhere where there's a mass of gas that's holding a shape like a sphere. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
Gas
doesn't mean it doesn't.
Hey guys, I hate to butt in, but as a point of moderation, we need one person to take point.
Can I just make this last point, though? Your gradient argument is ridiculous.
I mean, it's not. Air gets lighter the higher up you go. That's why
there is gases. There is all gases at all levels of the gradient. You will find oxygen at the highest and lowest points. You will find all these gases
but it'll
all
be
over.
Less concentrated.
Yeah, but you know why? Because of the behavior of gas, okay? And we're trying to tell you, gravity is not pulling these gases into place. These gases have a density where they will naturally sit, and the gas behavior causes the gas to collide with each other and be at all levels. That's my last point. Somebody please continue with him.
All right, who wants to take point next?
I'll just say that gas colliding with each other does not explain why we see a gradient-like effect of gas in our atmosphere. It just doesn't.
That was density. I said that was density.
Agreed.
You never said the word density.
I literally just said that gases have a natural density where they will sit, but because of the nature of gas, they will be at all levels, colliding randomly in all positions.
Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean by natural density? Like, how are you defining density?
I don't know if Amish or Sonny, you want to continue and just keep one person, but they can explain this point very clearly.
Okay.
Well, I mean, gas molecules have degrees of freedom, right? They like to wiggle around and vibrate. Some of them like to glom onto other gas molecules. So you'll have like diatomic oxygen all over the place because they like to bond together, for example. But yeah, the intermolecular collisions, I think, happen very rarely in the air that we breathe. And I'm inclined to agree, it doesn't contribute much, if anything, to the gradient index.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say collisions happen rarely. It depends really on the temperature, because
Oh yeah, I'd say so
because
too.
it's heat that makes particles wiggle around and move around faster, and with and collide more. But
Right, and when you take gases and you cool them off, you can freeze them so that they condense and form like solids, right? Like solid oxygen, solid nitrogen.
I have
This causes a phase.
not heard of this before.
Change. Yeah, you can buy frozen oxygen, and as it's a solid block, and you can stick it out like at room temperature. And as it comes to room temperature, it just off gases
Mm-hmm.
as it warms up.
Here, let me look into this real quick. Solid, because I've never heard of this, but I'm seeing it is real. That's really interesting.
Yeah. But the point is it's no longer a gas, right? Technically, it's no longer a gas. You've changed the phase. So.
Yes.
What we're talking about is what's really curious is, despite gas molecules having different atomic masses, like molecular masses, there are a different number of subatomic particles within different gas molecules, right? And they have different degrees of freedom. Despite all of this, you have the same ratio.
Well, all subatomic
you have the same
particles
ratio on like Mount Everest as you do in Death Valley.
I'm sorry?
Well, you have the same ratio of gases that you breathe at the top of Mount Everest as you do like in Death Valley. You don't have the stratification based off of molecular weight for gases.
Right, but it's less concentrated is the issue.
Well, that's true. Yeah, the pressure is different. But gas pressure is completely mass independent. It is temperature dependent, right? Volume dependent. But gas pressure is not.
I think so.
Has nothing to do with the weight of the molecules. The pressure has to do with the frequency that those molecules hit a surface.
Yeah, I think so. Give me just a second though.
Yeah, I mean, where I'm going with this ultimately is to show that the mass gravity relationship of gas molecules is non-existent. Therefore, the gradient of pressure is not due to gravity either. You don't have any evidence of gravity causing a pressurization of gas.
I mean, based on the way you explained it, you did explain it really elegantly. I can definitely understand why you believe this. I just need to look something up real quick.
Okay. If anybody else wants to hop in here, feel free. I don't have a lot of time. I just came in to moderate. Didn't intend to get involved in a discussion. But here for now.
Okay, so it depends on the actual layer of the atmosphere you're looking at. So in the homosphere, the gases, yes, their ratios remain consistent, regardless of altitude, because of convection. And so the composition is the same, but above that it is actually based on molecular weight. So you'll find hydrogen and helium a lot more concentrated at the higher altitudes, and like oxygen and nitrogen. So it's because of how the different layers of our atmosphere differ in effect.
How's that due to gravity, though?
Because I just said that the lighter gases are more concentrated at the higher layer of our atmosphere, just like gravity would, predict, because they are lighter and there is a lower concentration of heavier gases.
Yeah, but that's not due to gravity, right? I mean, the mass-independent nature
That's how
of
it
pressure.
works.
Well, so it's not about pressure now. It's about stratification based off of mass. We've got cave systems that have been sealed off from the outside world for what they claim to be millions of years.
Mm-hmm.
And within these cave systems are multiple gas types, and they don't stratify based off of weight at all.
No, but it doesn't matter because
well, then it's not gravity.
It's because of how the homosphere. It's because of how the homosphere works. Because of convection, because the gases are recycling into each other when they get high enough.
Yeah, that makes sense. Different gases respond to heat change at different rates than other gases, and it's not mass dependent necessarily.
Right, but the convection is also affected by gravity because I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this.
Gases are goofy, man. Look, Newton even said gases disperse. Like gases, the nature of gases is to disperse. The nature of fluids.
I mean, frankly, I don't really
liquids,
care what.
I mean, in solids is to condense.
His model of physics is extremely outdated.
Sure, it is.
No, it
right,
definitely
so
is.
You don't have mass attracting mass, right? You can't predict mass attracting mass with gravity and involving gas molecules. Like you can't predict at all the stratification based off of mass because there is no mass attracting mass.
No, but it's not just mass. There are other factors.
I'd say completely other factors. Yeah, it's mass independent. Avogadro's law proves that it's mass independent, that stratification is not a consequence at all.
What is Avogadro's law?
Mass. So Avogadro's law shows that if you take three different kinds of gases at the same number of molecules of gases, but they all have different molecular weights, you put them into boxes, you separate them out into different boxes of the same volume, and you heat them up to the same temperature, they will exhibit the same pressure on all sides of the containers.
Sounds like you're describing an experiment, not a law.
Well, this is a demonstration of the law, and the law shows that the mass of the gases have no bearing whatsoever on the pressure that is exerted on the sides of the container. Which means the heavier pressurized gas we breathe at the surface is not due to gravity pulling down or warping space-time. Because gases don't care about gravity. You won't find gravitation at all, like as a force in any book on kinetic molecular theory of gases or thermodynamic nature of gases.
Have you read any of those books?
Yeah.
Yeah? Which one?
I'm almost 50, dude. I mean, I took physics in college, so do the math.
You sound like 23.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Okay, what physics did you take?
In college, I took a couple levels before I decided not to be an engineer.
Okay, what area of
like
physics
classical
were you
mechanics? Freaking took a class on thermo. Probably got C's in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna lie, that spiel you went on, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading. But there. Okay, so
Oh, my goodness gracious.
there's okay.
Yeah, what's this all about anyway?
The reason that
He claims
gas.
there's experimental evidence for space-time.
Oh yeah, there is.
I was going to circle back to that.
Oh yeah, let's circle back to that because I don't know that much about gases. So, okay, let me start off by establishing this. Stars have consistent, predictable patterns. Can we agree on that? Like their apparent movements.
Their movements potentially, if they like, I don't know what you mean, like in the sky. Yeah, you can track them in the sky. You can track their scintillation too, right? So you got some that are variable at different frequencies.
Right, but all I'm talking about is position. So we can track position. We all agree on that. Great. So because you can track it, you can also predict it. And what a couple scientists did,
right? If you're tracking cycles, you're not really predicting. Just a fine point.
Well, because the cycles differ very slightly over time. They change. The motion of stars change very, very subtly over time. But honestly, within the last 500 years, it probably doesn't matter. So yes, we're tracking cycles. Point is, we knew. So some scientists, they knew exactly when or where in the sky this specific star should appear. And it usually appears behind the sun, so it's unobservable. But what they noticed is that during a solar eclipse, they could see it, even though it's positionally, like, from our perspective, behind the sun, because the light from that distant star was being warped by the sun's gravitation.
You're talking about Eddington, right? 1919, the island of Reunion in Brazil with the
was it 1919?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so he threw out like dozens of plates that didn't conform to what he wanted, right? And we don't know how many plates he threw out, but he threw out plates that he said he threw out plates that didn't conform. So he cherry picked his data. That's just to begin.
Okay. What was the name of the experiment again?
So Arthur Eddington, 1919.
Mm-hmm.
He was tracking. I think it was the claim was to validate Einstein's theory of relativity. You'd be tracking positions near like the solar body, and to look for evidence of warping.
Mm-hmm.
So he basically had his photographic plate set up to take these pictures in a solar filter, and he threw out dozens of trials that didn't fit and didn't conform to the prediction by Einstein. So that's cherry picking.
Okay, and are you sure that that's not, like, it wasn't, like, in sequence? Like, it didn't move into our point of view? Like...
Well, I mean, my point is he kept cases and examples that appeared to conform to relativity, but this doesn't prove that relativity exists.
It's a demonstration of
a phenomenon.
Yes, it's a demonstration of a theoretical model.
Right.
Okay. Let me read about this because I haven't heard about this before. Eddington and his team took photographs of stars.
So there have been articles in like the Scientific American and other where people have criticized Arthur Eddington for this, decrying him as a fraud, but they still teach this in textbooks.
I wouldn't say he's
being validation of relativity. Well,
that's not an invalidation.
Based off of that.
Just bad data. That's not an invalidation. Like, okay. So it's like the same thing where lack of evidence isn't evidence to the contrary. Like, this is simply because he, like, the experimental process was just bad.
Yeah. It absolutely was. So, granted, a lack of evidence doesn't provide justification to dismiss all claims,
Right.
but why
Okay.
should I
So,
accept
so
any
that
claim?
was
Why should I
on me
accept any
for
claim?
using that
Why should I
study.
accept a claim
Okay.
with a lack of evidence?
No, I understand. That was on me for using that study. I had no idea that he just threw out data like that.
All right, folks, I got to get going. I'll be around later.
You have a good one.
See you later, man.
Okay, who wants to pick the conversation up then? I'm a little bit busy.
Okay. Well, fortunately, because that's not how science is done, that's not the only experiment that aims to experimentally demonstrate Einstein's theory. Let me read this one.
It's not a theory.
No, it is a theory. It's a
theory.
mathematical
What
model.
kind of theory?
It's a scientific theory.
No, it isn't a scientific theory. Okay, great. You are claiming that Einstein's general relativity is a scientific theory. So you need to provide the valid hypothesis.
You know what a
out of
scientific
general
theory is?
relativity written in November of 1915. Pull out the paper that he wrote and show us the valid hypothesis, including the independent variable. That's the one he manipulated in his experiment. Do that
You're
now.
talking
Show
about
it to us.
that's when you run an
Fucking
experiment.
shut up and
That's
show us
not
the
for a
experiment.
theory.
Show us the hypothesis.
That you would make a
Shut the
hypothesis.
fuck up.
for
Show
an
the
experiment.
hypothesis right fucking now.
That's for an experiment, not a
Show
theory.
us the hypothesis right now. Or shut
don't
up
have a
and
hypothesis
forever
to
hold your
show
peace.
you.
Show the hypothesis. Pull it out of his paper right now. You claimed a scientific theory, so we need the hypothesis. Pull it out of his paper right now.
Why are you so mad?
I'm not mad. You're making a claim. I'm just holding your feet to the fire. You said it's a scientific theory, so that means there must be an experiment. That means there must be a valid hypothesis. Show us the hypothesis, including the independent variable.
The experiments come after the theory.
You don't even know what a hypothesis is.
No, I do.
You agree science has to abide by like a method, a specific method, right? For it to be called science, and if it doesn't abide by that method, it's not called science, right? That would be pseudoscience.
It generally depends, but for the most part, yes. But for things
let me ask you this, like,
astrophysics, not strictly.
Okay, so do you think psychology is science?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
So that
Because
we know
we're
where you're
still
coming
using-
from.
we're-
You're
no,
claiming
shut the fuck
pseudoscience
up.
is science. You're fucking out of line. You're off the reservation. You don't even know what scientific method is. You don't know what
I know
scientific
exactly what
method
the
is.
scientific method
You
is,
don't know
but I
what
also
a
know that it
scientific
doesn't
theory
apply
is.
neatly to
You
every
don't know what
phenomenon
a
we observe.
scientific experiment. You don't even know what science is. Natural science. You don't know what it is. You have no
Okay,
clue.
whatever.
You don't have a clue. Okay. So whatever is not proof of your scientific theory. We need the experiment, including the valid hypothesis. That would include the variables. An independent variable that was manipulated by the experimenter, that would be Einstein. So show us how he manipulated something in his valid hypothesis. What's the independent variable?
I don't fucking know off the top of my
you don't
head.
know. I know. Just admit you don't know and admit you don't have a scientific theory.
That's why I learn. Okay, Einstein hypothesized that gravitational acceleration is locally indistinguishable from acceleration due to other forces.
Okay, great. So that being said, show us what the independent variable is that he manipulated in his experiment to show a cause and effect. Do you even know what Einstein himself called his experiment?
Jesus Christ, give me a second to read.
Yeah. You should have done this already if you're in here claiming scientific theories, you should have already had your ducks in a row. So I have mine in a row, but you don't. So what kind of experiment was Einstein himself? What did he say his experiment was? Do you even know? You don't. He was there at his chalkboard with piles of chalk dust on the floor. He called his experiment a thought experiment. So you can explain to the audience here that's listening on YouTube and Rumble and everywhere else we're transmitting to right now, recording all of this. So you're going to be held to the fire. You don't even know what he called his experiment himself, a thought experiment. So show me his independent variable that he controlled or manipulated in his thoughts. Crickets.
Yeah, it's called reading, dipshit.
Listen, man, science is not. You're like categorically in an error here because you also said psychology is a science. Psychology often does not meet the 5 basic requirements for a field to be considered scientifically rigorous. Clearly defined terminology. Hold on. Clearly defined terminology, quantifiability, highly controlled experimental. Hold on 1 second. I'm giving you the 5. Hold on, dude.
It's fundamentally different.
Listen for a second, dude.
No, I'm not gonna listen because you guys can.
You don't want to learn, bro. You just want to. You just want to be ignorant. The rest of your life, bro.
A psychological break right now, Enrique.
Yeah, jeez, man. She's just trying to help you out, bro.
Yeah, finish your point, Torah, for the room.
Yeah, it's an important point because you want to have clearly defined terminology. These are 5 tenets. Quantifiability, highly controlled experimental conditions, reproducibility, and finally predictability and testability. Psychology doesn't have that. Neither does the general theory of it.
Or chemistry.
What?
So, yeah,
biology and chemistry all
are hard sciences.
Yeah, psychology doesn't fall into that. Neither could a scientific theory like general relativity, because general relativity is a reification, bro. You understand what a thought experiment is?
I know what a thought experiment is.
And how do you manipulate one and show a cause and effect with a thought experiment?
Don't say just change your mind. Please don't say it.
I know. I know. Don't.
Okay. Let's start over. So, with general relativity, your main concern is that it doesn't have an experiment that demonstrates its feasibility.
No, it doesn't demonstrate any cause and effect relationship between anything at all.
Between what?
It's like saying a mother and its ducklings is related to a locomotive.
Hold on.
Define space-time, bro. Hey, go ahead. Define space-time.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, because this is where we're going to run into the problem of definability.
Yeah, and I appreciate Torah picking up the mantle.
Okay, space-time is a framework of modeling space in 4 dimensions: the 3 spatial dimensions and the 4th time dimension.
So time is a physical dimension?
No, it's not a physical dimension. It's intrinsically
width and length. Bro, is height, width, and length physical dimensions?
Yes, those are physical dimensions.
Okay, yeah. Okay, and did you not just declare you were working within 4D space, right? So you're reifying time into actual when it's a conceptual. So why would you do that, logically speaking?
No, what the fuck are you talking about? This is a conceptual framework.
Are length, width, and height conceptual?
No, they're physical. We can measure them, but we can also measure time.
I understand that, but now when you're going to reify time and give it
Okay, never
physical
mind. I was
attributes,
wrong. Time is considered a physical dimension in space-time.
oh, so you don't know what you know. You just Google it as you go.
Oh, that was
I mean, yeah,
his
that's kind of
demonstration
how we
of a
learn. We
thought
make
experiment right
mistakes
there.
and then
He
we
just changed
correct
his
them.
thoughts.
I mean, that's kind of how learning works. You know, you make mistakes
I
and then you
agree. This
correct
is
them.
what's interesting. Do you think that you can bend space and time or space time? You think that those things that are non-physical, that you said it's a conceptual framework that you're working with, you're going to apply
No.
physical attributes to it. Is that correct, sir?
No, because the dimensions are still physical. I'm just saying this is a model. General relativity is a model.
Okay, but and is it a model that depicts reality accurately or not?
Fuck no.
Did you also say that?
There's not
I know
a
you said
single model we have that accurately depicts reality because of the limitation of our senses. We can't even see reality.
I know you say. I heard you reiterate that that time is just a concept. Did you say also that length is a concept? Like, or
No, I did
are you
not
able
say
to?
that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they are technically concepts. I mean, that's how we.
Length isn't something.
That's how we
give me like a
intuitively
length,
understand them as concepts, but we can measure them, and they are dimensions.
Well, I mean, listen. You can't. Can you hand me a length, or can you hand me a length of something? But length itself, you're saying that's physical. Length itself.
Well, I mean, I guess the way that you're describing it, no.
Another way. Okay. Is there a different way to describe it?
You can. Physical objects have length.
Yeah, it's an attribute of a physical object.
What's the what's the
attribute?
Attribute of
That's the
something,
attribute
but I'm just saying they're dimensions.
Yeah, it's an attribute of a physical object. Now, what's the attribute of a length itself without the physicality of the object?
That's a really weird question. I don't understand why you're asking it. No, they're dimensions. They're dimensions of space time. Because we exist in this reality and we can observe that things have length and width. Those are dimensions of space time.
I thought you were going to concede to both because obviously nobody here can hand me 3 inches without handing me 3 inches of something. But so you still hold that length, that 3 dimensions is physical, that you can manipulate 3 dimensions without any kind of objects within it as well as. But you gave up the time part.
What do you mean manipulate? Manipulate.
Well, the bending and warping of.
Manipulating and how?
Bending and warping of as an independent variable to show that it's the cause of the effect.
Mm-hmm. Wait, sorry, say that again.
So your idea was that we could demonstrate the bending and warping of dimensions to show that they are the cause of the effect. Maybe you're breaking up. I'll drop out.
Yeah, he left on that note.
We just want real science, you know what I mean? Like, we're not even asking for something crazy. We're just asking for legit science. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
You were clear. You were clear the whole time.
Oh, okay. He dropped out. All right.
Yeah, dimensions are concepts. I think that's why he may have chose to leave at that moment. Maybe hit him, but thought you made a good point. I think it was No Tanks. You made a good point that they are, conceptions.
Yeah, but as you saw, Tora had the right angle because he picked away at one of them, knowing that if he went at all of them, he would run away. So I did the wrong thing. I should have just followed in Tora's footsteps.
Yeah, well, between the two, yeah, both Tora and you, yeah. Good job.
No Tanks taught me everything I know.
Yeah, you did get him to admit that he's unable to identify reality.
Yeah, that was pretty extreme.
It's incredible how quick they go there too, right? Not even a thought. It's just like, yep, I'll deny it.
What do you think, Castle King? You think that's part of the issue? If you're there. I know Castle King gets into kind of like the the emotional state of things. So like, what's it matter? Is it worth it? Right. So maybe he has a perspective on it.
Yeah, ultimately, it shouldn't really matter. We can all get along.
Yeah, I mean, in regards the way that Enrique gave up all of reality, like he just is like, you know what, we don't know anything anymore, and he kind of zoned out and ran. He was like, I don't know anything. Do you think that that's a consequence of building your foundation on the Benningham, your foundational beliefs, like your entire world depends on this idea that you live on a globe that's caused by the bending and warping of concepts? Do you think that is healthy? Maybe is the right word. Do you think that's healthy?
I think it's not healthy when we start to fight and call each other names because of these beliefs we have.
Oh, you're getting too emotional about it. You're going super emotional.
Fighting. Enrique came in on his high horse telling us we were all wrong, and then 45 minutes later he goes, no one can tell what reality is. Gotta go.
I wanted like a dash of Castle emotional, not like super, like just a dash. Just give me like a pinch of the perspective.
I mean, listen, you're there, right? I'm here. You're there. That's really what matters. That's the most important thing.
Okay, so why did you enter into the chat mocking people at the beach?
I just listen. I was saying you want to trust the scientist over the guy at the beach in his shorts and flip flops.
No, it's you. You who want you're the one who wants the numbers on the screen. That's what you bow down to, and you mock those who go down to see if the specs of the 3959 ball exist in reality. Carry on.
Am I in the Matrix? I'm in the Matrix here. I'm the one looking at the little screen with the little.
That's what I was asking. Do you see it as detrimental? Like when somebody says, "Listen, we don't even know if reality exists because they built their foundation on a black hole." Like ultimately they built it on their foundation. Their whole world depends on the bending and warping of space. I mean, how else could we exist? What are we standing on? How is my cup on the table if the bending and warping of space time isn't here? And if that's all fake, then I have no foundation, right, to build my world on. So then reality doesn't even exist because reality depends on these things in physics to be true because the world is physical, right? So I mean, do you see, like, is it healthy to believe in the bending and warping of space-time into a sphere? Is that healthy?
It doesn't matter because that's not going to affect whether you eat today or not.
It is. He's not going to eat for like 2 days, dude. He's going to be up all night.
I don't think it's that deep, man. I think I know what this is all about. It's about letting people tell you what's true and what's not true.
Right, it's
When it comes to the
extremely deep.
government,
It's a black hole. It's like the deepest thing in the world.
from what I've gathered over the course of time that I spent with you, is you don't trust what the government has to say about what's right and what's wrong, what's true and what's false.
But you do? You trust the government?
I don't necessarily trust the government either, but
All right, cool. So we got common ground. See, there is nothing that we have to fight about.
I'm saying, why would the government try to lie about space travel and landing on the moon? What do they gain by lying?
This is my idea. Yeah. Okay, I'll say this is my idea, Castle. Right? Is that the government, like under the ideal situation, they're there to listen to the people, right? Like we tell they're there to serve us, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So now you see we get on here just us few soldiers to try to kind of pick apart the foundations of this black hole that we all think we live on. Just us few get in here and you experience even yourself the resistance that we get right from the people. Well, listen, the people have spoken. They don't want the truth. They want a subjective world where the truth is relative to their position and their perspective. So the government is just doing their job by serving the people's will, which is to lie to them. So yeah, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, right?
Oh, they're not.
What do you mean they're not? We're over here. We told you the truth 1,000 times, and you're saying, but what if it's something else? So the government's doing the same thing. They're saying, listen, what if it's something else? Then you don't want the truth. Obviously, you're vehemently reeling against it. Others will do the same. They'll follow suit. They'll come in, say you're an idiot, you're crazy, there's something wrong with you, you don't deserve to live, they'll say, right? To think that the earth is flat or something crazy like that, but all the scientists say yada, 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 right? So, I mean, the majority has spoken. They want the government to lie to them. That's what they want. So isn't it the government's job to do what the people want?
Yeah, they're supposed to. That's why we
okay. Then now you know why the quote unquote government is lying to you, because they're doing their job. They're giving you what you want.
I think I see where you're going.
Yeah, it's subjectivism or relativism. That's like what people are wanting, right? Do you agree that objective truth exists in the world or not?
Yeah, I believe that. I believe there is an objective right and wrong.
Yeah, but like just the truth, like it's objectively true that you're talking on Discord right now, right?
I believe so.
Okay, well, right now we live in a society that believes in relativism and subjectivism, that there is no objective truth. It's all relative. And what we're doing here is we're like, I think that might be a dangerous path to go down, to just say it's all subjective and relative, because then we end up with a society, full of nihilistic people. And we want people to care and to love this earth,
Yeah, I get that.
Like if I were to tell you, Castle, that listen, like that your objective truth is just subject to the nearest person around you, and that the truth may bend and warp at a proportional distance from another person's truth, so that both truths are actually false, but the ultimate truth can be found in the darkness of the black hole. It would sound like I'm describing outer space.
No,
I'm just describing the world.
It sounds like you're describing a Christian and a Muslim or a Hindu.
See that? You see how you took from it? You abstracted from it your own truth. You see that? You did it.
I'm saying we're going to have different opinions about what's real and what's not, but we shouldn't disrespect one another over these differences in beliefs.
Castle King realized he's come to terms that he's wrapped up in a House of Cards, outer space fairy tale stories, so we must also be.
No. You're free to believe in the flat Earth. It's just that you can't get.
Well, you don't have Castle Side King. I know you're busy trying to be cool and stuff out in your free time, but all you have to do is acknowledge the nature of water out in reality. Then you'll see the water ball on the textbooks. Not possible.
Oh, yeah?
So who's the one believing? You're believing a book. I'm acknowledging reality.
Well, then tell me why when the water is small enough,
No, just
it
let
turns
that
into
sink
a
in.
ball.
We're not talking about your tears, bro.
I'm saying the water on the leaf. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen the water on
Okay.
the
So
leaf?
hold
It
on.
turns into a ball.
Okay? Are you claiming the surface tensions of a dewdrop for the bulbous water ball? With all the currents and winds and temperature changes and fish splashing around, do you think there's a surface tension creating the water ball?
That would go to the other guy's points of the fundamental forces: strong force, weak force, and nuclear force, but not the gravitational force. That's what would not go that play.
Yeah, why do you think a teardrop is round, brother?
Gravity.
Well, no, not necessarily. You should look into it though, because maybe it has something to do with something.
Isn't it because of the surface tension or whatever?
Yeah, well, what's
Are you also claiming surface tensions of water to create this water ball 3959 mile radius outer space blob? Is that what's going on?
No, I was asking a question.
No, yeah. Castle was talking about his tears running down his face. Good to see you back, Enrique.
We cooking what? Who? A CB? I don't know who you are.
We cooking bloopers.
I mean, if that makes you feel better.
Well, bro, bring forth your evidence. Let's talk about it. It's what we're looking for, really. You're going to bring forward surface tension, something that's the function of meniscus. We watch water
I
go
was simply
across
asking the question, dog. It's not that deep. I was not making a
No, I
claim.
mean, we should, if you're going to talk about it and point at it and not understand it, but claim that this is the reason that we're on a spheroid, you should really understand what it is you're claiming. Surface tension is the result of the meniscus.
Okay. The reason.
In all fairness, it was Castleside King that brought it up, and then he butted in, and now he doesn't want to talk about it. So maybe Castleside King might want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it. No, I mean, I'll talk about why fucking water curves
Yeah, well,
around the
you
globe.
butted in, though.
Gravity.
You were talking to Castleside.
Yeah, we wanted to kind of wrap up with Mr. Castle because he seems to be quite the popular character around here. This is the first time I had the opportunity to hear him. I'm curious to know about this whole idea of surface tension as a brother Torah.
What you mean? You mean me, Castle King, just chilling?
No, that would be a fail because Castle King didn't light up. But
that was my best Castle King impression.
Nice try. But you didn't pass the Discord. You didn't pass the Discord sniff test. Go ahead, brother.
No, Castleside King is 50% karaoke. Just a heads up.
Karaoke is fire.
So, Castle, you coming in on this, brother, or what? I'd love to talk to you.
Yeah, listen. What's your name, man? What do you go by in these Discord streets?
Killian. Same name that I go by in the real streets. Same name that's on my driver's license. Yep. Same name. I'm sorry. You can pick that up with my mother. She chose the name. Do you want to hold me responsible for that?
Yeah, I'd just like to know who I'm talking to, Killian. Cool. I'm Castle.
Nice to meet you, brother.
Mom calls me David. Okay?
All right, brother David.
Now we're established as human beings, not robots.
So, question being, what's your claim with respect to surface tension, a dewdrop, if you want, or a teardrop, whatever you want to call it? What is your claim with respect to that being a foundation? Who your claim of a spheroid?
I believe gravity is responsible for that.
So, what is gravity to you?
Gravity is the pull that we experience of everything being pulled to the center of the earth.
Okay, so you're going to claim a pull and claim a center of the earth. Two claims. Okay, so first thing we're going to look at upward downward bias, i.e. the vector, the direction that something travels. Would that be the down that you're addressing, or are you stating that there's a magnetic attractive force that actually can form a spheroid?
Yeah, I'm saying because at the core of the earth, there's a gravitational pull that's happening that's drawing everything into the spherical shape that it is.
Okay,
That's why when you see the one little drop of water on the leaf, It's that same principle where it's being drawn into this little circle.
Okay,
when
so
you see water suspended in air, it's the same thing.
Are you going to keep dogpiling, or are you going to let me get in on this?
Go ahead, bro.
Dogpiling's just one dude.
Saying dogpiling because he keeps on asking things on top of things, right? So from a standpoint of the claim of the drop, the water drop, cohesion, right? Things stick together. They like attracts like. But from a standpoint of the things going down versus up, let's talk about a basketball in a swimming pool. You take a basketball 20 feet deep in a swimming pool, it shoots back up to the surface. You go to a diving board, you drop that basketball, it goes down to the surface of the water. So upward and downward bias has been demonstrated using a basketball.
What? You did it in a medium, so buoyancy has air inside. Hello?
Buoyancy, exactly. We're observing how buoyancy interacts with objects that you immerse within said medium, right? Piece of wood floats on top of water, but if it gets waterlogged enough, it eventually will go down. All right.
Have you ever heard of causal sets?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever heard of causal sets? Causal set quantum gravity to be.
You don't sound like Brother David.
Huh? I asked you if you heard of academic term.
But you don't sound like Brother David, and him and I were having an A&B conversation. Castle King. Him and I were having an A&B conversation.
Yeah, maybe demonstrate your intellectual superiority by not butting in.
How about I demonstrate it by telling you you're a fucking idiot?
See, that's how you lose in a conversation.
Go
because
on.
You're already
When you try to exclude me when I try to correct your stupid statements, you damn sure I'm going to call you that. You got a problem with it?
Okay, so do we address the correction, or do we continue to talk with
causal set quantum gravity? Yeah, why don't you address that for once?
Quantum gravity.
Yeah.
Again, Brother David, are you in on this conversation, or should we then pivot?
Oh, you're a fucking idiot, so
Brother.
Is that at play in the dewdrops, KP? He bounced.
He's done. Man, it's an open conversation, man. People can jump in.
All right, then I
hold on. Hold on one second, though. Didn't you say earlier, Castle King, you weren't really a big fan of people just like name calling and getting all irate with others?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, so we're not going to allow that, right? We're going to correct it and be like, yo, just wait your time for the name calling, you know?
There's a special place for name calling. Castle King, definitely go with Killian about the up and down. That's interesting, and I do want to find out where you guys land with that. But nobody, just so you know, nobody claims gravity for raindrops. It's typically intermolecular, cohesion at play of the certain molecules bonding due to like Coulomb's law and attractive forces on like electron neutron pulling it together. Nobody claims gravity for surface tension.
Well,
that's just like your own special thing. You know what I mean? You're just saying it.
The reason why the basketball floats back to the surface of the water after being dunked in the pool is because of gravity. That's why it shoots back up. Because the air inside the ball is lighter than the water that is being submerged in.
Right. So what are you actually observing, brother?
You're observing gravity at its finest.
You're observing buoyancy working, right? The ball itself is fighting to find the place of rest. The water is rejecting the ball, therefore it's going back up to the surface. The air itself can't hold the ball, so the ball falls back, finding its place of rest on the surface of the water. This is all I'm trying to walk out with you, is to get your idea of when you say gravity, what is it exactly that you're referring to? A magical force that actually can create a spheroid object with a 3959 mile claimed radius? Or is it simply just the bias that you're failing to understand is actually just buoyancy working? That's all I was trying to get with you, brother. Again, go ahead.
Not a magical force, but a magnetic force.
Well, it's Archimedes' principle is what you described, right? Is that what you're going with for gravity?
I don't know who this guy is, man. I'm just saying
who Archimedes
this is what it is. Yeah, I don't know Archimedes. I'm sure he lived long ago, right?
Yeah. You described his principle.
Oh, see? I guess
Yeah.
great minds think alike.
Yeah, exactly. So Archimedes' principle is a fundamental law of physics and fluid mechanics that explain why objects float. It states the upward buoyant force acting on an object submerged in a fluid is equal to the weight of the fluid the object displaces. So what's interesting about that is like it's a medium relationship, right?
Well, have you ever seen two magnets repel one another?
Yeah, that's very interesting. What do you think is in between those two magnets when you're trying to push them together? Like this substance almost feels like jelly. What do you think that is?
Not jelly. It's, like I said, it's magnetic force.
Okay, and that's what gravity is then?
It can either attract or pull or push away. In the case of the Earth, it attracts.
Castle, you're not talking to like one of the girls at the club. All right, stop trying to be, kind of. Just what do you really think it is?
I don't understand that statement.
Are you saying bigger things have more attraction? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, I can't.
Because it is
Can't
true,
lie.
right? Fat bottom girls make the rockin' world go around, right?
Yeah, something like that. I know a lot of guys are attracted to those masses. Yeah, I get it. I understand.
So what's the call
Oh
like? So
my.
the effect was that the ball went up, right? Like what caused it to go up in that scenario?
The air within the basketball, it's lighter than the water that it's submerged in, so it shoots right back up.
Okay, so that's the cause. So not gravity.
The cause is gravity, though.
No. All right. So the effect was the ball went up relative to the water, and it went up relative to the water because what?
Well, like I said, there's air in there, but remember, everything is being affected by gravity all the
No,
time.
I don't know. So
Yeah,
it went
yeah.
up because.
Well, remember, that's why you can't just throw a basketball into the air and it just keeps flying up into the air. At some point, it has to come back down because of
Right,
gravity.
and if all the air and everything was made of water. Hold on, somebody's making the echo. Thank God, Stan. You put your mic on mute. Yeah, so if everything was just made of water, Castle King, right? And I let go of a ball at the bottom of the infinite end of water, would it ever go down?
It'll probably just float.
Forever in an infinite pool of water?
Yeah, it'll just kind of float around in the water.
So in the water, it would just stop. It wouldn't move. Can you demonstrate that would happen? That's ever happened to a ball that's been pulled under water and let go?
With no gravity, you said?
I mean, it's just a ocean. If you go to the bottom of the ocean
Oh,
and I
okay.
let go of the ball, right, like a really big span of water, will it ever stop going up?
Yeah, once it reaches the top of the water.
Okay, and it stops because what?
Because it's no longer in the water. Now it's on top of the water.
Okay, so now so then it's medium dependent. That's the cause. It's relative to the medium. Whatever the object is, if I drop it or let it go, it would go up or down dependent or because of the medium that it's in.
I'm back once again.
So,
Okay, so no gravity necessary.
Oh.
Gravity is very necessary because it's very real.
Well, not in his demonstration or like our little walkthrough of something actually happening, an effect actually happening in the world, and what's causing it to happen.
Right. Well, I mean, if it was that guy who was talking earlier, then yeah, he's probably wrong. But it's an effect of mass curving space time.
All right, so when I let go of when I bring the basketball down to the bottom of the ocean, as deep as it can go, and I let it go, it goes which direction?
Goes up.
Okay, now up is relative to
down.
And perpendicular to So it's perpendicular to horizontal. So if the ball goes up, that would be relative to horizontal, being perpendicular to it, and it wouldn't be going in any other direction other than up. Right? It wouldn't be bending, warping, curving. It would just go up. So now you have two demonstrations. Now you have two demonstrations. You have the demonstration when you measure the location of the ball going up relative to the medium. You actually kill two birds with one stone. You show that up is relative to the perpendicular relationship of horizontal, and then we measure the up and down relative to that horizontal, showing that all horizontals are parallel and all verticals are parallel. And you also show that the reason, the cause, like it went up and down because of, was the object relative to the medium. So you killed two birds with one stone.
Is Earth flat?
Well, horizontal is level, and level is horizontal, yeah.
But is it flat, though?
Yeah.
How flat it is?
Well, like level is just a datum, right? Like it doesn't really take up. It's just like the other guy was saying earlier about length with height. It doesn't actually take up any space in the world, but it is the surface of a large body of water at rest, which forms a horizontal plane of reference. So that has no like thickness to it. That plane, that length, the shortest distance between two verticals, and it doesn't really have like a depth to it. So yeah, it's pretty flat.
Do you think mountains are flat?
No, they'd be measured in the vertical change from the horizontal to get elevation.
I think mountains are flat.
Okay, then maybe the top of it's flat. I don't know.
I think everything.
I don't know why it got muted, but okay. I have a question.
Yeah, ask your question. Nobody else is talking.
Okay. Why? Okay, because you said you said a basketball in the ocean, at the bottom of the ocean is going to move up. First of all, no, it pops. Second of all, why does it move up in water? Why do the differences in the mediums cause it to move up?
Yeah, where do they go? They already went to Archimedes' principle to show the cause and effect of the displacement due to density within a volume.
Okay, why does density cause it to move up?
Yeah, well, it's not just density on its own, right? But it'll be density relative to another, to a medium. Yeah.
Okay, so it's the density of the object relative to the density of the medium, right? That's what you're saying?
Yep, yeah. So you have a ball
why
over
up?
there.
Why does it move up?
Yeah, I mean, because it's less dense than the.
Okay, but why up? Why doesn't it move to the side? Why up?
Gotcha. So, like, why ultimately up and down? I would hypothesize. Yeah, I'd hypothesize that like you're looking for like a creation story, right? And you're saying, well,
No,
why?
I'm not. I'm asking for something that you can very easily
trust me,
demonstrate
you are.
and theorize about.
Yeah, you can theorize. Yeah. So no, demonstrably, you can show up and down to be perpendicular to horizontal. But like as a creation story, like how do we get up and down? I would theorize that that's.
No, I'm not asking you how we get
No,
up
but
and
you
down.
are.
I'm asking why the basketball moves up. You're positing it like it's just this inherent trait, and that's not scientific at all. Because
you're going to a creation. You're going to go to a creation story. You're going to say that the Big Bang occurred. Right? I'm cutting you off.
You
asked why you got muted. Right? You asked why you got muted, and this is why, because you keep interrupting every word I say. But what you ultimately are asking for is a creation story on how the natural and physical world came about to have the properties and the attributes that it has, to follow natural laws, etc. And then you're going to eventually say, well, what happened was a Big Bang exploded, right? And all the material and the energy, whatever. It took place, and all the expansion coalesced into balls and spheres that pulled mass towards mass to give us this up and down relative to our position on a planet. I mean, that's your creation story. But demonstrably, you can let the ball go up, let the ball go, and it'll go up relative to the medium. So what you're asking is, why was the world created? Who created it? How did they create it in this fashion? Which thing came first to give us these vectors of up and down? You want to know the creation, the process ontologically, which one happened and why it took this form. You're asking me to give you the answers only God can give you, dude.
That's a lot of words to say that you don't.
I'll take them all in.
What the fuck you're talking about?
Take them all in.
Okay, so no, the reason that a ball will move up is because there's a buoyancy force.
Why up?
Buoyancy force is an effect of gravity.
Yeah, why down? Why up?
Because gravity is pulling the denser water down.
Yeah, why? Why is it doing that?
Because air inside the basketball is lighter than water.
Why is it doing that?
Why is it doing what? I just explained it.
Water's not denser than itself. What do you mean denser water?
No, water is denser than air. So the water.
So what part of water is denser than itself to be the bottom of itself? Which part?
No, I'm not. No. The density of water in a body of water is consistent. I'm just saying
water.
the water. This is the buoyancy force. This is the buoyancy force because the air in the basketball is lighter.
Slow down.
Buoyant.
You said the more dense water.
What?
You said the more dense water. How is water more dense than itself?
More dense than air. More dense than air. That is what I meant. Stop trying to frame a misspeak as if it is a fact that I'm positing.
When the water can't pop a bubble, when it can't pop my fart. So it seems like my fart's pretty powerful to hold back the whole ocean or water, right? It's a bubble. It's holding its shape, isn't it?
Okay, where does that air go? Okay, if it did pop it, where would it go?
How come it's not held down by the water?
No.
What do you mean? No. If weight and density and the weight of something holds something down, the weight and density of the water should hold the air down, plus gravity being way under the ocean. No. It should be down there.
You sound like you dropped out of second grade. I'm not gonna lie.
You sound like the closest stuff to gravity is not getting affected by gravity, like gases and waters and stuff. So when it's down under the ocean, close to the core, it's not getting jerked down. But up here it is. Sounds like you missed second grade.
Yeah, listen, you're just going on, Enrique, to describe the relative density disequilibrium, the displacement of a solid or a liquid relative to another object. When you were coming in with a big slam dunk and saying, I'm going to explain why things go up and down at all, without those things, right? Without any kind of differentiation between solids, liquids, and gas.
Everything coalesce, fall down, go boom, boom, make ball. That's your story. Gravity, not buoyancy, not density. And you don't even understand direction or up. You don't even know what the hell up is. You think up is a dropping arc below your feet. Or you think something dropping below your feet can stay the same elevation. It sounds like that's second grade being mythed right there. Hey, teacher, walk down the steps. You're still at the same height as me. Yep. Surely.
You're still rambling? Damn it. Okay.
Yeah, were you here when we pointed out that what you're bringing back up is relative density disequilibrium, Pascal's principles, as well as I can never remember his name, but you're going to be bringing up all these other reasons for the cause of the effect when you were supposed to invoke, but why down? Why up? Right? Not relative density disequilibrium.
I explained it.
Unless that's what you're going to. Yeah. Is it going to be relative density disequilibrium or something else?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is it going to be the relative density and the disequilibrium of fluids or objects within a fluid or of anything? Or is it going to be something else?
That causes something to move up when it's less dense?
Right.
Is that what you're...
Yeah. Are you going to just defer back to the...
Something else. It's gravity.
Okay, the cause of density is gravity?
No, the cause of a less dense object moving up in a more dense medium, like water, or like a basketball in water, is gravity. Gravity causes the buoyancy force.
But if I can just change if I can demonstrate otherwise, like if I can drop a ping pong... Yeah, if I can drop a ping pong ball through the air, right, and we know that the air is less dense than the ball, and then the ball drops and hits the water, right, and doesn't sink through the water. But then I can fill up the ping pong ball with little BBs, like metal BBs, and it sinks. And what I'm demonstrating is that I'm changing the density, the compactness of matter within a volume to give a relative, so that it could either seek its equilibrium relative to something else to give me the up and down, or not.
Bro, you don't need to just say all that. Just say, prove it. Because he's not going to be able to.
He keeps leaving. Well, like I'm like on the fence with it. Like I'm halfway. Obviously, the globe's not real, right? Like I'm halfway between my disproving the globe, whatever, right? Or just proving that what's actual, right? So sometimes prove it, sometimes I'll just give the actual.
He made a claim he can't substantiate, and if he can substantiate it, guess we're all fucking moving over to the gravity side.
Get your bags.
Yeah. What if? Now you got to jump on my side, or guess what? I can't show you guys. Now you have to be on my.
That's what I mean. It's like, what if we were on a ball? But what if horizontal curves over distance? Like, all I can do is show you that horizontal is horizontal. I can't show you the what if. I can just show you the proofs.
What is the required drop over distance over 100 miles if, in fact, we're dealing with a sphere based on a 3959 flame radius?
From the surface, 66.6, I think.
But, brother, you know the math, yet you're still going to question it? That's a little weird. That's the big thing for me. Working with numbers, if they claim a sphere and the claimed radius is 3,959 miles as a radius, then we should be able to take a 100-mile sample set of that claimed dimension, a microcosm dimension of the overall, and substantiate that drop over distance, which would be 1.25 miles over that distance, which would be 6,600 feet. And that's something that we don't see in real life. So if we're not able to observe that, the fallback position is stationary topographical plane. Period. Full stop.
I just don't know why we're going over crazy topics that are like really complicated and nobody even knows what they're talking about and can't demonstrate any of it. Like, for the Glover's perspective, and then just pointing to the horizon and them not understanding that that's not going up to space. There's no increase in elevation going that way. That's all you need to disprove that you're on a globe that is surrounded by a fucking sphere of air. That when you point to that way, you're getting to that sphere of air and leaving it. You're not. You're not even going to increase elevation at all. So how can you not increase elevation and go somewhere called space or air further or higher than what you've been already? It's impossible. Now, if you're surrounded by a sphere of air and you leave the ground that's a sphere, then you're going to encounter the thicknesses of that sphere going horizontally that way, thus increasing your altitude every single dot. If this is too hard for a glober to comprehend, why would they talk about anything else? I think they need to understand this principle first. What their up is. And it only exists on flat Earth. Left and right aren't up.
I'm still trying to figure out why the flat earthers haven't taken a plane to go and check out the moon if it's so
A
close to the
plane
Earth.
where? When you get in your airplane, if you're 10 foot high and you fly horizontal, how are you reaching elevation anywhere?
Well, you just go higher. You point the nose of the
No, you're
plane
not
up.
going higher. Did you not hear what I said, slow mo? You go along a horizontal line, you're only 10 foot high. You're not going any higher in elevation. You're going to go out past the horizon. You're still 10 foot high. You're still horizontal. At what point in time do you increase your elevation? Should be every
You
dot.
point the nose of the plane up.
No, I said along the horizontal, retard, from a ball. You don't have to point the nose up to go horizontally to space from a ball, stupid. Are you dumb? I'm
No, I
sorry,
don't
but
think so.
So you sound
yeah,
like you're almost you're.
put a ruler next to a ball and see if it had the curve to go out away from the ball. I think you are pretty dumb.
You do understand the Earth is pretty big, right?
No, you don't understand. Every dot of up is up, motherfucker. So if you put a dot on the wall and you go right, you should increase an inch up in elevation. How do you prove that? The same way you can vertically, going from that position up. Listen, all three things had to increase to get to the outside of that sphere. You understand it doesn't matter how big your word big is, stupid. Elevation is itself. The profile of moving one microscopic dot to another position is itself right there. Forget the word big and being retarded like you are. You need to understand that moving every dot up is up, every dot down is down, every dot left and right are not up and down. Therefore, not a globe. If you put a cross on top of a ball, buddy, the left and right parts are going out to space, pal, increasing in elevation the same as the top, the exact same rate. Exact, both of them, same time. So all you need to prove your globe is 2 altimeters and an L. And we could all go home, unless you're too dumb.
Have you ever been inside of a plane before?
Have you ever proven how elevation works going out horizontally to space? How are you going to space if you don't increase 10 foot? So
Well,
space
remember,
is
we're
10
just
foot
talking
away.
about the moon here.
No,
Remember, your
space
moon is
not.
local to the Earth.
No,
It's not in space.
We're talking about being 10 foot off the ground and flying horizontal. How do you prove you're going away from the Earth's curve every dot? How do you prove that?
Well, have you ever been inside of a plane?
The elevation would increase. It's called elevation. The elevation would increase every dot. I already gave you the answer.
Every
It's like you guys are a bunch of retards in a class and they're like bouncing your head. You guys need helmets. I swear.
I'm asking you if you can just imagine.
Up
If you can just imagine yourself.
increases in elevation and distance, correct? Now show that horizontal does it or front and back. Helmet heads.
Buddy,
Put your
I'm
helmet
asking
together.
you to imagine yourself as a pilot in a plane.
No, we're not going to imagine anything. We're going to get the altimeter out and show you how fucking dumb you are. And show you that going horizontal, it doesn't increase in elevation.
Are you guys in like name calling?
Yeah, that's
why do you guys like understanding how upwards?
Yeah, Democ, this
increases in
is getting
elevation?
painful, bro. Democ, like, allow the back and forth if you're gonna have this conversation. Otherwise, it's just you steamrolling him.
Back and forth to what? The guy doesn't even understand up.
Oh, man.
Up is a relative.
Regardless, it's still a conversation.
Direction.
So which way is up for him? How can he prove up is up and left and right are up? How can the Glober prove that right now?
Because it's up from his perspective.
No, how do you get the tool that shows the number and it's increasing in elevation? Stupid, I don't care about your perspective. You could be retarded. We don't care
Whatever
about a
tool
retard
you use is dependent on
we have an
your
elevation
position on Earth.
tool. It's called an altimeter.
Yeah, and it's
Who am I
dependent on your
talking to
position
right
on
now?
Earth. And
So you don't use
your
the ruler to
position
measure
relative to the core,
You use your
the center
perspective
of the
to
Earth.
measure your house, right? You don't get a ruler out. Is that what you're telling me? Are you
What?
okay, dude?
Yeah, you're
So to
just
go through your
misinterpreting
job,
what
you
I'm
use
saying.
perspective. So I said, I need all this stuff measured. There's a thing here, a gutter here, a drain thing over here. I need this measured, and then after that, and you're gonna stand there and use perspective? What are you
No,
talking about? You would go close to it, put the altimeter on this one, put it on that one, and they would match. That way would
you
match
asked
up.
you
That way
asked
would match
to
up.
prove a definitive up.
Direction is
That is
up.
impossible because up is a relative
That's not
direction.
impossible. If you're on a sphere and you're going away from it, that's going
Definitive.
up. How is that
Uh,
not going up?
so okay, so if you're standing
Horizontal
on
is
one,
vertical to a
okay,
sphere.
okay.
There's no ifs,
Okay,
dude.
no. Let me give you a
Yeah,
hypothetical,
hold
right?
on. You brought up the core of Earth. How are you so certain the core of Earth exists in the
No.
first place for you to go
Let
up
me
from? Yeah.
geologic measurements. Anyway, that's not the point. Let me give you a hypothetical. If you're
Geologic
standing,
measurements of the
no.
core.
Let me finish. If you're
If
standing on
gravity was real, your altimeter would increase in elevation horizontally,
let
dude.
me finish. Let me make
That
my
would prove the
argument.
core.
You're doing exactly what you guys hate that Globers do. Now let me fucking finish.
Do you
Okay,
have an altimeter? You just said
shut
it's
the fuck up.
impossible to do something. What are you going to finish doing? Impossible? An impossibility?
Okay,
Welcome to Flat Earth.
let's say
Flat
you're
Earth, it's
standing
impossible for you
right.
to show elevation increases that
Do
way.
you believe there's a definitive up
Belief
direction?
has nothing to do with the elevation.
Hold
It's
on.
an
Do you
The guy's
believe
altimeter, has a
obviously
there's
tool
a
on it.
definitive
confused.
up?
The dude's obviously confused. Let's let him highlight his confusion and address it.
Yeah, okay. So do you think there's a definitive up?
Yeah, there's an absolute. There's an absolute frame to measure.
Guaranteed up. Yes.
Okay.
100%
And
vertical from a
what is
horizontal. Only the vertical increases in distance and elevation. You can do it diagonally. Any way up you choose, up is up away from something. There is only one up, stupid. There is not other ups and that way ups and this way up. That's what you'd be proving right now. Because if you can put the altimeter on the wall and go from 1 millimeter, and then show that you've increased distance and elevation, that's what you got to do going that way to space. Because this way to space is the same as that way to space from a ball. And if you don't comprehend that, I don't know why you're in this argument. I really don't. I'm trying to be nice.
No, you're not trying to be nice. You're being belligerent and ignorant, and it's
No,
annoying.
you're being
But,
ignorant.
okay, so
Go
you
get a
think
fucking T and put it on top of a sphere and
you
show
think
me
there's
where I'm wrong.
one?
Where the
You
T
think there's
bar
one
points left and
definitive up?
right. Brother, stop. Go
One.
get the
You
fucking
said
sphere
one
right
definitive
now
up.
and put the object on it that's across.
Nah.
Stick it in the top.
Nah.
Stick
So
it in
you
the
said
top.
there's one
We'll take a
definitive
look.
up.
We're gonna look at a 3D sphere, stupid. We're gonna see how
Okay, yeah.
your up works
Then
compared to flat Earth.
up would be completely
No, your
relative
up's
to your
gotta match
position on
the
the
ball
sphere.
up. No, you're gonna get a ball. Your
Right.
up has to match the sphere up, stupid, not flat Earth up. That's only vertical, retard. That's what I'm trying to tell you, dummy. Proving gravity would be moving the altimeter, and the gravity would keep the fucking altimeter to raise its elevation. It would have to change
Okay.
the number going horizontal. Gravity
Okay,
would
so you're making
the
a
weight and
positive
the
claim
object
about a
would
flat
change
Earth.
along latitude, right?
I can't hear you. But you're making a positive claim about the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, I'm making a positive claim about that way to your horizon isn't elevation.
Okay. Can you explain antipodal star rotation?
No, I'm going to explain elevation that you can't comprehend. We need to stick on elevation. If you guys don't understand definitive up, then you have a problem here. That's
There
why
is no
you think you're
definitive
on a
up.
globe, because you can't
My up
prove
is
your
different than
point.
your up.
I can prove mine. I can
My up is
prove
a different direction
horizontal
than your
doesn't
up.
change elevation, correct?
What?
I can prove as a flat earther that my horizontal line all the way across flat earth parallel doesn't change in elevation. It doesn't go up anywhere.
Right,
It's
but
not increasing the space anywhere.
That, though. So you're wrong.
No, you're wrong because you're dumb. You guys
Well,
have
this
been
is
tricked and bamboozled into thinking you know something, and you're utterly retarded if you can't understand that the horizontal line has to change
Damien, what's with this
elevation
name
if you're
calling?
proving gravity. Why are you talking over me? Every time I can't even get the little sentence out. It's what pisses me off. A horizontal line, dude. We have an altimeter. If you guys live on a ball, the only thing that you could show was you'd have a big plus sign altimeter at your schools and your universities, and you'd have one on the left, one on the right, and one going up, and they'd all go away 1 inch, and they'd all increase elevation, voltage, and distance at the same rate. All three of them would have to experience that from their point of reference away from that surface of dirt or water on a sphere. They're all going away from it to space. They all have to increase elevation. You have to prove that. That's it.
I'm a little confused on what you're talking about.
Dude,
Yeah,
brother.
okay, an altimeter is used to measure altitude.
Cartoons and reality confuses you. An altimeter is real. It's not a cartoon.
Yes, I'm aware. And it measures altitude. So what's the issue here?
You have to be able to show you're going away from the core. Every microscopic dot raising an altitude away from the core to space. Every direction, stupid. To prove you live on a ball, you fucking idiot. To prove there's not a definite up. You have to prove up is that way too. And not definitely vertical.
Prove the core in what way? How? What are you talking about?
By elevation.
In what way? Be specific.
Going away from it. Your altitude. Oh my God, dude, you are so dumb.
You know, Demok, you might need somebody else to come in because apparently your style isn't clicking with him. So
yeah, listen.
His style, he's just screaming. What are you talking about?
The core of Earth is point A. Your altimeter is point B. You move it away, does not increase in elevation.
It does increase in elevation.
Not increase in elevation to space.
No, it does. It does 100% when you move it up.
So now show that right now on the crust of Earth, right now in front of you. Show how it's doing that. Imagine the core's there. Now move your thing and it should change its numbers to prove that. Dumbo.
It does. If you put the fucking altimeter on the ground and you move it up.
Get the altimeters out and show us that. Who's done this?
I don't know. I thought you had, which is why you brought up the altimeter. I don't know why the fuck you're talking about an altimeter.
Why would I try to prove a ball that I can't? Oh my God.
All right.
We don't use
Hey, Demok, you want to pass the mic on to somebody else in the panel? Some other flat earther on the panel?
Yes. The Globers should have this guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, and anybody else on the panel, flat earther, would like to chime in and take a stab at this, so to speak.
Can we not talk about altimeters though? That was kind of unnecessary. I don't know what the hell that was about. I couldn't understand what the hell he was trying to get across. But you know what? Fuck it. I'd like to shift the conversation. I'd like someone to explain to me antipodal star rotation.
Oh my God.
Well, I think that's relevant.
Mark, you're not talking.
Right? What makes you think that star rotations are antipodal though?
RTH,
we have video evidence of it.
You're not coming through too well, RTH.
There's video evidence of antipodal star rotation.
What makes you think that you're seeing is antipodal though?
Because that you can look at it and determine that it is antipodal.
How do you make that call? I'm like because
antipodal has a very particular definition which the phenomenon falls under.
Yeah, I mean that's your interpretation of it. Why do you interpret it that way though? Because I can interpret it as not antipodal.
No, but you can't because antipodal has a very particular definition.
I know it does, and I don't know that it meets that definition. I don't know how you determine that it meets that definition. How does it meet that definition?
Because in one hemisphere, the stars, they appear to rotate counterclockwise. In the other hemisphere, they appear to rotate clockwise.
You haven't established that Earth has hemispheres yet, though. That's why you're begging the question.
You go to one position on Earth where you can see the stars rotate around one point. They rotate clockwise. You go to another position, you see that they rotate around a point. They rotate counterclockwise. That is antipodal.
Correct. No, it's not necessarily antipodal because we can measure flat Earth elevation angles to both points from the equator.
What does that mean? What
means we can
measuring elevation points have to the observation of stars?
We can ascertain our position and the distance to the ground position of these points in the sky using flat Earth angles from the equator.
From the equator. Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're taking the distance from the equator, and then what?
Well, we're using elevation angles.
Elevation angles.
So we can set up
can you do the math then?
grid, right? A celestial navigation grid in the sky, where we're using navigation stars to get to the ground positions of the south and north celestial poles.
Right. This has nothing to do with the apparent motion of rotation. What?
Hey, bro, you asked what it is. He's explaining it to you. Now you're interrupting.
I keep trying to tell you, man. Like,
and I'm responding as you go because what you're saying is wrong.
It's not wrong. Somebody robotic?
Okay, now I just can't hear you because you're cutting out. Sorry. So that's
Well, it's crazy that you said, like, I don't know what that is. Can you tell me?
Okay, let me rephrase. He's not wrong. It's just that what he's saying has no meaning.
How do you know that? You don't even know what it is.
Because I know what words mean, and I cannot put two and two together when he says words.
That sounds like a you problem.
Right, so how's my interpretation
No, it sounds like a you problem. Maybe
sounds like a skill issue.
I don't understand your worldview, but like his
you're not coming through here. What's the
string of words that
you
he's
were roboting
saying
there?
Not have any relevant meaning to real
How do you know that?
observation.
How do you know that?
Because it's intuitive. Like I can understand when something relates to reality and when something doesn't. If I tell you that a leprechaun goes and fights a fucking unicorn,
He's telling you about
that's
the
not
ground.
real, but like
Elevation angles, bro. How is that relevant?
Right. Okay.
Or analogous to
what
leprechauns?
elevation angle and how does this relate to
He
the
was
apparent
explaining it to you
antipodal-
before you started yapping.
Right, and then he started cutting out, so it doesn't matter either way.
It does matter.
No, but it doesn't because he's not here to explain it anymore.
He is here. I'm just trying
I
to
am here, dude. I'm here.
Okay, then continue explaining.
All right.
All right, am I coming through?
Test. It's roboting again.
Is it better? Worse?
Kind
The
of.
clarity's good. It's just roboting.
Anyone else?
He's got to get closer to his satellites, bro.
I just need longer arms, right? I just need to hold my. All right.
Maybe chop out.
Can you hear me now?
It's still a little buddy.
Back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
So the elevation angle that we use to determine our latitude, the angle itself is the flat Earth proof. The method that we use to measure Earth flat.
Okay. So you said elevation angle to determine our latitude?
Yep, that's how we measure Earth flat.
Okay, and by latitude, you are meaning the latitude on the Earth, so the distance from the equator, correct?
The distance to the ground position of any star. In this case, you can go to the equator, or you can use navigation stars using flat Earth elevation angles to them to get to their GPs.
Okay,
and you can conceptually, you can get to the north and south celestial poles directly underneath them by navigating using flat angles.
That's not relevant. No, okay, so
yeah, it is.
What is the angle?
Yeah, it is. What is the curve, right? Because angles don't have a curved baseline. So if we take an elevation angle, which means we elevate the angle up from
let's use
horizontal plane.
What elevation angle?
The lines that subtend to my point of origin are straight. They don't curve.
No, use a specific number.
Okay, let's say I'm at 45 degrees north latitude. Do you know what that means?
Okay. No.
It means
why don't you
explain? The North Celestial Pole. The North Celestial Pole, which is like butts to nuts right up against Polaris, is at a 45-degree angle in the sky due north. The angle itself is the flat Earth proof.
Wait,
and we know that we can multiply the degrees by 69 to get the distance.
No. What is at the 45-degree angle?
The North Celestial Pole.
Relative to what?
To me. Relative
In the
to a
plane.
horizontal plane of reference, which is the Earth.
Wouldn't it be 90 degrees?
If I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, Polaris is 45 degrees in elevation from the horizontal plane of reference in the sky.
Okay, and I'm not quite getting this. What model are you using? The flat Earth model, correct?
No, you could use the celestial sphere model.
No such thing.
Okay, so you're using the globe model.
No.
I'm using latitude and longitude.
Okay, and I'm a little confused on how you're coming up with these numbers. So,
okay.
Oh, you're roboting pretty good.
So you're using a model, right?
models are how we understand reality.
No, they're not.
This is how
No.
Good.
That's cap, bro.
Flat earthers don't use models to benchmark claims of reality. We use reality to benchmark claims of reality.
That's your
I don't
problem.
have to turn to a model and say the model proves reality, dude. That's backwards.
Yeah, because there are inherent limitations to our senses and our ability to observe things. So we come up with models based on observation.
Let's
you don't even have a model to understanding, though. you got to admit that people understood things.
Model? Do you know what that is?
A scientific model? Fuck, what's the word? A collection. I wanted to use a bigger word, but no, a collection of data, basically. A culmination of observed data points put together to explain phenomena.
You think models explain? I thought theories things. Models describe things, right? Theories explain things.
Well, yeah. Okay, so I mean, models are part of theories. They're both. Models are how we express it, either physically or mathematically. For instance, like a globe. If you've been in a school and seen a globe, that is a physical model because it explains physically the Earth on its axis and where all the fucking continents are. No, but I'm explaining to you exactly how.
I don't need a model to. I don't use a model to explain things. I can describe what's happening.
Standard model of quantum mechanics. It is a set of very complex mathematical equations that describe and predict the movements and behaviors of subatomic particles. Like, those are different ways that models can explain and explain reality.
They don't
is through math
they describe
or through
relationships.
physical models.
Theories
they describe relationships.
Don't do any. They don't have a brain. They just show you what is potentially happening.
Based on our observations, that's what we know to be true beyond a reasonable doubt.
If you want to start why and how, then you need a human being. But then you need a human being to interpret the model, to start explaining the whys and the hows. But the model alone just tells you what could be happening.
No, the model also explains like if you're explaining the mechanisms, like say you have an engine. Fuck, I have to go. Maybe. No, okay. Wait, like if you have an engine, like you can have a model of an engine that shows the engine, but you can also have a model of the inner workings of the engine and how it works.
Yeah, that's fine. Now, scientific models are for observable phenomena, right? Like if you don't have an observation in the first instance, you're just making shit up, right? Because you can have a computer game model. You can model Superman flying through New York City, and you can get all the kinematics absolutely correct, and it's going to work. It doesn't mean that Superman can really fly through New York City because Superman's not real. You'd have to have an observation of Superman.
But there are, for instance,
but there's no globe observation, dude. There's not a single scientific model for the globe because there's not an observation. that you can model.
Antipodal star rotation.
Well, that's an interpretation, right? That's not what.
No, but
because we can interpret the sky differently, and we can actually measure points to the sky using flat Earth elevation angles to get distance that's confirmed.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why the fucking why stars appear to rotate around 2 points antipodally.
That's a different question than what the Earth is, though. I mean, we know Earth measures.
But that observation demonstrates that the Earth is spherical.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
For the reason of the elevation angles I described.
Okay, how do the elevation angles? Okay, you just keep saying elevation angles.
Yeah,
that does not explain. That does not explain how on a flat Earth, in 2 different positions on the Earth,
we're not here to
stars rotate.
We're here to point out
something that
counterclockwise.
You need a bedtime story. That's what you're asking for. You don't need.
No, I'm not asking for a bedtime story.
Yes, you are. I need you to explain it to me so it sounds good.
No, I want you to.
I mean, you want me to say what gravity over flat Earth? Gravity over flat Earth moves the stars in the sky. How about that?
Any asshole can come up with an explanation, dude. Exactly. So that's why we don't. That's why we don't offer explanations to you, because you need something that sounds good to you. We could provide you 10 explanations, and you're going to be like, nope, I don't like that one. I don't like that one. That one doesn't make sense to me. So we're not here to explain things to you, buddy.
There's no logical connection.
That's what I'm saying. You need a bedtime story. We're not here to provide you that.
What logical connection do I need? Listen, when I measure it flat with elevation angles, when we measure it flat with lasers, with microwave links, with
logically connect that.
Aerial infrared photogrammetry, when Earth measures flat, and there's no geometric curvature consistent with any globe that's ever been measured in the history of man. What is the logical explanation?
Logically connect that.
Who measured it flat? And what does this have to do with antipodal star rotation?
Well, first, navigators using celestial navigation measure it flat every time they go out.
How? By what means?
By using azimuth and elevation angles to the stars.
And how did that measure flat?
Because the angle itself is a tool that we use to measure things. Okay?
What is?
The angle you take to the star has 2 straight lines that subtend to your observation point of view, to your eye.
Okay. Are we representing this angle with a right triangle? Is that how we're doing it? So we have the angle. So we have the star.
There's not a right triangle present.
You're not. Okay.
Not a triangle. We're not triangulating the height of stars. Flat or globe, you can't triangulate the stars. Can you triangulate the stars on a globe?
That's not relevant. I don't care. Okay.
Well, I mean, you're asking
it is relevant.
I'm trying to comprehend elevation angles and what you are talking about. What?
Enrique, it is relevant. You can't triangulate them on whatever you're standing on.
I don't care. I'm not getting sucked into
You need to care. You need to understand that.
Well, I don't. I'm asking.
Well, you're not
going to give you explanations. That's why we're not going to explain things to you. Because you're going to say the same thing. I just don't care. I don't like that.
No, I'm not changing the topic. We're talking about elevation angles.
That's not what I said.
You guys hate when people change topics. We're not changing the topic.
No one said anything about changing the topic.
And we're talking about elevation angles, and I'm trying to understand what he's talking about.
The apparent angle of an object as it appears to be above the plane of the Earth. That's that simple.
Okay, angle relative to what? Your position?
Plane of the Earth. Plane of the Earth.
Your position on the plane of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so what creates the angle? We're looking at a star, right?
Yeah. The angle is created from the star to yourself across to the horizon. The plane that you're standing
across to the horizon. So yes, you can represent that with a right triangle.
Or a right angle. Like you got a perpendicular angle directly beneath the star to the observer. That's a 90-degree angle.
Yes.
Star to the ground position to the observer.
Yes.
The baseline of that angle doesn't curve, dude. It's straight. It's an angle. You can't have a curve angle.
I mean, not on a small scale. Sure.
Well, but we can do this for thousands of miles, bro.
So Do it. Show me the math. Can you do the math? Can you show me? Okay, so let's do it. Do you have like a notepad and like can you share your
can do
screen or
mental
whatever?
It just so happens that stars rotate 1 degree for every 69 miles on average that you move relative to their position. So like the North Pole, right? If I watch the North Pole in the sky and I move backwards 69 miles, it's going to descend 1 degree in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So you multiply the angle of declination or ascent by 69, and you get the relative distance.
So where did you get that number of 1 degree per 69 miles?
It's just been measured that way. I mean, I get it. I got it from nautical almanacs and from astronomy books.
Okay, can you show me one in particular and one that explains it better? Because you're not doing a very good job.
If you want, you can Google the 69 and 1 rule or the 60 and 1 rule. 60 nautical miles per 1 degree of rotation.
Okay, well, I did look it up, and it sounds like it looks like it's incorrect.
One sec, just also pay attention to the side chat because people are probably posting things which are relevant to what you're talking about. So just keep an eye on that.
The only figure with 69 miles that I'm seeing is 1 degree of latitude.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure how that relates to stars.
That's what latitude is determined by your relative position to one of the 2 points of origin in the sky. In one case, it's going to be right at Polaris, next to it. The other case is going to be right next to Sigma Octantis in the south. These are just points of origin for a coordinate reference system that gives us latitude and longitude. It's a spherical coordinate reference system, but the spherical coordinate reference system is in the sky. It's not the Earth itself. The globe was created out of it as a model of sorts.
Right, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Space is not a sphere. There's a very particular reason why we created a spherical coordinate system out of the sky.
Based off of the stars.
Yes.
Based off, the globe is based off the celestial sphere model. I can tell you all about it.
Listen. It is because the stars and the motion of stars appear spherical because we are looking at it from the perspective of a sphere.
Wrong.
And how come the ground measures so flat underneath?
You're wrong.
How does it measure
That's not true. No, that's not true. What's the origin? Yeah, dude. What's the origin of the celestial model?
I don't care.
Well, then why are you saying things that you sound like you know what you're talking about when you don't even know the origin?
Because it's a very simple extrapolation is that because of the celestial sphere model, we are living on a sphere. Because if the things in the sky appear...
He's wrong, dude. Like there's no...
spherical, it is because we are looking at it from the perspective of a sphere. That is why antipodal star rotation is a thing.
Nope.
Yes.
That's your problem. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just assuming a lot of things. The celestial sphere model was...
Name one assumption that I made.
That you don't even... First of all, you're assuming that we're living on a globe.
Yeah. No, I'm simply extrapolating that because...
You've made the assumption you're living on a sphere to start off with. You're begging the question. So put that aside and use your expertise in whatever to prove this.
I am pointing to antipodal star rotation as evidence because
stop for a second.
That's antipodal.
Let him talk.
You're pointing to 2 spots in the sky. That's great. So what has that got to do with the shape of the ground?
Because the way that they move is directly correlated to how things move on a spinning sphere.
So
or
you've
it doesn't
assumed
even
that.
have to be that.
You've made an
No,
assumption.
no.
Now
I'm not
verify
making
it.
an assumption. 'Cause,
Yes,
okay,
you are. You've made an assumption. You've got nothing to
you want to
verify.
know a really?
We
You want
want
to
the
know a really?
verification.
Okay. You want the verification? You know a really fun experiment I did?
Please tell us. This sounds great.
Put a camera on a basketball.
Wow.
And
You're a fucking idiot.
And I
You're a
spin.
fucking retard.
When you look at both of the perspectives, guess what? The objects move
Amazing.
counterclockwise in one hemisphere and then clockwise in the other. Because that's how perspective.
That's because of
You don't
perspective.
have a,
That's
you don't
because
have
you
a
probably turned the
hemisphere.
camera around.
Yeah, you don't have a hemisphere on a fucking basketball, you big doofus.
You know what? Yes, you do. A hemisphere is half of a
No,
sphere.
you don't. No,
Hey,
it's not. Really?
Dumb retard.
Dude,
Really?
a hemisphere is
Enrique?
half of a sphere. What the fuck are you
Enrique,
talking
we
about?
know what a hemisphere is, but we want you to think about something. You're begging the
Yes.
Yeah,
question.
in regards, hold
by
on,
putting your
Matrix.
camera
Hold on, Matrix, hold on. In regards to what, when you're talking about a sphere, what sphere are they referring to? Answer the question. What sphere are they referring to? You big fucking doofus. What sphere?
Who is they?
The ones who came up with the celestial sphere, you big idiot.
I don't give a fuck, dog. It's
you need to, stupid ass.
No, I
because
don't. Just look at
that's why we're
antipodal
calling
star
it.
rotation.
Yeah, that's the reason why we're calling it southern and northern hemisphere. I'm gonna mute your dumb ass. That's what the reason why they call it northern and southern hemisphere, because they're referring to the celestial sphere. Fucking retard. That's why. Not because they're referring to the ball, you dumbass.
No, but it is.
So you ever gone to Antarctica during the summer?
There's your assumption.
Where the sun never sets?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So are you gonna address what I just said, or are you gonna whistle past the graveyard?
Antarctica?
Are you gonna address what I just said, or are you gonna whistle past the graveyard?
I'm gonna whistle past it because I really don't give a fuck.
Yeah, fuck you.
You know what?
Because
You're cooked, bro.
Fuck off. We're not gonna listen to you. No. Shut up.
Bro. You can't bring stuff up, and then when it gets addressed, you just say, "I don't care."
Yep.
And
that
then,
doesn't
and then
work.
you want to beg for explanations. We get halfway through one. I don't care. We know.
He bounced, man, because he knows what's up. When you're talking about when you're talking about northern and southern hemisphere, you're referring to the celestial sphere, not a fucking ball that you're on, dumbass. You fucking idiots don't even understand your own model. This is the problem that we have here. Fucking low-hanging fruit, stupid-ass idiots, dude. They come through
Speaking of, oh my god, I will vote. Have you got something intelligent to say?
It better be something of what we were talking about, because it better not be some fucking idiotic rant about something different.
Oh, that's the one that just got nuked, was it? I think killed him.
Yeah, the problem is when we're talking about the celestial sphere, we're not talking about a ball of definite size. And when you're talking about the globe, you fucking are. There's a big difference between the celestial sphere and the terrestrial fucking sphere. Idiots. They're not equipped to have that conversation.
Well, he damn sure did dip out, didn't he?
Yeah, he dipped out. Both of them did. Groucho Marx.
Yeah, he wants to use a basketball and then talk about southern and northern hemisphere. Really? That's a ball of a definite fucking size. How about the celestial sphere? Is that one of a definite size? No.
But I did an experiment, guys. I got a camera and a basketball.
As soon as he said that, I was like, oh, fuck.
You're fucking.
I'm gonna slag every one of these dumb fucking doofuses that come through here. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If they're not equipped to have the conversation, they're gonna get fucking slagged.
All right, Groucho Marx, you are up. You are up, Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the show.
Well, he's in the chat saying,
It's Rich Evans.
"Oh, is it Clown Evans?"
Yeah.
On a stock account, classic. He's in the chat saying, "Oh, you guys talk about your models, but you won't claim them." All right, let's take a look as the models you're referring to. So you don't care about grammar? What? Are you fucking retarded, dude? We said there's models we use but don't claim. So let's take a look. So grammar is the model. The fuck is this guy talking about?
Rich Evans is pants on head retarded, man. I don't know if you guys want to have a conversation with that guy.
Literally, he said in the chat saying, you need to have explanations that are consistent. I said, what? Consistent with your feelings? He said, consistent with reality and your model. I said, okay, let's take a look at the model. And he's like, no grammar. What?
What's he referring to? Is he even telling you what's he referring to? Because it's stupid, dude. Tell him to step up to the mic. Put him on the fucking mic, dude.
Yeah, if we don't get on the VC, we need to give him the boot. He don't need to be up there chatting.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm on the mic if you want. All right, so yeah, the thing that I'm pointing out is that there are models utilized by the flat earthers, but they claim that there's no model utilized in order to have a defensive stance. And so that
Which one? Name one. Name one so that we can talk about it. Which
let's see here.
There's so many
mechanics.
Look at how many there are. Wow.
The mechanics of gas.
The mechanics of gas.
Atomic
like what?
theory. Yeah, they're all like
atomic theory.
Yeah, the gas molecules, right? They act a certain way, and you guys like to lean on this fact, and that's using a model.
the kinetic molecular theory. Yeah, what about it?
Exactly. Thank you.
What about it?
You're using a model. Thanks.
And what about it?
You claim you don't.
No, you fucking dumbass. The idea that the Earth has a scientific model, where in regards to that, there isn't one.
This freaking guy.
You big honking doofus.
Well, no.
Well, when they come in asking for a Groucho, when they come in asking for a model, we're talking about a model of the Earth, ding dong. When they say, "Well, we have our
a model of an Earth," you should say, "I don't have a model of the Earth." Not that I don't have a model at all.
Relax. What I'm trying to tell you is what they're asking for, they don't even have. They're trying to compare this desk globe, and they're like, "Well, where's yours?" When we say we don't have one, that's what we mean. There is no model of all of reality. Come on.
Sure. Now. In that instance, I would agree that we would be talking about a model of the shape of the Earth.
That's what we're talking about. When we say there's no model. That's what we mean when we say there's no model.
Calm down.
Plenty of calm. You just got to listen and understand grammar.
I dare to say calm down again.
But that's what we mean when we say there's no model.
So out of him so far, we've got gas laws are our model when we're talking about flat Earth model, which you still haven't brought up yet. So how about we try again? What model do us so-called flat Earthers use?
So you got to be more specific. You got to be talking about what kind of model you're talking about.
You're the one that brought the subject up, so don't flip this shit on me.
Yeah, you brought it up, idiot.
Yeah, I said I've already talked about the models that you do use. I never said you had a model of the planet.
You were talking about the fucking total model, not individual components. We refer to gas laws. You, all of a sudden, have changed the name of that to a model to suit your fucked up, twisted worldview.
Because gas laws are
now you're laughing,
are within a model. Yeah, like gas laws fit within the scientific model of atomic theory, right?
You still haven't brought forward our model that we use yet, mate. Come on.
Yeah, I never. Still haven't claimed which model I said you used for the fucking Earth, right?
Nice try. I'll give you a 1 out of 10.
Yeah, we're still waiting, man. If you're not going to say what model specifically about the shape of the Earth.
I never claimed you had a model of the shape of the Earth. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Okay, then what are you talking about? What is this all about?
I've explained it multiple times. Do you need me to do it again, Alpha?
It's the same, dude. We don't have any problem with any type of other models that are used for conventional purposes. For us to have like a conversation about things like gas and the way it acts in our environment.
So you should say, I don't have a model in regards to the shape of the Earth. You shouldn't say we don't ever use models.
How many times have you been in here, Rich, and this chat has explained that to you, like fucking, I don't know, by every single person that's in here that says flat Earth?
No, I hear flat earthers say. I hear flat earthers say we don't ever use models. We don't have we don't have a model.
Okay, CB just went through it with you. I don't have to tell you again. He told you what he meant. What we mean by that.
Yeah, I mean, you should think about
this is meta, dude.
Words you use.
Rich, dude, you're being meta. What are you doing, bro? Do you have an argument or what?
I don't think you understand what that
You're talking about how we talk about this. That's the definition of meta.
No, I'm saying that when you speak about using a model, right, you should be talking about specifically the shape of the Earth model. Not that you're a model implicator. No, it's not.
Yeah, you've already been enlightened on that. So I don't know why. Yeah, you've been enlightened on that. I don't know why you keep going round and round about it. Like, it's already most of the people in here don't even have the energy to tell you anymore. That's how bad it is. We've already told you. Like, I mean, we get it. We know what you mean, and we told you the difference between the models that we do talk about and the ones that we don't, which is a scientific model for the shape of the Earth. It's not. There's nothing there because it doesn't.
Wait, so you can say, as a flat earther, you utilize a model.
What? We utilize a model?
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be the way you're trying to phrase it in the way it makes sense to you. We don't need to cater to your needs. It is what we do in here. We do it because it's effective, right? So we don't need to talk about making the distinction between what you think we should be saying and how we say it. Because we've been very clear. When it comes to the Earth, there isn't a model for that. Not scientifically, anyways. So there, it's been said. You should be content with that. We don't need to contort our words to make it sound like what you want to sound like. It's not going to happen. Just be happy with what you got. Otherwise, you don't have any more argument. It's just basically what Toro's been saying. It's just a meta conversation now.
Oh, great. Yeah, Toro free. Yeah, I got a question for you. Can you go back to that?
We know that. Hold on, Rich. We know that we got models. We know we got models in the kitchen making us sandwiches.
Oh, my.
No, burn.
I don't understand how that's a burn, but yeah. So Tora, so when you have the baking soda and vinegar experiment, right? What's the independent and dependent variable within that
burn
experiment?
Because you don't.
You're not learned in elementary science?
No, I am.
Okay, well then I think you know the answer to your question. Thanks.
No, why would I?
Rich,
I'm checking to
Rich,
see that
we're not going to go into this. No, we're not going to. Sorry. Yeah,
yeah, you can save him.
We're not.
Save him. Let him run away.
Everybody hears it, dude. You're grasping You're grasping at straws. You're grasping at straws, and we all hear it, dude. It's like everybody's like, "Come on, man, just stop." Yeah, you're trying to make an argument out of something that really doesn't pertain to the topic of the room. So really, if you just want airtime, dude, to speak on your whatever.
You're the ones that told me to get on mic. Like I don't get.
I know.
Need to pick
based
up
on
lane here.
Based on the idea that you didn't understand what we're talking about when in regards to models. This other thing you brought up is I don't know, which it's a feeble attempt, dude. Like I mean, seriously.
Well,
you can sit there and listen.
It was a continuation of a conversation being had earlier.
Well, maybe talk to him in the DMs. I don't know. Like this doesn't need to be put over this call. The call is reserved for people that have questions about the shape of the Earth or lack thereof. So that's what we reserved the call for. Yeah. No lack thereof.
Lack of shape.
Just mute shit, man.
You're not making any sense,
to you, man. Like I don't know if it's
you're not making any sense.
I am. Dude.
Try a bit harder.
I am, but I think it's because all the drugs you've been doing since you've been a musician. That's what you can't understand. Simple comprehension topics are not easily digestible for you.
Simple comprehension
you have to talk to you some things that people should easily get. It just fucking escapes you. You don't know how to like think about things. Yeah.
No.
So sit there, maybe listen to the conversation. Yeah, really, you don't.
Yeah.
you struggle with the most basic concepts. Everybody hears it.
You guys think you have a model, right? You guys think you have a model, right? You think you do. And you say that it tells you what the surface geometry of the Earth is like. No. What it needs the Earth to be a certain way. And guess what? It's not. And guess what? That's not our problem. It's a you problem.
It just seems like you guys don't understand what a model is, but that's okay.
Oh my god. Just mute up.
Okay, you can run away.
Okay. The chat is reserved for us slagging Globers, dude. Not for you to talk about feelings or whatever.
Not once I talk about feelings, but, you know. If you feel that way, go for it.
Don't mind him, Alpha. He's just a closet flat earther. He knows it. That's why he's in here.
I know. He struggles.
Struggle with understanding you guys, yeah. That's for sure.
If you're going to mumble louder so we can all hear it.
Struggle with understanding you guys. That's for sure.
Yeah, because of all these drugs you've done because of you're a musician.
No, I think if I did more drugs, I'd have a better chance of understanding you guys and how you think.
That's really simple. We
anyway.
don't see or measure curvature, so why would we assume the fucking thing's curved?
Yeah, I had no idea that Groucho had been in bands. That kind of does change everything, doesn't it?
Who, Rich?
Yeah, Rich. I didn't know he was.
He's a fucking musician, bro. Like, I mean, that he can't claim that, and he is that. But anything else is just like basic reasoning. Whew, way over his head.
All those years of trying to pack into a couch like the Rolling Stones, bumming cigarettes from each other. It does something to you. Like, I've witnessed it happen. But yeah.
What's the valid syllogism that I don't understand it?
He's got that over time. I mean, it grinds someone's gears over time. It just wears them down.
What's the logically valid and sound syllogism that I don't understand things?
The fact that you're asking for a syllogism of your own intellect level is enough to describe it. Thank you very much.
How does that follow?
So we're not gonna reason with you, man. It's somebody that's difficult to reason with. It's just
at least you admit it now that you're not willing to reason with people.
Yeah, other people that can comprehend things. Yeah, basic.
What am I failing to comprehend?
Well, the conversation. First of all, the topic, right? Shape of the Earth. How is it possible that you could even, put it in a logical syllogism that the Earth is a globe in any logical way? Give us a premise. Give us a premise.
Do a modus tollens.
Rich, wait, no, we're not gonna fucking do modus tollens. Give us a basic reasoning for a logical. Dude, wait, god damn it, let me finish. So premise, conclusion. So if you give it to us that way, then we'll see how your premise will substantiate the other premise, and then gives you a conclusion. As in, how would you form a logical syllogism in that the Earth is a globe? I mean, try it.
When did I claim that I had one?
Well, this is the problem. You're saying, how can I? Okay.
Oh man.
So
you can't tell someone to go when you stop. You can't tell someone to wait until you're finished and then never finish, Alpha. It's not very...
Well, you wouldn't have interrupted him.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing you can't do, which is the thing you're saying. What's requested is that a logical syllogism for the Earth being a globe. So try it. In what way can you give us?
I never. So your response to me asking you for a syllogism based on something that you claimed, right, is to ask me for a syllogism for something that I implicitly claim.
Yeah, because it's not that you implicitly claim, it's that there isn't a specific way that you could form a logical syllogism for the Earth being a globe, because it's void. There isn't one. You can't come up with one because there isn't one.
Okay, what's the syllogism that there isn't the syllogism for the Earth being a globe?
Oh my God, dude! Listen, we're not gonna go to this like, well, you said that, but
you're not going to back up your claims. I understand.
No, I'm telling you that there isn't a way that you could form a logical syllogism for the Earth being a globe. It's like a fairy tale. So because it doesn't exist, you can't form it to be actually existing in reality. That's what I'm telling you. And you can't form it because it's not possible to form it.
What's the syllogism that it's impossible to form that syllogism?
Yeah, so...
Premise one?
So you can't say that the Earth is a globe in any way. Well, what gives you the...
No, you just made a
indication
claim.
That the Earth
back up your claim.
Okay, well, I'm not going to play your games, Rich, because I can easily just dispatch you. I'll get rid of you easily. It's not a problem for me. So what is a problem, though, is that you're not understanding what I'm saying. If you can, then put it into a logical form.
He is, Alpha. He understands clearly what you're saying. He's just been a smartass.
Yeah, Matrix don't take kindly to smartasses. Just letting you know.
Nope.
Banhammer.
Hey guys, I'm back. I had to step out. I was talking to that guy earlier about elevation angles. I really don't know what was so hard to understand about that.
Yeah, you probably hurt his feelings. He didn't like the fact that you were saying it's not a Baltard. I've been told it's a Baltard. I've been trained it's a Baltard. There's Baltards on the news. Global Logistics delivers shit to my house. It's got a fucking globe on the truck.
I think at one point he was actually going to cry. Sounded like
it. The coordinate reference system we use for navigation is not the same thing as the Earth. Like, that's the main point.
That's what Alpha was saying, that they seem to
that's what
through the two of them, yeah.
We all sing the same tune here, so love that consistency.
Well, the problem is they don't understand the history behind all of this, and I think having a little dig onto the topic could give them that enlightenment, and that's not even coming from us, because all we got to do is point into the source of whatever the information on, like, it doesn't even matter what topic, but they don't have that, and I think that's needed. Even if they believe the Earth is a globe, they need to have the understanding of like historical context for why they would believe that it's, where did it come from? They don't have any of that, so we have to actually teach them that. Like the guy was trying to teach you, I was like, this is Rich, he's trying to tell you.
Prior, he didn't understand a thing about it.
Okay, so what's the historical understanding of the flat Earth?
Yeah. See, this is the problem, dude.
What are you talking about?
You can't understand basic. He can't understand. Okay. He can't understand
not
basic
for me.
Reasoning.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, dude. This conversation is so far above you, man.
We're talking about the origin of a coordinate reference system. Like, why did you have to interject with a non sequitur?
No, the sequitur was that in order to speak on a topic, you guys were belittling him for not having the understanding of the history of it. And I was merely
belittling him. No.
Yeah, I was pointing out that
no, not belittling. You're pointing out that he was ignorant of the fact. That's not belittling.
Yeah. And I'll point out the fact that you're ignorant to the history of the flat Earth. Then.
What am I ignorant of? Tell me.
The history of the flat Earth.
Oh, okay. What am I ignorant of?
Well, I'm not here to teach you, so you can go learn on your own.
Yeah, be specific. No, be specific. What about flat Earth is he ignorant
of? To teach you.
Oh, so you're just going to drop a stink bomb and run? Okay, cool, dude.
Yeah. Baseless claim.
Come back doesn't have nothing when you've learned.
I already know the history.
I'll tell you if you're correct.
The globe, like, I know the history of flat Earth. So
typical globe.
Yeah, he says flat Earth, but about what? Specifically about what, dude? Be specific about what?
The foundation of where the flat Earth came from.
The foundation? Like exactly like what in regards to who came up with it, the reason why people think it's that way. Like, what do you?
That would all be part of the foundation. Good job.
The foundation is observational reality, dude. You experience a flat, motionless Earth. That's the foundation.
Here's a context though. People never had to question reality. Okay, it's not about the foundation of it being like, well, when was the first person discovering flat Earth? Everybody knew and understood that's what the nature of reality was. It wasn't only until the advent of the Earth looking like a sphere in their minds, when they're conceptualizing it with math, is the reason why they would believe it's something else. Everybody understands the nature of reality. No, it's not an observation, you big fucking doofus.
Yes, it was.
Everybody understands the nature of reality being a horizontal topographical plane of reference. Everybody knows that. Now, it was not only
you debate bros say like that.
Up, dude. It wasn't only until the advent of the globe in recent history that people started to realize, like, well, maybe it could be something different. And then the tune started changing, and then people started to conceptualize balls floating around, and that they're standing on one too. So that was the reason why people have the distinction between what they could theorize or think about differently versus what nature actually is. So in regard to the foundation of the Earth being flat, there was no like time reference when it started because everybody understood that to be what Earth is. So the separation was
everybody just assumed it.
Like, right. Nobody wondered if it was a globe, dude. That's the point. Nobody wondered if it was a globe.
Yep. Now because somebody said, well, it could be a globe, and doing all these mathematical concepts, now people started to think, well, is the Earth flat? Is it a globe? What is it? That's why. The conversation exists. The conversation, the conversation exists because now there's a false dichotomy. The false dichotomy is the globe.
Wait, who's making a dichotomy out of it?
Or is it I'm gonna shut your dumb ass up, dude. Stop interrupting me. Is the Earth a globe or is it flat? But that's not because there's a dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. We're just showing people in this chat that it's a false dichotomy. There is no flat or globe. There's only the Earth, which is naturally observed as a horizontal topographical plane. There's no dichotomy. You idiots think there is. Well, what about your flat Earth? There's no fucking dichotomy, dude. It's just the
only person I've ever heard make a dichotomy of this situation is a flat earther.
Really?
Yep.
Well, the dichotomy is it's either flat or it's not, right?
Yeah, there you go. There's the false dichotomy.
Oh, is it a false dichotomy? Like if it's either flat or it's not? Like that's a dichotomy, a false one to you?
The Earth could be a Mobius disk, which has attributes of being flat and being...
Oh, why don't you describe how that's possible?
A fucking
Mobius disk. Yeah.
How's that possible? What indicates to you that Earth could be a Mobius strip?
Yeah, strip. Sorry, you did correct me there, and that is correct. What's the logical possibility?
Yeah, why would you wonder that?
Because it seems flat. Right? It looks flat.
Yeah, okay, so we measure Earth flat, therefore it could be a Mobius strip? No, dude, that's freaking retarded.
Why?
Why would you jump to that conclusion? What's the logical connection between flatness and a Mobius strip?
Yeah, because Mobius strips show curvature and flatness.
Well, nobody's got curvature, run away. Dude.
No, dude, you're too stupid, man.
Stupidest fucking thing I heard all day.
Yeah, dude, I told, what was it? Is Old House in here? I told you, man. Yeah. Old House. He slept on too many couches, bro. Too many nights, We're not gonna fucking talk about the Earth being a Mobius strip, for God's sakes.
Hey, Mickey, I measured the Earth flat with my 3-band laser transit methodology. I conclude it's a Mobius strip.
Bro, I come here when I want to get stupider.
Well, no, I think you're already there. You're already there.
To be fair, most people come in here. Most people come in here with Mo BS, so don't get me wrong.
I see what you did there. Now, but let's talk to Belisarius. Belisarius, do you have any understanding of the Earth being a globe in any way?
Just a cursory.
So nothing to put forward?
Just the simple stuff, like what they teach in grade school, I guess. I don't have any.
Well, have you validated any of those claims that they've given you from grade school?
Like personally?
Yeah.
No.
So, could it be the case that you just have a belief system?
Yes, yeah.
I rest my case.
Oh, are you on Team Globe or Team Flat?
No, that's kind of silly, man, because I'm willing to hear your argument. If I may finish, I'm willing to hear your argument, but I'm coming in good faith. I'm telling you that I never did it. I couldn't. Of course, I did a shit ton of things, but no, I haven't. So if you got anything to propose, go ahead. But if not, I'll share my belief system.
Yeah, cool, sure man. Do. Your answers are honest so far, so welcome.
Yep, sure do, man. We can give you the affirmation that the Earth is flat and stationary. Absolutely. So for observational purposes, when we look upon the Earth, it is a horizontal topographical plane. Now, I need you to understand that when you are observing from your vantage point on the Earth, this is what the Earth looks like. It appears this way to us, right? Belisarius? Horizontal topographical plane. Observation. It's what you observe, right? Hello? You tapping out already, dude?
Yeah, he said he just wants to listen anyway, so.
Well, no, he wanted us to tell him how the Earth is flat and stationary, so he wanted to hear our perspective, and I'm giving it to him. But if he's not willing to engage, I guess I don't want to just monologue, Well,
yeah, that's hard for me to do too, man. I hate monologuing in here. I suck at
I don't mind. I don't mind, but you can just easily click a video instead of having me do it. So.
Do it. All right, here's how it works. So, water's flat. It's been known as the standard for level throughout human antiquity. Earth is covered 70% water, therefore the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
That would have been good if he was here, but okay. You could talk to Castle King AI. He's always here.
There's legal ramifications about driving and talking to Castle King simultaneously.
I'm still here, folks. Just listening.
Yeah, he came from the one of those islands where water's flat all around him, so I don't understand how he's a glober. That's weird. Surrounded by flat water and he's a glober. His people are, I don't know why.
Yeah, well.
Look, Castle King, man, I get it. It's harder to believe that the world is delusional with the globe than it is to accept that the Earth is actually flat and stationary.
It's harder to believe that the world is delusional with the globe than it is to believe that it's flat and stationary. It's hard to believe. Yeah, that's you guys. You can't believe that the world is round.
No, I can't. I have a harder time accepting that people are delusional with the globe than accepting that the world is flat and stationary. As I directly experience it.
You're both wrong. You're both wrong. You're both wrong. There's demonstrable evidence that he can believe the Earth's a globe because he used to. Right? So he did believe the Earth was a globe.
I absolutely did, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
At this point, though, I
don't have enough faith to be a ball believer. That's weird.
Anymore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, very few people are flat earthers their whole life. Most people were taught the globe and they accepted it because they were taught it. and all the reinforcement, right, throughout society, accepted it.
I think it's actually the other way around. People instinctively think that the world is flat.
No.
But once science comes and tells them the facts, then they change their mind.
Hello.
That's a problem because the people coming in with the science are telling you that the world is not what you see.
Yeah, it's an illusion. The Earth is not actually flat.
Hey, Castle.
Mm-hmm.
Which field of science deals with shapes?
Geometry.
Oh, jeez.
Yep, that's what we thought.
All right. Anybody else out there?
I want to know, please, what is the hypothesis for a shape?
I got a meme for that.
Me too. Take me too long to find it. My meme folder is too big, guys. I need like AI to help me sort.
Check that meme.
You know, the problem is you guys are so far deep into this belief. Even though people can present the facts, you won't accept them.
Castle. It's not a belief, mate. I'll tell you how it works. Watch this. What shape is your dining room table?
It's round.
It's round. You know it's round, but I believe it's round because you told me. So let's take dining room table, change that to Earth. I know it's flat. You believe it's round because you were told that. Okay? What we want to do now is take that belief and we want to turn that into a no. What can you do to make it so you know the Earth is round?
I would have to go into outer space and look down
You
on
have
the
to go
Earth
into outer space. So you can't do anything on the ground that could verify its sphericity.
I could do the experiment that guy did with the sticks.
Just playing with shadows isn't going to help you, man. That's already been debunked. It works perfectly fine on a sphere and on a flat surface. You can play with sticks and shadows all day long and make the same exact optical manifestation. So that's not proof of anything, dude.
Globers even recognize this, right? When they tell us, well, you need 3 sticks instead of the 2 that Eratosthenes used. It's like, okay, I guess Eratosthenes didn't prove the Earth's a globe after all, right, guys? And to wait 2,000 years later for somebody to come up with 3 sticks instead of 2 sticks.
But here's a belief is Santa Claus and flying reindeer. And we're telling you that there is no Santa Claus and reindeer can't fly, and you are acting like what we have, knowing that there is no Santa Claus and that reindeer can't fly, that this is a belief. That doesn't make any sense, dude.
Actually, you can't prove that there is no Santa Claus with the flying reindeer.
Jesus Christ.
Even that name you said there.
Him too, yeah.
Some people don't believe that name. They don't believe in that man.
Yeah, I think that's a tragedy too, man.
What's the scientific experiment for a flying reindeer?
Well, that is not scientific. That's
exactly. That's the point, dude. It's the same thing like asking, what's the scientific experiment for a unicorn? Give me some proof. In the same way, the curvature of the Earth has never been proven. You've got wide-angle lenses that give you some kind of hallucination that you want to believe, but when the measurements are applied or you use any regular lens, or if you focus on the flight dynamics that any pilot uses, they treat the Earth like it's a stationary plane. All of them. I wouldn't trust a pilot who treated the Earth like it's a fucking globe. I could gish gallop you with like 60 documents from NASA, but I don't want to flood the side chat with that shit. But every single one of them mentions treating the Earth like it's a flat, stationary, non-rotating planar surface. This is what pilots do.
You do know that the Earth rotates very slowly, right?
No, yes, 1,000 miles an hour is so slow. You realize it's not just 1,000 miles an hour, right? That it's more than that because it's also heated around the sun and going through. It's way more than 1,000, dude.
I like to make myself believe.
Yeah, no, he said you do know that the Earth rotates really slowly. No, we don't know that. It hasn't been proven.
I mean, that's how we get a day.
Castle, do you believe that or do you know that?
I believe that.
Excellent. What we want you to do, remember, we want to turn that belief into a no, just like your kitchen table. You know it's round, yeah? The reason you know it is because it's right there in front of you. You can look at it, you can touch it, you can throw it across the room, whatever gets you off. It's great. We believe it's round because you told us this. Now, if we were to say, no, that's not good enough, I want some evidence, what could you do to make me a knower of your round kitchen table?
Invite you to the crib.
You can invite me over. Excellent. Right. How do you now know that the Earth is rotating? How do we get it so you know? We go from a belief that it's rotating to knowing that it's rotating. How are you going to do that for yourself?
Just take a look at the sun.
Look at the sun? Well, I look at the sun, I see the sun move across the sky. That tells me that the sun's moving.
So if I look down the road and I see a car coming and the headlights are on and they move past me, I must be moving and the car must be standing still. Got it.
See, it's not.
See, Castle,
the sun
with the sun moving,
we're moving
with the
around
sun moving,
the sun.
mate, we've got three options. Number one, the sun's moving. Number two, the ground's moving. Or number three, both are moving.
Not to mention the sunrise. Sorry, I thought you were moving. The sunrise sunset has nothing to do with the Earth going around the sun either. You're talking about rotation there in your worldview, not the actual course around the sun, which is actually much faster than 1,000 miles an hour. So you got spin and vector going on here, man.
Yeah, you've got spin and rotation around the sun, which gives us our days and our seasons.
That has never been proven.
That's a cool story.
That's the thing, it's never been proven. In fact, every test that they've ever tried to do always comes back with the Earth being inert.
Sure.
Inert, as in non-inertial, like it's not moving.
No, man. You know how you know? Because you guys haven't even taken a plane or a rocket or anything to get to the moon yet.
Ah, yes.
What?
How do you know? Prove that I've never been to the moon. That is a bold claim of yours. And I'm not claiming that I've been to the moon, but you claimed I haven't, so prove that I have not.
If the moon and the sun are local and they're not in outer space, then there's no reason you can't take a plane to get there.
What difference does that make? The geocorona reaches past the moon, so nobody's left Earth at all, period. Even if somebody did go to that fairy tale bullshit, which I don't believe in, even if somebody did land there, they've never left the geocorona of Earth, meaning nobody's ever left Earth. Nobody has ever been to outer space, according to the official narrative, even in your heliocentric lore.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, which airline is offering trips to the sun?
Right?
Or the moon.
Or the moon.
Pan Am was offering trips to the moon in the 70s and 80s.
Oh, an airline?
Pan America Airlines, yeah.
I'm saying, if you don't believe in outer space, then they have to be within the atmosphere, just above the cloud.
I like to call it upper space because there's no problem with that. Upper space clearly exists. It is the outer space fairy tale where they take a couple pixels and paint you a fantastic painting. That is what we're talking about. That shit ain't real. Obviously, there's shit above us. Nobody's denying that. Upper space is fine. It is just the outer space narrative, man. And it's obvious that shit's CGI because they admit that it is. This is a computer-generated rendering, artistic renderation of this. Artistic rendering, blah.
Why can't
it says it on NASA, though.
Space?
But, because obviously there is an area that exists up above us. I mean, clearly, you see clouds and planes and other shit.
Yeah.
Upper space ain't an issue,
Why
dude.
can't you use that same plane to just go a little bit higher to your upper space and reach the moon?
Where's the moon at?
It's in your upper space.
How do we get there? Huh?
You use a plane.
A plane?
An
How high does a plane fly?
An aircraft.
How high does an aircraft fly?
As high as we could take it.
Really?
Yeah.
What's
I'm
the
saying,
highest?
if your moon.
What's the highest that an aircraft has flown?
Well, I'm not sure. They've got special aircraft that can go higher than others, so I don't
Right.
know the
So,
exact.
what is the highest?
The highest would be the ones that go into outer space, but you don't believe in outer space. Remember?
I'm sorry. Are those planes?
Yeah, those are shuttles. Space shuttles.
Okay. So, who has been to outer space?
The astronauts.
Which astronauts?
The ones that take the rockets into outer space.
You're being vague. I'm asking who, which one, and how can you validate
Neil
this?
Armstrong is one of them.
Okay, and how can you validate? He says that he hasn't been there actually.
What? Oh, well, I didn't know
Buzz
that.
Lightyear says that. Sorry, not Neil. Neil Armstrong kind of just quiet down, never spoke to another news reporter after he coming back. But
after coming back from where?
Supposedly where he said they took him.
Well, no, he made several TV appearances, but he sort of went on the lowdown for a while. Then he made strange, cryptic comments at some conference about when the truth is exposed, that sort of thing, alluding to like something else is to be found out. But yeah, he was pretty quiet for a while.
I just find it amazing. Let's just have a look at this here. You've just been to the moon. An outstanding feat ever in the history of humankind. And you come back and you're an absolute sad sap. I'll tell you something now. If it was all true and you've just been to the moon, you'd be dancing around for months. You would not be able to tell enough people about how friggin' awesome it was. And yet, you look at the video footage of those guys getting interviewed and they deeply look upset because they had to leave Dave the cameraman behind. Like, seriously, these guys do not look like they have been to the moon. Like, you'd be sitting there with a grin on your head like a Cheshire cat. You would not be able to talk enough about it. But yet, they're all silent. They're all sad. They're all upset. Why? Because it's all bullshit, Castle. That's why. You know yourself. If you went to the moon, you'd be dancing around. You'd be doing songs about it. You'd be having a great old time. But these guys are all sad and upset. Why?
Yeah, you be wanting to come back. Musicians. You be wanting to tell everybody about it. You be wanting to tell everybody about it.
Exactly.
So when they came back, they didn't speak at all of what they experienced when they were on the moon.
Have you not seen
the footage?
Have you not seen the interview?
Congress meeting, and the three of them are sitting side by side, and they're actually being interviewed. And just watch their body actions. Like, seriously, you've just been to the moon. You wouldn't be able to sit still. You'd be pumped, wouldn't you? Everyone would be.
Yeah, besides that, they didn't even have their story straight at that point. They were answering for each other, and Neil Armstrong, oh, I don't recall, and Michael Collins saying, oh, yeah, I don't recall seeing any stars. Yeah, you watch it. How have you not such a outer space travel fan that you are? How have you never watched what's available of their conquest? What?
I was more interested in other things: Transformers, Thundercats, G.I. Joe.
Yeah, you remember the late night commercials when they had the Betamax collection of the Apollo missions? It's all in there.
Yeah, I wasn't. As a youth, I wasn't paying attention to that stuff.
Well, we're here now.
Right. Yeah, and as a youth, I never heard of the Flat Earthers. Everyone just assumed it was round.
Wait a minute. I have a question for you, Castle. What tells you in your vestibular system that you're experiencing any of the globe claim?
I just told you, the sunset and the sunrise.
Okay, so by the sun setting and the sun rising, you're invoking that the sun is in fact moving, correct?
We are moving around the sun.
Bro, you just said the sun is rising and the sun is setting. That invokes that the sun is moving.
The world is turning.
So you're saying that the sun is traveling, or are we moving? Which one is it?
We're all traveling. The sun and the stars and the moon and the earth and the planets, we're all in constant motion.
Okay, so again, from your vestibular system, right? That means your brain, eyeballs, your senses. What tells you that any of that stuff is actually happening?
You know, I just told you, the sun, it's moving around. It appears to be moving around the earth.
You just said the sun is moving.
It appears. It's just it's an optical illusion.
An illusion, yeah. There you go. It's all
so from your So to confirm, from your standpoint, the sun is moving, but that's an illusion. So your brain is telling you that this is an illusion. Is this correct?
No, my brain is saying that the sun is rising and it's setting at some point in the day.
Great. Now again, what else tells you that we're experiencing any of that other stuff, like the ground moving?
Well, besides earthquakes.
Besides earthquakes? Okay, again, we agree that the Earth does in fact quake. They measure that, the magnitude Richter scale. That dictates that it has to, like, we have the evidence of the measurement, therefore that requires an explanation as to how we get the measurement. Awesome. But what else tells you that the Earth is moving at...
He said nothing.
Besides
that, nothing.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that, brother. I apologize. So from that standpoint, we don't have anything within our own vestibular system that tells us that the globe claim is in fact true. Correct? Brother Castle or Brother David, sorry?
Either or works.
No, it's not either or. It literally has to be one or the other. Nice flatulence, well done.
My bad.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, I'm sure it's your bad. I'm sure.
Castle is just my superhero name. David is my name that was given to me by my mother.
Yeah, we established that, Brother David. Mm-hmm. So again, nothing tells you that we're experiencing any drop over distance, ground moving, none of that stuff.
I could bring up the classic ships over there in the ocean, but you guys...
No, but that's not... You hear his point, though? What he's saying is, like, you know, like, the only way you know all this is you've been taught it all, right? You were taught all this stuff. And it's interesting, too, because before you said, I never even learned of flat earth or anything when I was a kid. Like, that's how young they taught you were on a ball. Because if you would have just went out into the world and experienced it, I don't think you would have came to that conclusion. And the fact that you never heard of it as a kid is kind of weird, too, don't you think?
No. I don't think that's right. Because I would have said, hey, you guys said it was round, but it's really flat when I go outside and play with the kids on the playground. And then some adult would sit me down with the science book and say, listen, kid, it's not what you think it is. This is how it really is. And then I'll say,
yes. The priest with the holy book.
Yeah, and you would just trust him because he read from a book to you?
No, because
that's it. So because an adult is in authority.
No, he's got more knowledge than me as a kid.
Yeah, but that's if you have a genuine question and someone is like, yo, it's because Narnia exists and there's unicorns, you're not going to believe that person now, right?
Well, no, not necessarily.
Well, that's what they told you, dude. No, they told you a place exists that you can't go to.
Yeah,
and then they
that's
told you the reason the water and people are standing on the other side from you is because of magic, bro.
I'm saying you guys have that same problem when you can't even reach the moon
which is not even in outer space. It's only in upper space. How come a flat Earth air pilot hasn't taken a plane straight to the moon? Just to check it out. Maybe fly around it, see what it's about. Explore the dark side of the moon. How come?
Oh man, it's because planes lose their aerodynamic abilities at a certain altitude, dude.
Why?
They can't go any further because there's no air, not thick enough.
There's no air?
Oh my goodness, dude. Yes.
Well, then how are the planets up? How are the moon and the sun up there doing their thing? How do they magically go back and forth around the Earth?
What are you talking about, dude? See, think about it. You're making fun of the idea that it's magic, dude. Do you know that in the globe model, heliocentric paradigm, it's magic as well? For goodness sakes.
No, just answer.
For example, let me ask you, what's keeping the sun? What's keeping the sun where it is in the globe Earth paradigm? Go ahead. I'll tell you what. The warping, the bending and warping of space time, dude. The bending and warping of space time. Doesn't that sound like magic? Yeah, it does.
The sun is millions of miles away, and it's huge, way bigger than Earth.
That's the story, though. How do you know?
Yeah, why don't you answer his question? What's keeping it there?
He couldn't answer the question, dude. He couldn't answer the question. He just had to say, "Oh, it's so big in my paradigm, so it doesn't need anything to keep it up."
Yeah.
Listen, it shares a piece of space just like Earth shares a piece of space.
You can't. Listen, brother, I gotta help you out. I gotta help you out, brother. If it's so big that you can't keep it up, you might want to see a doctor.
Oh, damn. This is no time for joking around.
Are you sure you're not joking?
When it's yeah, it's okay for you, and you want to make a joke, right? Yeah.
No, I'm trying to be serious here. I'm trying to explain
you're saying that you're saying the reason you said the reason the sun is where it's at because it's sharing a piece of space. Was that like with pepperoni on it or something?
Oh Lord,
who's it sharing it with?
Man, do you understand that space-time? Do you understand what space-time is? Like, can you explain to us your understanding of what space-time is?
Is it time and space?
Kind of, sort of, but where does it come from? And what is the definition that these official people would tell you?
Oh, are you talking about when they measure things by the speed of light?
No. Space-time. It's a mathematical framework. Like the entire concept of gravity and all these things that you think are holding everything together, these are constructs. They're mental constructs that tell a story using math.
All right, that sounds good. Math is usually reliable.
No more reliable. Math is no more reliable than the English language. You can write down something that is true in English, and you can write down something that is false in English. And in the same way with math, you can create something that is true, but you can also create fictional entities using math, and those things are not real.
Like what?
Like the Big Bang. Lemaitre created effectively fan fiction by combining calculations that Einstein conceded were correct with fiction based off of all of the Vatican's knowledge from history throughout, like their vain traditions, and he merged those two together to come up with the Big Bang. Okay, it's theology and math magics, dude, is where this comes from, is what I'm saying. Just letting you know the origin of this worldview comes directly from a religious standpoint. It does not come from atheism and this magical, mystical, scientific, everybody's got like their white robes and they're above religion. No, they're equally religious, though.
I don't believe in the Big Bang.
Why?
Because I believe God spoke everything into existence.
Okay, all right. So that's nothing to do with it not being able to be proven scientifically. It's a religious belief.
It's a belief.
Just like your globe, just like the globe.
Groucho Marx, you're going to stop strawmanning me or I'm just going to boot you out of here. You're not going to take shit I say out of context and go, so this? That's little brother syndrome bullshit. Oh, you said this, therefore this? You're not going to do that to me and you can fuck off. You can stop right now, because if the next thing you post is something like that, I'll just go and boot you out of here. Because that's bullshit. He's just trying to derail. The Castle King. My entire point was just that all this stuff related to space-time is a mathematical construct and that it's not actually something tangible that you can just hand to somebody. So it's effectively a mathematical belief system.
That all the scientists believe in?
They don't even agree on their own systems, dude. There's so many contradictory variants of the globe, quote, model that you can look at all these different pictures of different maps and versions of their Earth that they painted and kind of photoshopped as they imagine it to be, which they concede to doing.
I thought science was the study of God's work.
No, you're thinking theology. Science is more like the production of knowledge. But you're thinking theology would be the study of the words of a God.
No, I'm saying I thought scientists' goal was to figure out how God made everything.
No, Einstein hated the idea of including God in his math. He didn't want a creator to be involved in creation. In fact, he said that your calculations are correct, but your physics is abominable when talking about Lemaitre's Big Bang Theory, this homogeneous universe of whatever, ever-expanding radius and constant mass.
Well, if they want to call it something other than God, the study of that thing that created everything. I thought that's what science's goal was, to figure out how everything...
Well, what I'm saying is, when Einstein conceded to Lemaitre and shook his hands, they effectively created the Big Bang Boom monkey ball religion for atheists. So now you have an atheistic version of Roman Catholicism that they can freely accept and engage in, that's kind of decentralized and disconnected from the church, but directly inspired by.
All right.
Like I said, Einstein didn't like it to begin with, but he eventually conceded. It was always about the math, dude. Math plus good story equals people accept it. You really should just look into that whole thing. They met at an observatory and everything. It was a big deal.
You see, the thing is, there's so many other things that are occupying space in my brain. I just don't feel like this is one of the things that should be doing that.
So you don't... Well, you just get rid of the... I know how I can help you. Get rid of the four-dimensional manifold that's taking up all the space. You delete that, and you'll have plenty of room.
No, I'm saying I'm an artist. I'm a singer. I'm an orator. I have stories to tell, songs to sing.
But get rid of the lore that's not real, my dude. The lore that ain't real ain't helping, because you know damn well if you're a songwriter, then the truth is what gives it a song power. So you get rid of the stuff that's not true, and hold on to the stuff that is true, and there's no telling how powerful your songs could become.
But I'm not writing songs about how flat this place is or how round it is.
That's not what I mean. I mean dropping facts.
That's not important.
I mean dropping facts and telling it how it is.
Yeah. The fact
I think what you're saying is he doesn't care. He doesn't care that it's a sphere or anything, right? Is that what you're saying? You don't really care about the ground you stand on. Well, just know this. All right, if you don't have a good foundation and you don't understand the ground you stand on, these ideas are like detrimental to your actions in your life. So that's why it's very important to know, like it's important, like how you said, you believe in God and whatnot. That's foundational. So there's other things like his creation that are foundational in order for you to live properly in it.
I mean, I've been living just fine for the last 48 years.
How do you know that?
Thinking that God created an illusion. Yeah.
No,
how do you know? How do you know you've been living just fine? You're not the God.
I'm not God. I'm simply a servant.
You think God created an illusion for you to live in?
Well, listen, I'm saying I'm more concerned with the people on the earth as opposed to the shape of the earth.
Well, why are you here then? Don't be concerned about me. Please don't be concerned about my spiritual welfare or any other welfare, right? I'm dealing with that, okay, bro? So if you're here for that purpose, I think you're going to insult people.
Hold on, brother. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. Castle King, if you want to send me money to contribute to my financial welfare, feel free.
I mean,
touche.
Good sir. I have a very generous heart, but I just don't have a lot of the money yet. I will have it one day, though.
And money isn't everything. You ever seen the movie In Time?
No. Oh, you talking about with
where they got their money on their arm? It's the amount of time they got left. Remember what happened to the dude? He gave 10 years to that guy, and he drank himself to death with all those years left on the clock. Sometimes money isn't going to save anybody; it'll send them straight to their grave.
Right. The most precious thing we can give one another is our time.
I agree with that completely, actually.
It's one of the reasons we're here, man. We're giving time to this topic because we feel there's importance in it.
Yeah, I know. I've hung out with you guys enough to know what you guys are about. But it's funny? It always ends up, there's some glober that comes in here, and you guys start off cordial. Then as the glober keeps talking about what he thinks the earth is, you guys started insulting the man, you mute the man, they kick the man out of here. It's the same thing over and over again.
Well, if you break it down, though...
That ain't true, brother. If that were true, then what would happen... Hold on, buddy. If that were true, what would happen is someone would come in and say, I think the earth is a globe. That's what I was raised as. And then we'd be like, oh, yeah, well, the earth is flat for these reasons. We'd be like, yeah, I understand your reasons, but, these other reasons is why I believe the earth is a globe. And then he just randomly gets kicked out for no reason. No, that's not how it goes, bro. How it goes, they turn all weird, they talk straight through us, they get all rude, they tell us we're dumb, etc., and it escalates. That's what usually happens, dude. Don't be trying to gaslight the audience, bro.
I'm just going to speak from my own personal experience then. I don't call you guys dumb. I've been insulted.
You're not being muted, are you?
I've been muted, yes, I have, and I've been kicked out of here. I've been banned for like weeks.
You've also been unmuted, so.
Yeah, because there's some people in here that are actually cool with me. That's why.
So when people come in here and straight up, well, I was just gonna say, Castle King. So when people come in here and straight up lie to our faces, what are we supposed to do?
Well, the problem is they don't think they're lying, just like you don't think you're lying.
Oh, no. These are objective lies. I'm not talking about differences of opinion. When someone says there's a different method of keeping time than clocks, right?
Yeah, they used to use the sundials.
Yeah, that's a clock, dude.
Oh, okay. Or, sometimes like our people, we just worked when the sun came up and then we slept when it went down.
Yeah, that's also a clock, right? So like this guy was just making crap up, dude. How about when people come in and they say, I saw a curve from an airplane?
I heard that those stealth, fighter pilots, I heard that they've gotten high enough to see that there's actually a curve.
Yeah, but that's heard. No.
Yeah, listen, I wasn't in the stealth bomber with those guys.
You think the Earth's the globe, right? You think the globe thing is true? If it's true, there's no way you can see a curve from an airplane.
If you go high,
you got to remember, Castle King. Think about this: the Earth's supposed to have a diameter of 8,000 miles. 10 miles above it is nothing. Think about it. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, it would be 1/100th of an inch above that ball.
Less than a dime's diameter.
I'll post that. It's the equivalent scale.
100.
If you, say we miniaturized the Earth and made it 6 feet, Okay, an airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. It would fly that high above it, 1/100th of an inch. Okay.
Wait, there's 1/100th of an inch?
Yes, 1/100th of an inch.
And why is that again?
Because planes are supposed to fly, right? At 10. Let's say a plane flies 10 miles in the air, or 40,000 feet. 40,000 feet is about, I don't know, 8 miles, right? So the ratio, right? 8,000 mile diameter to the ratio of 8 miles. So that's 1,000 to 1. That means you are 1,000.
Remember, it's 80,000.
8,000 mile diameter, right? Okay, let's start again. 8,000 mile diameter Earth, 8 miles above the Earth. So you're 1/1000th of the Earth diameter above it. Right? 8,000 divided by 8. You're 1/1000th above it, of its diameter.
I thought we're going higher than 8,000 feet above the air.
No, I'm talking about an airplane. Airplanes fly at about 8 miles, right? Right? 8 times 5,280.
How many feet are in a mile again?
5,280 feet.
So that would be 40,000 feet, approximately.
Okay. Yes. That's approximately the height of a commercial airplane, 40,000 feet. So can you see the chat? Because I'll post an image that I made on Google Earth that will illustrate this. Okay? And you're going to be stunned, dude. Okay? So look in the chat. Now, I use Google Earth, so from 40,000 feet, the horizon would be 250 miles, 260 miles away, give or take. That little circle, that's the entire view of an airplane. Okay. So if you turn 360 degrees, your horizon would be this circle. Do you think if you were that high above, like that was the circle of your horizon, you would see Earth curve? That little teeny section. Of course not.
Well, only if you're high enough.
Yeah, that would be 40. That would be 40,000 feet. If you're at 40,000 feet above a globe Earth, this little circle in this image is what you would see. That would be your whole field of view if you spun around 360. Now, remember, you're only going to see a segment of this circle, a little teeny slice of it, right? Whatever your field of view is. Because you're looking in a direction, right? Say I'm in this in the center of this circle looking at Africa. Okay, I'm only going to see a section of that circle. Yeah. The idea that you saw an arc across that's the globe Earth. It's just not, it's not even close, man. And like you could say, yeah, you got to go higher. But these guys coming in said they did see it from an airplane. Even though all of science, Neil deGrasse Tyson, any fucking scientist that does math says, no, man, that's nowhere near close enough. It's like not even close. You got to be like nearly 50 times higher, 100 times higher at best.
Yeah, you got to be in the outer space.
Okay, so when someone comes in and they says they saw it from an airplane, they're lying.
Okay, fine.
Okay, what are we supposed to do with those people?
You just say, hey, stop lying, buddy.
I do. I do. See, this is like when you say, hey, they just come in and they're asking questions. You're acting like they're all innocent, man. They're not innocent. A lot of these dudes say they're not like little innocent freaking girls that come in here. They come in with an agenda. They come in with the idea that they're going to shit all over us. They come in here thinking they're going to lie because there's a bias, right? They come in with a bias. All flat earthers are dumb. I can say whatever I want, and they're so dumb they're not even going to know the difference.
When I first came here to this room, I wasn't thinking anyone was dumb. I was genuinely curious to find out why you believe it's flat.
But that's you, Castle King.
Yeah,
you're not an arrogant asshole.
I'm saying I was also muted and booted and kicked out of here, insulted and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying?
Man. When you first came in, you got to talk to your Samoan brother, man. So, come on.
Yeah. Where is what's his name? Bosang?
Yeah, Bongsao.
Bongsao.
Yeah, he comes and goes, man. Dude, he's like a ninja. He freaking comes in, slices people up, and disappears. And then, like, a month later, he'll fall out of the ceiling, come, fucking slice people up, and disappear. So,
yeah,
that's just Bong, man.
You say his name 3 times, he might show up. Oh.
Yeah, man, keep saying his name, dude. Fucking show up like Beetlejuice.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But, man, listen, I've been doing this for, I don't know, 8 years, roughly. And I've dealt with all sorts of different personalities. And people that come, like, there are people that are unfairly treated, obviously. There are people that are more than fairly treated. There are people that they should be booted out and they're not. So we're not perfect, right? We don't do perfect fucking administration of this chat. But I think on the whole, on average, the people that get muted, they're repeat offenders. Or they don't listen, or because think about this. Me and you were talking, right? You're not talking over me right now. But if you were, right, you're talking over me and I mute you. Oh, that's not fair. You muted me. Well, by talking over someone, you're muting them, right? You just don't have the mute button. But you're muting them with your mouth so that no one can hear what they have to say because you're blabbing, right? So, plus there's tons of people in this chat. It's not as easy as you think, Castle King.
You know, I have this power of moderation in a different room. I barely use that.
How many people? How many people?
It can grow. It can get to about 20 people in there.
Now imagine you're in a room like in a house, man, right? And there's 30 people there. Mm-hmm. And you're trying to have a conversation between, like, pay attention to a conversation between 2 people. And there's 30 people. There has to be some order of control. Otherwise, you're never even going to hear those people talk. Right? So it's a fine line. It's a fine line. And like I said, a lot of these people aren't innocent actors. They're repeat offenders. I had some douchebag last night, Haruka. Okay? Asked me what I do for a living. I tell him. And then he goes, why are you making your frickin' wife work? Like, what? I'm retired, right? So he goes, oh, you're retired? Why are you making your wife go to work? Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, first of all, it's out of bounds to even say some shit like that.
Yeah.
But you get my point. There's people that are like that. They're in here for bad reasons. And how do we figure out which ones are the bad guys and which ones are the good guys? Sometimes we'll miss, right? Sometimes we're going to get the wrong people.
Yeah.
But I think on a whole, come on, you're freaking stubborn sometimes, man.
No, admit it. I let you speak.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you're stubborn in like your idea, and you won't concede shit that's obvious.
It's not obvious, man.
Castle King.
I'll tell you what's not. No, the globe is not obvious. Castle King. Sorry, I'll let you talk a second. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself?
No.
Okay, so the globe is not obvious, right?
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying there.
That's what I say when obvious, like the way it looks, like why did everybody think the Earth was flat? Because it obviously looked flat. It was obvious to everybody. Hey, this is the way it looks. They didn't have to talk about it. They didn't have to freaking draw equations in the freaking dirt to figure it out. They were just like, this is the way it looks.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Aether.
I was just going to remind him that sometimes there's like a kind of A and B conversation happening, and then person C wants to get involved, and that person C gets muted for their own damn protection so that they don't get caught in the crossfire between A and B having a heated discussion. And then person C will take offense to that, but really, dude, we're trying to protect people. Just relax, it's okay. We got to maintain order.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, or they try to change the. Way we try to roll is we try to, like, if a subject's brought up, we try to bring whatever that was. Say it's the spin of the Earth or fucking gravity or something. We try to bring it to its logical conclusion. We'll be talking about, Foucault's pendulum, and then someone will run. What about the edge of the Earth? And fucking start screaming in their mic, right? We like, hey, dude, wait your turn, dude. Have some like etiquette. And then it's not easy, dude. Dude, I almost want to make you mod for a fucking couple days, dude, and see what happens. Because we had Charlie come in here. Charlie's a Glober. He tried to play Flat Earther and flat smack the dude. After 45 minutes, he wasn't even past the first point. And this guy knew he was a Glober. That's how fucking obstinate and stubborn and donkey some of these people are, man. Charlie is a staunch anti-flat Earth Glober. Okay, he's just trying to present and just really simple. Why can't you see past the horizon? Can you test the goal by, hey, maybe I see too far? After 45 minutes, he wasn't even at that point because the other person was just being a stubborn ass.
Yeah, all you have to do is just.
It's simple. It's super. How simple is, hey, the horizon is supposed to be the end of the ball, and then after that, ships go down and the sun sets behind it and all that crap. Why does that take 45 minutes to even get to that point of saying the same thing over and over and over and over again? And it wasn't a flat earther that did this. This was a fucking globe earther trying to do this. It was a globe earther with a globe earther trying to explain the horizon to another globe earther. But because they're in a flat earth fucking BC, they're after the dude was just being a stubborn ass. That's what I'm saying. People come in here with it. You have to admit that there is more than just a calm, cool, collected consideration of the issue that's unemotional. Okay.
Can you explain lunar eclipse, bro, please?
In what way?
How does it work, bro? Lunar eclipse.
What do you mean? How does it work?
I asked you, can you explain lunar eclipse?
You want me to describe what it looks like? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, Castle King? This guy just made my point. He just comes in, I'm talking to you, he interjects, demands, right now, I answer his fucking questions.
No, I don't demand. I never said
that. No, you are. Go fuck yourself then. Mute your mic.
Hey, listen, bro. Look.
No, mute your mic. Mute your mic. I'll mute your mic.
Question. This room is about flat Earth.
Do you know how many times this guy's been in here?
No.
Oh, God. 30, 40. He does the same thing every time. In the middle of a conversation, he starts demanding that you answer his questions. He's done this lots and lots of times. So if you didn't know any better, you're like, why is he being unmuted? That's unfair. No. He knows what he's doing. He's here to piss us off. That's his only goal. He doesn't care about lunar eclipses. There's no answer I could give him that would satisfy him. None. Because he doesn't know anything about lunar eclipses. Okay, I'll show you. Hold on. I'll show you right now. Okay, so Mr. Frame, answer this question.
Hey, bro, I haven't been.
Is the globe model used to predict the timing of lunar eclipses? Yes or no?
Wait, repeat that again, bro.
Is the globe model used to predict the timing of lunar eclipses?
Yes, of course.
See, he doesn't know anything about lunar eclipses. He doesn't know anything. No, it's not. Soros cycle is used. They don't use the globe model for that. Soros cycle was discovered in fucking 2300 BC, bro. Yeah, we've been using it. If you type in Soros cycle NASA, you'll get. That's what they use today. The Soros cycle.
Yeah.
They don't use a heliocentric model or a globe. So how am I going to explain to somebody that fucking don't know anything what it could cause a lunar eclipse is?
I will be back. Let me check it.
Yeah. Go check, dude. How am I going to explain?
Is that the whole story there, though, Indy?
Huh?
For eclipses? Is that the whole story for eclipses? Certainly NASA published the Soros cycles, but the path of the eclipse is generated from ephemeris from the geometry of the solar system.
It's really no. They use Besselian elements to project it onto a globe. So
yeah, but they
go check out
those from the geometry.
They don't calculate those from orbits, buddy.
They do.
Can you tell me this?
No, they don't. So check out Shane St. Pierre. He won $10,000 predicting the fucking eclipses on a flat Earth. Okay.
Shane didn't properly do it. I've never seen him actually render the Besselian elements. Because the elements are generated from the geometry, right? They
are dimensions of the planets given in the ephemeris?
No, they.
Well, you're going to need the geometry, the dimensions of the bodies in order to make that claim, right?
That's right. You do. And that's so when they go to generate the Besselian elements, which give you the shadow size, that's when they use the dimensions of the planets. So, and that's the
shadow size of what? He said lunar eclipses.
Yeah, the shadow.
Guys, can you tell me this?
Right?
Can you tell me this? The weather is different everywhere around the world. How is that even possible?
Oh God!
How?
Why is the weather
possible if the Earth is round or flat? How is that even possible?
So there's no weather on a flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the weather is different.
Yeah, I know. But
everywhere.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying,
Earth
dude.
Is flat, then the weather should be the same everywhere.
Yeah, that would mean no weather on a flat Earth.
No, I do not mean no weather.
Well, if the weather's the same, that means there's no weather. Okay, if the weather's the same everywhere, that means there's no weather.
But what?
Weather is a word that is a description of the meteorological variation of the meteorological conditions, right?
But I mean,
so it's snowing here, it's raining there. We call that the weather, right?
No, I do not mean like that. In USA, and then
he doesn't even know that the majority of the weather is ocean currents.
This Sea Castle King, dude, it's fucking peak retard level in here sometimes, dude.
But wait, I'm saying it made sense when he said that.
It makes sense that there's no weather on a flat Earth. Come on, man.
Let me hit him. Let me hit you, dude. So if the Earth was flat and the sun was moving around, the sun's not in the same place all the time. And since the sun is the source of the energy, supposedly, and it's in different locations at different times, that would mean there'd be differential heating, which would mean you'd have currents. So you'd have weather. So the person that previously spoke is dumb. He never actually thought about what he was saying.
Okay.
What happens if you heat one part of something and not the other? Right? Even you know this, right? You get convection currents. The high temperature goes to wherever the low temperature was. Now, to have no weather, everything would need to be heated perfectly evenly in thermodynamic equilibrium. Like, I don't even know how you would even do that. You couldn't do that if you tried.
Okay.
Say you had a freaking 100-foot frying pan. You think you could heat that thing perfectly evenly so that the temperature of the frying pan was raised like 100 degrees equally to the entire frying pan?
Yeah, brother. Right. Also, you don't have to preheat metal before you, weld it or cut it, because if you cut it in one spot, it's just going to equally heat everywhere.
And water doesn't heat at the same rate as freaking, land, and land doesn't heat at the same rate as freaking ice. Things don't get heated up at the same rate. They don't absorb infrared radiation at the same. Dude, it's just so silly, man. It's fucking painful.
I thought he was talking more about why is one section of the Earth snowing and the other one is not?
Yeah, but it snows in one section versus the other because it didn't get the same amount of solar energy as the other.
But the sun has been proven to be in Antarctica and the North Pole and these places where it's always snowy and icy.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
And sometimes the sun stays out there from days at a time.
Yeah, brother. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? It tells you there's something else going on. Oh, hold on, bro. It means there's something else going on other than the sun that's contributing to the weather. Duh.
Okay, what is it?
Local geography.
Ocean currents.
I'm just saying.
One of the primary driving forces of a differential weather in certain regions is the ocean currents. You didn't know that?
Wait. Do you believe that the sun is our source of warmth?
Oh my god, I'm facepalming so hard.
You know, like when the sun is out, do you believe it has rays that generate heat?
Nobody mentioned the tilt of the Earth.
Shadow, you're face palming to a glober, okay? He's a globe earther. He's not a flat earther. See, you got your bias and you showed your ass, dude. So I'm talking about it's like a literal clown show, dude. It's a fucking clown show. Fucking clown car keeps letting out in this VC. Fucking clowns keep falling out. Stack of clowns is so goddamn high. It's higher than the top of the big tent, man. It's fucking crazy. Okay. The sun doesn't heat the earth evenly. There's also other thermal processes, biochemical processes, just regular chemical processes. The system of the earth is not in a thermodynamic equilibrium. It's trying to get in a thermodynamic equilibrium, and in order to do this, you got to have ocean currents, wind currents. The sun is also, it's daytime. It's not the same amount of daytime everywhere at the same time, right? So 16 hours, the sun is freaking heating up the earth. Some other place, it's 3 hours. Right? This shouldn't even be, this is very remedial to us, dude, because it's like, if you just thought about it for 2 seconds, like, you would reach the answer yourself.
Wait a minute.
We go, how does weather work?
I'm saying, where on earth does the sun only heat up that place for 3 hours and then it's gone?
What do you mean 3 hours? Well, according to you, Antarctica.
3 hours and then
according to you, Antarctica. According to you, the Arctic and Antarctica. Because the other thing about the tilt frickin' issue is that because of the tilt, it's also dark. Remember? So you you said 24 hours of sunlight. There's also 24 hours of dark.
Yeah.
But there's also sections. There's also sections in between that time where the sun is only visible for 3 hours, and 4 hours, and 5 hours, and 6 hours, and 7 hours. So it works from 24 hours of dark to 24 hours of light, and every increment in between there. So there are places that get 3 hours of sunlight, in 4 hours, in 10 hours, in 16 hours, in 20 hours.
Wouldn't that be inconsistent with your flat Earth model?
I don't know what flat Earth model you're talking about, and no, it wouldn't.
I'm saying if the sun, does it go on a predicted or a path that you can predict is going to happen every day?
How do you think it's predicted now?
Yeah.
How do you think it's predicted now? Like if you go to time and date or SunCalc, how do you think they predict where the sun is and how long you'll see it and all that shit? Do you think they have a globe model that they use? Because they don't. They don't use a globe model. Yeah, this is what people don't understand. Okay? There's something called the celestial sphere. We observe the sky to be a certain way. Right? Spherical. Well, it works with spherical coordinates. That's what that would be the better thing to say. Works with spherical coordinates. They took that visual celestial sphere and they said Earth is the sphere. And that the sky really isn't a sphere, it's us. Okay? So, to model where the sun is, they just put the sun in the celestial sphere. And they compare the sun, it has nothing to do with the Earth. It doesn't use the Earth. So if you looked at the math, where they calculate, there's no globe in that calculation. There's no globe in the math. It is like, where is the sun relative to the celestial equator at this time of year? And that's it. There's nothing beyond that. That means it would work on any surface. It's observer dependent. So think about it like this, Castle King. You're in the center of it. You're at 0. You look up in the sky. You got all the coordinates of the sky. Doesn't matter what you're standing on. It's only the sky is the only reference. There is no reference to the ground in any of the shit. You could be on the fucking back of a fucking. You could be on a back of a turtle or a fucking on the side of or on the side of a pretzel.
Come on.
Back of a turtle?
You could be on any surface. It doesn't matter. It's a model of the sky that we use to predict when the sun's up.
Just reminded me of one of my childhood favorite games, Golden Axe.
Oh shit! Yeah. Was there a turtle in that? I know there was that fucking weird looking thing with the spiked tail.
No, yeah, oh yeah. You get on top of that guy, but there's a level where you're actually on the back of a turtle.
I guess I never made it that far.
Turtle. What?
Yes, there is up higher. Yeah.
Oh man. See, I was a really good gamer as a youth. Beat a lot of those games, man.
So here's as I pointed out, here's another misconception. The globe that the sun positions uses a globe model. Daza, even though he tried to say, well, they use more than that to predict eclipse times. Yeah, that's secondary, right? So they don't use a globe model to predict when the eclipse happens. They use the Saros cycle, and then to find out where there is on the globe projection where it happens, they use something called Besselian elements. He tried to say, hey, they're using the heliocentric model to predict where they're not doing that, dude. They couldn't do that. The ephemeris wouldn't allow it because, as was pointed out, you need the size of the bodies, right? They don't have that.
Does the Soros cycle have anything to do with George Soros?
No. It's just a coincidence of 3 events, right? So there's a couple. So the moon, the sun, and something called an eclipse year. They have a period, right? So the eclipse year is 439 days or something like that. So if you start from one eclipse, right, and start counting each one of these cycles, when they all happen again at the same time, you'll have another eclipse.
Oh.
If you don't mind me flexing for a bit.
Yeah, please.
The ancient Babylonian star means king or lord, and Saros has a masculine ending, OS, which later came into Greek. So it's a cycle of the kings, because when eclipses would happen, they would appoint a new king.
Okay, cool.
Probably not exactly, but I mean, that's the general idea.
What was it in Mayans? Did they think it was like the underworld opened up or something like that?
Oh, in the Mayans, yeah. And also in the Babylonians. I mean, they depicted the world as having an opening into the earth, into the underworld, on the other side where the sun went, which corresponds to where the Mayans lived. Isn't that crazy?
It's weird. Weird to us.
Yeah.
One of them. So, Castle King, let me ask you this. Do you think the Mayans were globe earthers?
Probably not.
You know what pissed the Europeans off when they came to South America? The fact that they could predict Venus better than they could.
Oh.
So they even tried to retroactively rewrite Mayan history. They even wrote books to try to lie to say that the Mayans were using a heliocentric model for their predictions. So the Mayans, their astronomy was as accurate, if not more accurate in some respects, than the European astronomy, even though the European astronomy was using globe model, right? So, thing is, for any arbitrary set of data, there is an arbitrary set of models that can predict that data, right? It's just a mathematical certainty that you can have. There's an infinite number of possible models for any fucking data set you can come up with. Now, they just happen to, the Europeans just happen to go, this is the one we've settled on, this elliptical orbit idea. But they believed other things before that, and they made predictions before that using other models with varying degrees of accuracy. Typically, what happens is they'll have multiple models, and they'll all be accurate for most things, but there'll be some things which don't work. So it all depends on which things you can live with that don't work. Even the Keplerian model has problems that don't work.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you an example. So when they say Mars is the farthest away versus when it's closest. So Mars does this little loop thing, right? If you watch it in the sky, it's called retrograde motion. If you watch Mars over a period of time, it'll say go from left to right, but then it'll change direction, loop, and then appear to go right to left, and right to left, right, and it'll make this little loop and then go left to right again. Okay? They say this is because the Earth and Mars are they get ahead of each other in orbit, so it appears like it's going. Well, that loop, the size of that loop, right? If it's closer to you, that loop should be large, right? And if it's farther away, Mars is, that loop should appear small in the sky. But it's actually reverse of what it should be. And this is unexplainable in their model. You can't make this work because the loop size. So that's just one example, right? There's lots. There are problems with the current heliocentric model, but I don't know why you guys don't get it, dude. It's really simple. If I'm selling you a car, dude, I don't talk about the bad parts of the car. I only talk about the good parts of the car. I don't tell you that the fucking brakes probably got another freaking 3 weeks of life in them, right? I tell you about how great the fucking it just got a new clutch put in, and we just freaking drained all the oil, and man, it has a freaking V8 in it. That's what I talk about. I don't talk about all the fucked up shit. And it's the same thing with this. They talk about the shit that works, say how it's so great, but they don't talk about the problems.
Okay.
I'm just saying, which are our problems. I could get into selling it. I can go with anomalous things that happen with all of the globe, all the heliocentric model, there's lots and lots of problems. They just don't tell you about them. And people come in here and say, it's all perfect. It's far from perfect, way far. But they don't teach you that in school, so you don't know about it.
But Indio, wouldn't you agree that these problems are not very high up on the totem pole of problems that we should be solving as a society?
Yes, I do agree. Listen, if I had my druthers, I would defund all of astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology. I'd flush it all down the toilet. It's useless.
And where would you divert those funds?
Anywhere but there.
Anywhere but there?
Literally teaching fucking ballet classes would be better than that shit.
No, not everyone's into ballet.
Who cares? Not everyone's into astronomy.
Well, we can gain a lot from learning about the unknown as opposed to having guys like you and me on our tippy toes.
It's never going to be anything but unknown, Castle King.
No, that's not true. We figure stuff out all the time. Yeah.
No, we lie to ourselves and say we figured it out when we don't. Okay, a star.
No, man.
I'm going to give you an example, Castle King. The cell phone. Jesus Christ, dude.
We didn't have this when I was a kid.
Yeah, let me ask you, when do you think the technology, when we knew how the things that a cell phone uses right now, when do you think that technology was invented?
Probably in the 70s.
Try in the 1800s.
What?
Yeah, so the technology that a cell phone uses, radio waves, was invented in the 1800s. The only thing that got different is we've miniaturized the parts. So we can make the parts smaller and smaller and smaller. But it takes a while to get to that because if I want to make smaller parts, I need to make a machine that makes the smaller parts. But now I need to make a machine that makes the machine to make the smaller parts, right? So it's incremental. We got to leapfrog the technology forward to make smaller and smaller things. So the only difference between the radio that Tesla invented in 1883 and now is we miniaturized the parts. That's it. That's the only difference. The only technical difference. Yeah, I mean, you can make an argument that semiconductors are different and all that shit, but the basic idea, the fundamental physical principles, they were known in the 1800s. So,
no, man, Tesla was the guy that came up with this stuff. That's why he's known for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. The fundamental physical principles were discovered in the 1800s.
Yeah, Tesla invented a remote-controlled submarine in the late 1800s.
Wonderful.
Okay.
I'm saying we probably should have leaned towards his technology and his discoveries as opposed to somebody else, you know?
Yeah, what did astronomers invent in the 1800s that we're using now?
Telescopes?
Man, they're using the same telescopes. The same principles that we used back then we're still using now. There's no difference.
But you know, when Galileo was locked away in his little tower and he was checking out the night sky every night with his telescope, that was just a small telescope that he was using. But now we've got the huge ones.
Yeah, but what do they know more than Galileo? You're literally making my argument for me. What do they know now that Galileo didn't know? That they can prove?
Well, we know about the Andromeda Galaxy.
You could see it back then too, okay? But do you know that it's full of stars? Do you know that?
Yeah, it should be. It's a galaxy.
Okay, how can you prove that?
Well, listen, I told you, I'm not
asking you. But this is what. Listen,
you use the telescopes, man.
You're really not understanding my point. My point is, anything you can say about astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology is unprovable because you can't go there. Yeah, right? Think about this, Castle King. You're locked in a house, and you've never been outside. You don't know anything about the outside world, and you can just see out your window. Right?
Uh-huh.
And you can see ships and cars and buses, but you don't know there's ships, cars, and buses. You don't know anything. And you can see people and all sorts of shit. You can make up all sorts of stories in your head about how all that works, but you're never going to know unless you go outside your house.
Yeah. Okay.
And this is the same thing. We can make up all sorts of stories about stars, galaxies, comets, black holes, you name it, right? But we're never actually going to know. We're just going to lie to ourselves and say, yes, we know, when we don't know. No one knows what a star is made out of. No one knows how old a star is. No one knows any of that shit. We just lie to ourselves. And spend a lot of money to lie to ourselves. Capital, dude, your mic, man. Control your mic. So I'm saying is, even in the heliocentric model, you can never go there, right? Can't go to a star. So check this out, Castle King. You know the Voyager? You heard of the Voyager spacecraft? Yeah.
Yeah.
Akbar, pull the fucking cord, dude.
Daily ISIS recruitment video.
You talking about the tragedy that happened where it exploded?
No, Voyager was no, that's Challenger. Voyager was a satellite they sent in the 1970s. It's supposed to be leaving the solar system right now because it's so far away, right? They sent it in the 70s. Supposedly flew past Jupiter and Saturn and all that crap, whatever. So it's the fastest object, according to, if you believe the story, created by man. Okay? Going whatever fucking gazillion miles an hour. So at its current speed, okay, the distance to get to the closest star, if it traveled at its current speed, it would not be there for 150,000